All right.
No, I mean
It's Friday. It's Open Comms.
open
Welcome back.
comms.
What's
We
up?
did it.
What up, party people?
Greetings,
What up?
everyone. Hey, Fleabag. Sorry about your shit. That sucks.
Oh, damn.
LB, how was your dress-up party thing? Was it
Yeah, are
fun?
you done blending in with bushes?
How was your costume party?
Yeah.
It was work.
All of your
No, but
friends,
you look so
all of your-
cute in your
all of your
uniform. I was
friends got
super
together in
turned
your
on,
little
baby.
uniforms
Yeah,
and did
like super
cosplay
turned
out in the
on.
forest.
You guys have cool
He was
uniforms.
LARPing.
With the
You're all LARPing.
You were LARPing? Oh, I
LARP,
thought you
yeah,
were, I thought it was a military
with like
thing.
the white
I mean,
flap.
all military training really is LARPing, right?
It really
Yeah,
is.
it's just with the white flappy bib shirt and
I liked it. I thought you looked sharp, LB.
no, it's no, we're giving you shit. But
I could have lost you in bushes, so you did good.
That was the point, right?
oh, I'm thinking the dinner. That's right. Yeah, you
No,
were
thinking
you were
the
like
fancy outfit.
yeah, you were.
That's
doing
what I was
the-
thinking of. Yeah,
Because
I
he
thought
didn't
you
even.
looked
Oh.
See, I was so good he didn't even see me.
I
in the
didn't know that. I thought you were just posting a picture of a fucking Jeep or
A
whatever.
jeep and some bushes.
A Lev, what Humvee or something, whatever it was.
good. Darwin.
Darwin. Darwin, you know what LARPing is. Are you memeing? Are you being ironic?
LARP. I don't know. Live action. I'll bite. Live action role play. It's
Live action. It's live action roleplay.
It's like people playing.
It's what we do every day.
Oh, he's being ironic.
Lightning
Okay,
bolt.
I knew it. Yeah. Dom, thanks for the reset. Oh, you're right here.
The aspect of getting to beat
You know
up
what you
people
did.
with like Nerf toys seems really interesting. to
Yeah.
me. But like
Do you
there's
guys- do you guys
supposed to
ever
be
see
rules
Role
to it,
Models?
so I did. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my
Role
only.
Models is a
Yeah,
great
that-
movie.
A Minotaur. I don't know if
Paul Rudd.
did I ever post the little GIF in the channel of like it was at some LARPing event and someone was flying a drone over it, and this guy was like, "Fuck that!" You just see him like running up on the bottom and charges up and throws a javelin up in the air and hits the drone out of the sky. It's like, and hits the ground. And so
I was gonna say, did somebody like fire an arrow at it or something?
no, he like it was like this thing was like 40 feet in the air, and this guy like nailed it with a javelin toss, just fucking hit
Good
the
for
drone.
him.
Yeah, and they actually made a stone
Liz.
commemorating the event, and they like carved in it with dwarven runes, and it's like it looks like an old medieval painting of like this guy like throwing a thing, and it's like this javelin up and like hitting the demon in the sky, and it's
That's
fucking
so
great.
cool.
He sang about it, played the lute.
Yeah, it was cool.
Good on those nerds.
Yeah, Liz, thanks for the resub.
Well, to what
Yeah,
CCP
thanks.
Darwin said there, actually they don't mess around with the FAA doesn't mess around with stuff like that. If it gets
Yeah.
reported, they'll
Yeah.
actually you'll get hit with the same like citation as if you were like fire at a aircraft because they treat them
yeah,
legally
flying
the
at
same.
a no-fly zone. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
like for shooting at an aircraft.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know.
Wait,
I don't know what
Wait,
the
hold on.
aftermath
Wait,
of that
wait,
was.
Wait,
'cause
so
it
you're
is
saying
destruction of
if-
property.
If so flying a no, it's not that. FAA is not gonna care about property. They're not the ones finding you for that.
Thanks, Sikander.
Thanks,
If
Cantor.
a drone that is in flight is covered by the same laws and regulations that cover aircraft.
So, Joe Schmo, my next door neighbor, decides to bug me and fly his drone over in my backyard, and I shoot it down with a pellet gun. I can be fined as if I were firing at an aircraft.
Yeah, you're now a
yes,
terrorist. Knock
yes.
it off.
However, if they're doing it in a way that's like intentionally harassing you and you can prove that, while you can't go and destroy their shit, you can. There are avenues where you can get back at them and get them fined by the FAA.
Nah.
What you
fuck,
need to
I'm-
do
I'm getting the
is go
BB
to
gun.
what you have to do is go to the UN and get a binding resolution that makes your backyard a no-fly zone, and then you can set up all sorts
There
of
we go.
anti-aircraft guns and just shoot
But,
drones down.
when-
Make
when
sure
it-
you're
when it-
a sovereign
how
nation.
high does that
There
go
you go.
up? How high does that go up?
To the moon.
To the moon.
To the moon. Yeah.
So any
So-
plane in the air is not allowed to pass over my house. Hey, I'll do it. That sounds awesome.
But
They'll all have
the
to
thing,
do a slight chicane to go around Mannix
yeah,
Bend.
just-
Oh,
zip
you can take
around it.
shots at the fucking
So-
space station as it goes over if it hits your spot, right?
ooh, there you go.
Good, yeah.
I don't want any Starlinks right above me.
Fuck those people, right?
Drayden's
Drayden's getting pissed because he likes.
When it comes to that airspace above your house, though, you don't own it. As far
you
as
do
the
not.
government's concerned,
Nobody
it's not
owns
yours.
the beach. That's God's beach.
I don't know what the aftermath
I
was
own my
of
bitch.
them destroying it, but it was a hell of a shot, and it was commemorated by a big stone. Like I mean, the stone on it, like that had to have been like $1,000 to $2,000 commission if someone actually paid for that.
Is there a video of it? Can you link it?
I would have to. Oh,
No,
it's
no,
been-
no.
Yeah,
It's
I'd have to
Later.
Google it, but I bet if you Google javelin toss versus drone,
on it.
you'll find it.
Don't ever Google the word toss. I'm sorry.
Oh, found it, and it's only 34 seconds long.
Yeah, it's.
Damn.
A goon hell just
Hold on, I need to Google how to toss a salad.
Yeah. You have to know
There's a
these
link in
things.
chat.
Okay. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
like
this
toss
makes
salad.
sense.
I like toss salad.
This is how.
Kalavalala Expanse. What are they doing out there?
Oh God!
Oh my God!
Holy
shit! Tamber gifted subs
Jesus,
like a
Tamber.
fucking man.
You're the man.
What did
baby.
he do? Oh, Jesus.
Gifted subs.
20.
Now we got to see all those like
20.
new emotes or whatever the fuck you were talking.
Yeah. Oh. Also, yeah. So I was doing some work on the channel. So there's another emote. Let's just do shots.
While you're doing that, emo,
So,
yeah, I was gonna
yeah,
say,
so, like,
shots to Timber,
Yeah.
our greatest fucking viewer.
Well,
I love
so
this guy.
so shots. There's a shots emote now for subs, and I with Timber here, I assume that everyone watching this show is
Hold on,
now
I
subscribed.
gotta get a drink.
Yeah, so it's Open Co. Capital S shots. Manic just put it in there. So that's the we got a new shot emote put in.
Would
there.
you only do one a night, or each person can only do one a night?
No, that's just the emote. That is you could put that in the. That's for the chat. That's the emote I submitted in.
I don't get it.
Like, do you see the little face
An
of me
emote
with the
is a
bottle?
tiny picture that they put in.
Yeah, an emote. It's like emojis in the chat.
What Drayton
That
was
thing you're
setting
talking
up
about?
with
Okay,
the
good.
Yeah. If you're sub,
with the
you have
channel
to be,
points. The channel points was to redeem to make us take a shot,
Yeah.
or
So
to encourage us to take a shot because we aren't forced to do anything.
yeah. So shots, and then so channel points. I know everyone was talking about like, oh, we gotta have uses for channel points. I put in a few. There's one. It's 1,500 points, and you could suggest a channel to rate at the end of the show. That's the cheap one, and then it's 10,000 points. Now I did set a limit of only once per stream. Someone can activate this, just so that.
But a 25-minute cooldown in between other people.
No. This is for the 10,000 points for the. You could suggest a science talk topic. I'm
should be
only doing it only once per stream. We could do that just so that otherwise I don't want it getting spammed. LB would like blow his top.
His glasses might get fogged up.
Yeah.
Science is good. Is there
Our
yeah.
science
Can you
is
redeem-
good though. Is our
Can you
science good?
redeem points to talk about Vegas? Is that on there?
That should be a thing.
No. We could put
Why
that.
are my balls
we,
itchy?
we
Okay.
Could, we could make that one at some point, but
let's make a
Oh, no.
redemption to not talk about eVegas.
Yeah,
if
we
you,
could-
if you redeem a certain number of points, we will not talk about eVegas for 20 whole minutes.
I have 105,000 points, so
we won't talk about Vegas until Vegas is over. So yeah, I can put that in there. I'll get to that in a second, Tamber. So yeah, so once per stream, you can
It's already been done.
Yeah. So that way
You
it's
also
like
have a shot to do from Akaroth, so let's get that done first.
yeah. Wait, Agroth, you just used it?
I just
Yes,
wanted to show people
get it
how
done.
it was done.
Oh, but that now it's on cooldown. Now it can't be done for 25 minutes.
Sorry about
way to
that.
go, Akaroth.
That doesn't mean we can't do shots.
was
Just
excited.
people can't tell us. to
Yeah,
do shots.
yeah. So the other thing I put in is 25,000 points. Can only be done every 25 minutes, so you don't kill us, because you would. We've had experience in this.
Last week.
Well, we did a charity stream one time where we're like, okay, every $20 we'll take a shot, and within 10 minutes, people had donated $500. We're like, we're fucking dying tonight.
You got to be careful anytime you give people the option to kill
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
I think
like,
that's now against the Twitch.
Some people
Yes,
have
you
great
can,
rage
Elmer,
on
I
it.
was-
it is now against the Twitch, but yeah, that's dangerous
What's against
to
the
do.
Twitch? What can you do?
Drinking for subs
Yeah.
and getting
Oh,
two
for
getting
subs,
two-
but for
subs or
donations you can, right?
shots for
no,
donations.
Oh, you
shots-
can't do that?
Yeah, no, like you can't do shots for
No
money.
drugs for donations down.
Yeah, and anything
That's
anything that
That's dumb.
encourages or incentivizes like self-harm, you can't.
Yeah, and also getting too
Oh,
drunk.
we broke
is-
that one last Friday
Yeah,
then.
yeah, getting
Yeah, Akaroth and I did.
getting too drunk is against TOS.
What is
Dream.
that?
Who
defined
determines
as?
what two drugs?
Yeah.
That's
if it gets reported and the Twitch moderators decide that they didn't like your drunkenness on the stream,
But you
So-
left the stream when you got really.
I should yell at people.
Yeah,
You
I don't
came
even-
back.
See how
But
good-
yeah.
I don't know what happened last week.
No,
But-
it says the most common reason your balls get itchy is poor hygiene and excessive sweating.
Sweaty.
sense.
You get some sweaty
That's
balls.
the most common. It's not the only reason. STDs can do that too.
But anyway, so we did a shot thing. So every 25 minutes, it can be done only 4 times per stream. That way, you guys can't get us completely shit faced, but you can have us take a shot. So, and each person can only do it once per stream. So like if for all 4 shots to be taken, 4 people have to activate it. I put some. You might be like, oh, boo, but it's like I put these regulations in so that we could still be functional. But we got to be a little classy. I put in there. So, but anyway,
Have you ever seen our show?
I know, but I put in there.
Okay, you said classy. I'm just gonna point that out. You said that we were gonna be classy. I just didn't know if you
Yeah,
ever seen the show.
I also
We
put in
can
there.
be classy
I put in there in
here.
parentheses that we probably won't. But
Classy, yeah.
We've been known to class it up occasionally on this show.
But anyway, so yeah, so I've put in some things to use the channel
We're
points
not
up because I know
state
people have been stocking up channel points for a long time. They're like, there's nothing to do with it. Also, I did activate some things. There's like an 8 ball, so you can exclamation point the number 8 ball, and then space, and then ask a question, and it'll give you a RNG generated answer. There's exclamation point roulette space, and then how much you want to bet. There's an exclamation point space or exclamation point slot, like slot machine space. How many points you want to bet. There's a duel. I forget how it is, but there's a way to duel people in the chat somehow. I forget. I think it's like exclamation point duel and then someone's name and then how many points, space in between each. And I don't know if they have to accept it. And then you guys duel each other RNG again, and you can fight for point. You basically put points on the table, and whoever wins gets the point. So there's ways to fuck around.
That seems awfully confusing.
I know. I'm just saying like that's some
I
stuff.
want to try it. I want
that's
to
some-
duel some people. I
that's
want to
some-
duel
I
some
just-
of you fuckers.
I just
What?
tried to duel Dominant. Told me I have 0 points, but I have lots of points.
Maybe they're different ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I just set
be.
it up earlier. It might need some kinks worked out. Yeah, it's
Thank you for all the hard work, Drayden. I know
I'll
you put
figure
minutes
it out.
upon minutes into this.
yeah. I'll figure it out. But anyway, so I'll be adding more stuff later, and there's also more emotes and stuff to put in. Also,
Ackroth heard me.
I submitted a animated emote that hopefully will get approved. It's pending now, so you guys can't use it yet, but I can show you what it looks like though.
Oh, I see. I can wager points.
I can show you what it looks like. Here's
Oh.
the.
That's probably the third best emote I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know what the first and second one are, but that's really close to fucking best.
All right, so yeah, so if they approve this,
I
you'll
love
have this emote to put in the chat if you want. It's the dance emote. So this was, I think this would be about 5 years ago at a midnight strobe blacklight bowling party.
Were you drinking?
Hell yeah. I don't dance unless I don't dance like that when I'm sober. That's me getting my moves on after about 10 cocktails.
I'm not
or
gonna lie.
something.
I'm
Been watching a
I'm
bunch of
turned on right
Ellen,
now,
had a
so-
couple drinks.
Yeah, but
Just let
yeah,
the
so
body take over.
hopefully they'll approve that. That'll get in there.
Better.
I just
But
beat
yeah.
Vlad in a duel.
Oh, it works.
Oh,
It works.
yeah. I mean, we couldn't wager points.
All right,
the points
so-
on duels is kind of fucked up, but yeah, I just beat Vlad in a duel. Take that, Vlad. I love you. Thank you for the hurricanes in Vegas.
But I mean, so
Take that, Vlad.
Tamber put the science thing up. What causes itchy balls? I'm gonna try and answer a lot of these without going to Google. And I did put a disclaimer like I could be completely fucking wrong.
answer as
I already answered.
honestly and as seriously as you can.
Yeah. So I do have a disclaimer like I could be completely wrong, or I might just sometimes I'll have to answer a lot of these with like I don't know that one, but I mean obviously
You know what?
rashes and
Drayden, just give a fake answer but like play it straight. If you
Okay,
don't know
well,
the answer, then just give a fake
I'm gonna try
answer
to be
but play it
actual
straight.
like I'm gonna be trying medical. Obviously
No,
rashes or
No, I'm
fungal
saying if you
infections.
honestly don't know, then just give a fake answer but play it
Right.
straight.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. Also, I mean, sweat could be itchy. Pubic hair getting rustled or moved around
Not
can
medical
be
advice,
itchy.
that's
Now
funny.
you wouldn't have that problem if you used the lawnmower, no, but
Or bathe.
The product placement.
yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of things, I guess. Any kind of growths that might be there, but honestly, I mean, most dudes have itchy balls from time to time, and I think a lot of it's just skin itches. Like, why do you have an itch on your arm once in a while? It just does.
Because I'm filthy.
It's
And
a
it's
side
just-
effect from ball soup
Yeah,
sometimes.
and
It's
it's like if you-
loose skin that's just kind of folding in on itself sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just
The correct answer is ball
You
gravy.
gotta move shit around.
Ball gravy
sometimes.
causes itchiness. I'm
Ball
sorry, it just
soup.
does.
Yeah, I don't know what that. Yeah, it's just like, you know. Honestly, I think like just because is a good answer. For the most often people mention their balls is like it's just because they just do.
It's fun because it's fun to touch them.
There's
That's
no
why.
partic-
That's why. Because they're fun to touch.
No,
I'm sorry.
no, there's no particular like issue or diagnosis. It's just like balls itch, gotta itch them. Plain and simple. It just
I kind of
it
just
fucking
cut mine and
happens.
pretend I'm itching them, but I like the cup.
But anyway, that's the science talk. Thanks to Yepper. Yeah, we'll and I mean that doesn't mean that it excludes all science talk for the rest of the show. That just means like no more like
You
stop.
ruined it.
Like I put that in there as a thing where people could just kind of interject like, hey, 10,000 points, stop what you're doing, let's talk science. Like that was kind of like the thing there.
Baby.
I'm sure there'll be other times where I'm like, well, you know, and get into more science.
Actually.
Well, technically.
Well, technically.
Actually.
Oh yeah, no, that's good stuff.
All right, and then I didn't do a second shot for the one that Akaroth sniped the ability from the viewers. It's supposed to be a viewer thing.
I was trying to
Akaroth.
show people that it was there.
I'm gonna
I
hit
didn't
it
know I was-
too, Drayden.
I didn't know I was
gonna
going to ruin it for
we
people.
were gonna
Don't
tell,
you dare, Dom. I
we
got
were gonna
one
tell
locked and
people it
loaded.
was there. we were about to tell people it was there.
And then
but
they
anyway,
would have paid for it instead of me. Like I was doing it to save them their points so they could use all those great features.
right, but some people they're like, I want to be one to make them take.
Because I get a point modifier. So I
But
get
anyway,
extra points
probably in
anyway.
about 20 more minutes, someone else can do it. So
So think about it,
Somebody
guys.
will.
Plan it out.
14 minutes 20 seconds, but I'm not
All
watching
right, so
or anything.
what do you call it? Like in our history, we've given shots to people who died, so we can do a shot to the actress Anne Heche.
Oh, and hey.
Ahura?
Correct. No.
Oh.
The
No,
crazy
Yeah,
different
chick
one.
from,
they were keeping her on life support to determine if they could harvest her organs because that was her wishes. So yeah, so
You got
Props.
pulled out of Blade because your balls itched? What? Valamore? More
I thought
information,
we were
please.
doing a shot to Anne Hayes.
I am. Ball
Anne
itching,
Heche,
hand
Anne
Heche. She was a good ball itcher.
I thought because I know Ahura, the actress that played Ahura.
We
last week.
toasted her last week.
Yeah.
She was groundbreaking. She was amazing. Amazing person.
I always give props to people that do like organ.
Well, sometimes, Tamber. She was
I do that,
sometimes, sometimes
although-
she wasn't.
Yeah,
It
it's
didn't
just
matter.
kind of like
I don't-
falling off.
I don't know if they'd want my organs, but I definitely am an organ donor. It's like
That's
if
my concern.
if you want them, you can have them. They might be a little rough around the edges.
Manscaped pace reminds me.
Like the science is like showing like terrible lungs and things like that.
Yeah, like I mean, I smoked.
I'm not gonna get put in
I
a
smoked
body.
for 6 years, then I vaped for 5 years. My lungs might not be great. I drink enough that my liver probably isn't great.
The liver is evil and it must be punished. I'm just telling you right
It's
now.
true.
But anyway,
If your liver acted better, you wouldn't have to punish it.
but I mean, some people are like, well, a not great organ is better than a dying one that I have. So you know, hey, if they want it, they can have it.
Don't be talking about stealing organs, Drayden. It's still a sore subject.
Anyway, this is an Eve talk show. We should.
Oh,
It is.
really?
Well, I wanted to make sure that we talked about the channel point stuff. So anyway, now that that's all through, we can get on to
20 minutes later.
Yeah.
Valamore, I'll let Manic describe it later when we talk about the AI art thing, but it is an AI art image behind me. It is
Oh.
done by Far From Pukin. It really did a good job. Goes.
So what happened in ETH this week?
I don't think there's anything really happening
There
except
hasn't
maybe the
been a
community
lot
beat. We could talk about
happening.
that.
I mean,
I'll go through the community beat.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hit the
the
community.
community.
That's usually a good one.
The community beat. There's a link in chat. There's a video on a volcano. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So it looks like they caused earthquakes in Reykjavik. Is that right? Is that
yeah,
there were some earthquakes before.
So this
yeah.
isn't Eve related, but yeah, there are apparently a ton of earthquakes in Iceland.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's
And now the
that makes
volcano is
sense.
active again. I'm not going to try and say this guy's name. Geldinga Gadalir? Yeah.
Gilding Godelier.
Gildan,
purple?
yeah, Gildan Godelier.
So I was just going to
Easy.
ask Darwin,
G-
did it
G13.
affect your guys' ability to work?
Now, this is the same one that erupted before, and it's like the lava flow goes out and away from Reykjavik, so it doesn't have any danger towards the town. It's not a super violent eruption. It's more like the Kilauea one in Hawaii.
So actually, Darwin, I've got an important question for you. Is there any evidence to support the idea that these new eruptions are being caused by CCP drawing extra power from the volcano to do the no downtime experiment?
we
Oh,
doing
you
that
heard
again?
it. You heard it here
Would
first.
you are these? Never mind.
I do
Hard
like
to
that
say,
the video that they posted there, like it's actually a live, like 24-hour stream on YouTube that you could watch it. So like, but you could scroll back through time. So this is like earlier in the day.
I'm just going to point out something Drayden said. Even the tiniest
later in the
volcano is still a volcano.
Right. I mean, it's dangerous if you go near it. Like, look at how hot that shit is. Like, there's a river of lava still going. I mean,
That's liquid.
I bet
hot
I could
magma.
run across it.
that's liquid hot magma.
I could probably do it if I was fast enough, right? I can go pretty fast.
Well, and the thing, like, a lot of people are. Here's the thing I hate in movies when you see like
Darwin.
the fucking Hobbit movie when they're like on the metal shield going down a molten gold like river, or even in Star Wars, like
It was
Yep.
Mithril. That's why I didn't know.
love the
Yeah, it was just
Mandalorian,
special.
but it's like they're in like a
Everyone
metal
knows
like fucking what's the pole boats in like in the Venice, like the
Gondolas.
the little gondola boats going down like the gondola of like molten lava in a metal. But it's like just because you're not technically touching the lava, that shit's like thousands and thousands and thousands of degrees, and it just being near it is going to incinerate you like you're in an
What if
oven.
you have cool air conditioners? You might have really good air
Like,
conditioners on
like
that fucking
it's
gondola.
like just if you get 50
like-
feet from this stuff, you're gonna die. Like
What if
Put a
you
pan on the
Well,
stove?
maybe not
spray
50,
some,
but
yeah, some
it'd
Pam
be
on like
hot
a
50
surface?
feet away, but
No, but the egg still cooks in the pan. Just because it's not directly touching the stove doesn't mean
right, yeah,
shit's not going to get hot.
yeah. That's the thing. It's like
What if
this
it's like a
shit-
catamaran with a big gap in there? It wasn't actually touching
this
the
stuff
hot?
is like
Might work.
You
this
know
stuff
what?
is thousands of
solved it.
degrees Celsius. That's
You hit it.
I solved
Catamaran.
it. Catamaran. There you go. Bam.
Who
Solved
I don't know,
Why would you
Drayden.
do
I've
that?
seen videos of them scooping it up and putting it in buckets. So.
right. Do you see that they're
Well,
This
wearing?
also
isn't
we figured it
Minecraft.
out.
This is
Yeah,
not
but
Minecraft.
are you also seeing that they're wearing like those tinfoil suits?
Well, sure they are, but their tools are fine. I'm just saying, make your shield out of that, and you're good.
Right, but I'm
There
saying
you
like
go.
those
Good-
suits
good
they're
point,
wearing
Aqua.
are like
Yeah, yeah.
massive, like heat reflecting, like insulated, and they're still hot in those, but they're like
Because
But they
it's-
just pour water on
they're
it.
like I'm
Because they're being
uncomfortably
bitchy.
hot instead of dying. Like it lets them get that close. But so I hate it in movies when they're like, well, they're not touching the lava. It's like it doesn't matter. You don't have to touch it. If you're near it, you're fine.
What if they're tiptoeing on top of the gondola? It's just their toes are getting hot then.
Like in The Mandalorian, after he has his magic space armor and he saves that lizard baby and he hangs out with a robot and then they get in the boat.
That's what I say. Yeah, in the Mandalorian, the
Totally blows it for me.
yeah.
Ruined it. Absolutely ruins it.
It's like even before they get in the boat, just standing on the landing in that tunnel, because the tunnel would not. That'd be like an oven. It wouldn't let the heat out. So like,
What
the
if they
heat-
were using the force to keep the Yoda's using the force to keep all the heat away?
Oh, you're right.
There you go. Force
See?
shield.
Yeah.
There's always
Space
a fucking
magic.
there's
Got it.
space magic. There you go. There's always
I like
Drayden, there's a logical explanation for all of this.
Oh,
space magic.
Space magic
Well,
and
space magic.
mithril.
Mithril, yeah.
but it wasn't a mithril shield. It was just
The
a fucking
one you
metal
first one you
shield.
described.
imagine-
We can just pretend it was a
Also, I'm gonna
mithril
go to the
shield.
night. I'm gonna go to the night shots of this volcano because it's fucking sweet.
Okay, well we can move on while you're doing that.
If
Tolkien told us it
volcanoes-
worked that way.
If volcano, never mind. Fuck, I keep trying to come up with a joke and it's not working.
I get it. It's funny.
You're doing
Let's
a great
move-
job.
Let's
though.
move on. Thank you.
This is the next.
Yeah.
The next item pisses me off a little bit. I'm just gonna not gonna lie.
AI generated art. Okay.
Oh,
Now, oh my god. Okay.
How has this been the rage this summer? I just heard
This-
about it last weekend.
You guys,
I never heard about it in my
It is
life.
the summer
It's
though.
blowing up
this
right
isn't. This is like, okay, it's art made by a computer. Big deal. It's
It is a big deal. What do you
no, because it's no human painted this. Nobody, no
No.
person made these images. This isn't art. This is an algorithm searching for Google images and mashing them all
I
together.
was just gonna say that this is a Google image search with a soft focus on it.
like
Yeah.
big
Hey,
deal.
convict.
So that picture I've got posted on the stream right now was created by Midjourney. Just that way.
Yeah, Midjourney. Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
say,
good.
what did they punch in to
Congratula-
get a picture like that?
Congratulations, computer.
Dominarch, Celestial, and photorealistic. That's it.
Yeah, Convict. I think that this is a live one, and I just put it up to live. So this is the one that's the link that's in the community.
I just want to point out that I actually think the AI art thing is really cool, and I'm just being ironic.
I was gonna say because
I
I
assume
think I
that was
watched the
clear.
stream of
I
you earlier.
Fucking
on
love
it, yeah.
this
It's
Mid-Journey tool. God, can we just talk about this for the rest of the stream, please?
I think it's fantastic. It's
No,
it's really
okay,
I mean,
so
it's Eve
let's-
related now.
Let's talk. Yeah, let's talk about AI Eve art.
I do have a question for you, Manic. Where did you hear about it? Where? Because you kind of introduced it to us last
Okay,
weekend.
it's
To me,
it's
anyway.
such a-
Manic
it's
is
such
where
a
I heard it from.
roundabout fucking thing. So I'm a big fan. If anybody remembers the band Eve 6 from
Sure.
like the
Is
mid
that
to
the
late
Heart in the
90s,
Blender? Did they do
Inside
that?
Out, the Heart in the
Oh,
Blender song.
right,
That's
right.
those guys.
I'm thinking
Um,
Eiffel. Something.
So I'm a big fan of them, and I follow the front man Max Collins on Twitter, and he's got his own like advice column now. I think it's on Medium.com or something, but I never really read it. But earlier, or not this week, a couple of weeks ago, I just randomly clicked on one of the links that he posted in Twitter, just to check out his advice column, what it was like, and like in the middle of the advice column was this striking image of his face with like an American flag behind it or something, and like one half of him was in a suit and sunglasses, and the other half was very casual and kind of like ruffled up. But the subtitle under the image was like that said, "This image made by Mid-Journey," or the Mid-Journey AI. But it looked like a photograph or like something you'd see in a magazine. So I'm like, an AI did this? So I start looking into Mid-Journey, and the rest is history. So that's how I found it.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I love a lot of the pictures that come out of it. Now, the one thing about these ones, so these are, who was it by? Vitor.
Vitor.
Yeah, so these one, it said that he put a screenshot, so it doesn't have to
Yeah.
be text. You can actually put screenshots in it. It'll tweak it.
the bot works two ways. You can either tell it like with text, you describe the image you want it to output. But you can also provide image prompts. So you take an image, like a screenshot from EVE Online, upload that to Imager.com, take the URL of that image, and then feed that to the bot as your input. So the bot will then load that image and build something off of what it
Can you
sees in that image.
direct how it affects it with text? Like, I want you to do this kind of a twist on this image
So
or something.
I honestly haven't played much with the image prompts, but I believe you can. I believe you
cool.
can tell it to look at an image and then weight certain properties more heavily in its algorithm. So you tell it give like the lumination of the image. You can give that a weight of 1, which I think the default weight for everything is like 0.25. So if you tell it to look at the image and say weight the lumination of this image a bit heavier in the output, so it will produce a brighter, more vibrant image.
It's so intricate.
It's honest. There's been a few of these art AIs over the
I've
last
heard of some of the
couple years.
earlier
There's
ones, like, you know,
Dolly.
5-10 years ago. There was like the one, but they would just
Dolly-
like do like more horror.
Dolly was like really popular a few months back. I think last year Dolly was like everywhere. But what that would do, it would almost like Dolly was like taking stock photos and stitching them together to create an image. This seems like it is painting straight up out of nothing. It's because
Yeah,
you
it's
can
incredible.
get so specific in your prompts, and it really does feel like the bot knows what you want. It's crazy.
So I would love to know what the parameters they put in to get those images. Be interesting to
Well,
see
they
what
put
They
the
well, I
kind
think
of
he
like
just
tags,
fed
wouldn't it
them. I think he just fed the Abyssal Dead Space screenshots. That's what came
yeah. I'm
out.
trying to think like
of
what
this.
ships. So the one on the bottom left there, or on the left that you guys should see, is that like a Roke? Like,
Oh, I didn't know you could put screenshots in there.
yeah, you
I
can put
didn't realize
screenshots.
that.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
I
yeah.
missed-
I
I
think the
missed
one-
that part. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
you
the
can
one on the
feed
left
it.
looks-
You can feed it images.
yeah, the one on the left looks a lot like a Roke to me. The one on the right, I'm not sure.
But that doesn't mean that a Roke was in Abyssal Dead
Right,
Space.
right.
Like it's just kind of it's interpreting what.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
it looks
Just cool
roguish.
shit.
But these just occurred to me. These would make great
That
phone
looks like a
wall,
widow or
like phone wallpapers for your phone, like the backgrounds.
Yeah.
These,
Oh, they're
these
the
would
right.
be
Yeah, they're
perfect
right.
for that.
Not dimensions. Or
They're the right
aspects, yeah.
aspect ratio, but like a lot of the what's happening in the images is more in like the bottom half or the bottom 2/3. So like the area at the top is perfect for like date and time. Yeah, these would make great phone wallpapers.
So, Manic,
that's
do you
right.
know the answer to what is the legality of using these once you create one? Do you own it, or can you use it any way you want to, or is there rules on that?
So as far as so I'm on one of their paid tiers. They have a few paid tiers because you're buying their GPU time to use the bot. And I think on the paid tiers you have free commercial license to use your images however you want. I think if you're just on a free account, which only lets you a free account only gives you a few GPU minutes a month. So I think if you're on a free account, you don't have the rights to what you create. But,
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I know like I'm already following a bunch of these Mid-Journey artists on Instagram and whatnot. I'm totally getting involved in it.
Skyhawk. You guys
so-
gotta let the chat
What?
actually use those. You guys are like,
He's been watching it like a time.
So I wanted to use this one for a very special reason.
okay.
Today,
But here's the thing.
today. Oh, sorry.
I'm saying you're on the panel. If you want to call a shot, you could just call a shot. This is meant for the chat. The chat that aren't vocally on the panel to like make us take a shot when they want us to.
This is the last
rules
one.
were
I just
unclear.
wanted to double check to make sure, like after Akraf said that they knew how to use them. I just want to take a shot though because it is 69 days to Eve Vegas.
Nice.
Nice.
I mean, that's a good shot, but I'm just saying, like, that you could just be like, hey, let's take a shot for 69 days in Vegas. You don't have to use. But
I have
anyway.
so many points from when I
too.
was
I
still
know,
a viewer.
I know, but.
Hey, folks.
Hey,
oh, Darwin, what's up?
I happen to have
Darwin?
some technical knowledge about how these AI
Oh God, please.
image generation
Oh.
systems work,
What do you know?
and I thought you might be
What do you
interested.
know?
See, this
speaking-
is the science talk that we need.
Speaking only for myself, I'm not even working at CCP right now because I'm on parental leave.
Oh, we should get
So
convict in
don't-
here
They
too.
fired
Like,
you?
can we get 2
No.
CCPs in here?
He's pretty lame.
So they fired him.
Jesus,
goes the
that's
art
terrible.
department.
There goes the art department.
Yeah, so this this image generation stuff all kind of feeds back to a lot of research that was done, I don't know, going as far as like 15 years back about using neural networks for image memory. And so what they would do is they'd feed in a bunch of images and they'd try to set it up so that when you fed part of an image back in, you'd get it reconstructed. And these systems required the ability to do something that was a little bit analogous to dreaming, where they would feed in random inputs and just cycle the outputs back into the inputs over and over again.
Ooh.
And this was, it turns out that this was an effective technique for keeping images that these things were trying to remember separate from each other. But it also means that if you feed in various other kinds of inputs, you can get stuff out that is that synthesizes all of the stuff it's ever seen, basically. And so what they've done with these new systems is with these text inputs, they have images that are associated with text, and it's like millions of images that are all kind of together forming a unified impression of what a particular text cue means. So in that sense, it's a little bit like human memory, where someone might say some words and it might evoke an image to you, but that image doesn't correspond to anything you've ever actually seen. It's like a synthesis of everything you've ever seen. So it's not, in that sense, stitching images together or pieces of images, but instead it's making things that are entirely synthetic that don't correspond to any of the individual inputs. And that's one reason it's really cool. Now, a lot of people are raising a lot of copyright questions like, oh, if they used my image as an input, does that mean that I might have some right to outputs that kind of resemble my thing? And at least in the US, if something is what they call a transformative work, that is to say it takes a work and turns it into something unrecognizable, then that's not a copyright
Considered
violation.
fair use. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a little bit about how those things work. I know it's a little bit evocative rather than
That
mathematical,
God,
but
seriously, can we just talk about this for the rest of the show, you guys,
fucking cool.
please?
Yeah.
We can talk more.
No, I'm
That's
joking.
really
I'm
fucking
joking.
interesting.
It's fucking fascinating. Like you like you said, it's not
Whoever
stitching
this-
things together like other bots have.
Oh,
but
No,
anyway,
Oh,
that's the
sorry.
reason that a lot of the outputs of these things look kind of dreamlike in a weird way, because in a sense it's kind of making images the same way your dreams do. And
as you were describing it, that's what I was thinking. Like that's not too different from how our brains actually work.
Yeah,
I
and-
pointed out to you, Manic, earlier that this seems to me like one step closer to actual, I put it in quotes, working AI. Like, you mean, be able to take this kind of
And-
algorithm and move it
Yeah,
towards other things.
I was
'cause it
kind of
seems
thinking
to be
about
working,
like
right? Yeah.
if we can't tell the difference between a piece of art made by AI and a piece of art made by a human, if we can't tell the difference between the two, is there really a difference?
well, I made this comment on Twitter, but I'm going to share it again here, which Manic, I know you saw it. That the difference between what these systems do and what a human artist does is that a human artist, you can art direct, and you can say, oh, I want it to be specifically different in this specific way. This thing will never do that for you. It'll make some other thing that looks pretty
So
much random, and
It's always an approximation.
yeah, and you're just hoping it takes you in a direction you want to go. So in that sense, it's unlikely in its current form to ever replace like a human artist, but it can produce a lot of really cool stuff.
I
yeah,
love
I mean,
this.
like the one I got put up here. That's the next picture down. That I was, oh, like God.
That
Look at
legit
this.
looks like a piece of Eve concept art. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
seriously.
That's beautiful.
It's absolutely.
Yeah,
That doesn't
incredible.
mean your art department could fucking start slacking off.
I mean, it's
I'm
just.
saying.
I'm hearing from
It's like you got this nebulous, like solar storm thing that this ship is. It's like it's in a storm, just running through the waves, but it's coming down. But it has all these like escort things around. This is like some dystopian, futuristic, not steampunk, but like it almost has like a Victorian vibe to it. But
It's futuristic.
futuristic
but-
Victorian.
Well, it's futuristic and ancient at the same
yeah,
time.
it's fucking amazing. It's just like I love stuff like that. That I mean, the ones above it are great. They look awesome. But like this one, of all the ones on the community beat page, this is like chef's kiss to this one.
yeah, I'm
yeah,
hearing
40K
from friends
vibes.
who
Yeah, I
are-
agree. 40K vibes. Like it doesn't
elsewhere.
have the like cathedral spires.
Let
on
Darwin
it, but
talk. I
close.
know.
Oh, sorry,
I know what he's going to say, and I want to hear it.
I'm hearing from friends who are elsewhere in the entertainment business that people are starting to use this stuff as like an input to concept art, but it's it's limited in what you can do with. Anyway, I'm going to sign off, but I just thought I'd share.
Yeah, I was just
We
saying.
appreciate it,
I
Darwin.
hear
Thank
baby
you very much.
Darwin
Thank you so
waking
much,
up or something.
Darwin.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah. Okay.
We always
Seriously,
love
I don't want to spend the whole show talking about this. I would love to, but I know we can't. So
That's the
I-
after show. That's okay.
I just want to say this is an awesome tool. It's great to see it in the community beat. I actually, one of the first things I did with this was to input the description of a Fedo from the Eve wiki into Midjourney, and it outputted some very disgusting and grotesque images. But it looks accurate. Like it could be what a Fedo might actually look like. So yeah, I want everybody to know about this tool and give it a shot. It really is. It's fucking addicting.
So how do you?
think
So you were in the. So I thought it was a thing you had to download. So it's just you just go into the Discord and use it.
It's all run through Discord. So your Midjourney account is tied to your Discord account.
Okay.
So yeah, if
And they just
if I-
joined the Discord. And so you were using the bot, I saw.
Yeah, so they have the bot in the official Midjourney Discord. You can use the bot in there, but you can also invite the bot to your own private Discord if you want to.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we could bring it into open cons if we want.
Ooh, dude, do we do like a mid-journey? Now, would it, if anyone used it, would it run on someone's specific account's CPU,
No, you need
or would it run on the user that like prompted it to?
it's
act?
it's per user.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I would say we should make a.
Make it.
We should
can make it.
We should make a mid-journey channel.
Yeah. Okay. I did it on my own server, so I'll do
Sweet.
it on open
Yeah,
cons.
that'd be great. I think that'd be fun as well.
Convict, what are you talking about? Legendary encounters the Matrix? That's not part of Matrix canon. Is this extended universe
What is legendary count?
bullshit? I don't know. What are you talking about, Convict?
No troll.
No
He's
troll? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Legendary encounters. Listen, I know my Matrix trivia, okay? Don't tell me something
Wait, no.
exists.
Oh, it's a
when it
comic
doesn't.
book. Legendary encounters
Oh,
that protect
get
card.
outta
It's a
here.
card game. It's a card game.
Wait.
You found your
okay.
weak spot.
Wait, hold
Found
on.
your weak
Wait
spot.
a minute. Wait a minute.
Downloading a new game.
Wait, did
Yep.
Magic the Gathering have a Matrix? Oh, dude, Magic. So here's the thing: Magic the Gathering. I stopped playing a long time ago, but I have a lot of friends that I have a friend that owns a gaming shop, and so I still hear a lot of stuff about Magic and stuff. They've been doing a lot of like alternate universe. Like, so they did a what did they just do? They did like their newest set, I think, is like D&D incorporated. So it's basically D&D characters and universe in Magic. And they did one before that, and I think coming up they're going to be doing 40K, like Warhammer 40K Magic. So they're kind of doing like what do they call crossovers? Yeah, crossovers. So I don't know. Matrix Magic
So-
the Gathering.
We were literally talking
That's
about
not
this
the newest
before
set? Oh,
the
okay.
show.
I'm wrong then.
How like
They
I'm,
did do one though.
I'm breaking up with the Matrix ever since Resurrections. I'm breaking up with the Matrix. So I don't know, man, but I'll look into the card game. Thank you, Convict, for telling me about this. I honestly had no idea that this was a thing. So I'll look into it. Once it actually launches, they said the end of the article says there's no release date or retail price, but I'd be interested to look at it. They say instead of using stills from the movie, the art in Legendary Encounters the Matrix are hand-drawn cartoons. So wait, when I think cartoon, I'm thinking like if I don't know, when I think of like hand-drawn Matrix stuff, I'm thinking it would have an anime aesthetic. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Personal preference. I don't know. I will take a look at this just to see what it's like.
All right, and then now back to Community Beat.
Now back to Eve.
Albie?
So after the AI art, there's a developer corner with CCP Psych and CCP Aurora, in which
And
they had a faction warfare sort of
and
Q&A.
Convict.
And Convict was there too, but he was like the host of it, I guess.
I don't
Or
care.
the
I'm giving him
moderator,
credit.
if you will.
I am
the
super
MC.
excited about this stuff. Thank you very much, guys.
Honestly,
Yeah.
if it all works out how they want it to, the faction warfare stuff sounds really cool. I'm
Hell yes.
honestly really excited to see how it's like the support system or something where you can support the faction without actually fighting in battles, but you can maybe set up propaganda structures or salvage enemy wrecks. Like there's other ways to contribute.
Fill orders for stuff. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
this is a
there's-
great way to go. It's just
that's
a fucking
really
good step in the right direction.
That's really fucking cool. I hope that all works out. I really do.
So, Convict, please convey that some people are happy about this. I don't care what other people say. I think it's a right step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good buzz about the faction warfare stuff.
The same old people who bitch about everything, bitch about this, but you know what? They bitch about everything, so I don't fucking care.
I've bitched about plenty before, but I'll call out a good idea when I see it.
But you know what I'm
There's a
talking
link
about,
to
Manic.
the,
You're not one of the people who bitch about everything, right? You don't. Some people just, oh, there's nothing good. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck off.
Oh, so there's
Open
the
your
VOD.
eyes.
Cool. I was able to catch some of it, but I wasn't able to see the whole thing.
I just wanted to say thank you. So there you go.
Doing a hell of a job. Eve meetups are back on the menu. Meets are back on the menu, it says.
Meats are on the menu.
You can find it all in
Meats
the
are always on the menu.
Eve Glasgow is this weekend. They have a Discord server. I don't know. Let me get you a link to that Discord server just in case you're in the Glasgow. And then there's Eve Northeast, Eve Vienna is all coming up.
And London, you missed that one?
London, yeah, I missed that one.
Definitely.
I believe
if you-
there's an
a real
Eve
place?
Denver.
So I
next
don't
weekend.
expect I don't expect many EU people for the most part to be watching right now. But if anyone happens to watch the VOD, highly recommend attending Vienna. The people that are running that are actually in my alliance, and I'm friends with them. Really awesome people. Last year was the first year that they did it. They're super excited to be doing it for another year. So definitely recommend that for our Central European people.
When you say in your alliance, do you mean your underlings now that you're in charge of everything?
I mean, yes, also that.
Okay, just making sure. Let's be clear.
It was implied when he said my alliance. Yeah.
Also,
there's
69
meetups.
days to Vegas.
Right. Meetups are back on the menu. There's those ones we just talked about. They all have links. Go to the community beat, check it out. Sharks versus Bears. Interested in dipping your toes in the
Let's say
PvP
Bears.
waters?
I thought it was
Or
the
are you
Sharks
more-
versus the Jets.
I don't know. No,
You
that's
got to be
hockey.
cool, boy.
Oh, maybe that's something else.
We're doing it's a West Side
Yeah,
reference.
if you're
Come
a jet,
on.
you're
Oh,
a jet
see,
to the. Yeah.
You can see the difference between you and I.
Am
You
I
went
the
to-
only
you went to
fan of Broadway musicals
went-
around
No,
here?
no, no. I like that one too.
Never seen West Side Story.
Neither have
good.
I.
Was it, if
One
you're a
with the
jet, you're a
snapping?
jet from the first.
Yeah, I think it's where the kids
Something,
snap a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sharks versus
I
the
know-
Jets.
It's
not the
you
one where everybody has
uncultured
AIDS, right?
swine.
That one's Rent.
Sorry.
Rent is good too.
I just remember the South Park thing. Everybody's
okay,
got
so-
AIDS.
Everyone has AIDS.
Sharks versus Bears has you covered next weekend on 20 August. Sharks
Brother,
versus Bears
your
is
sister.
hosting a T1 frigate PvP tournament with billions of ISKN prizes. This is
Okay.
open to all levels of experience and a great way to introduce yourself to PvP. Drawing inspiration from Red versus Blue, Sharks versus Bears aims to bring the content to your doorstep. If you're interested in this event or future events, hop on their Discord server to stay in the loop.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just a
that sounds
quick
pretty
question:
cool.
does anybody know? Is this the one that Jin Tan's doing? So, because apparently he's doing a.
I think he is doing something, isn't he?
Yeah, this may be the one. I didn't go to the Discord.
Oh,
so-
Jin?
Yeah,
Yeah,
was
Jin
supposed to be
Tan's trying to
setting up a-
organize his
Yeah,
own
we
little
Rain was on last week, and she mentioned something about it. I don't know when it is, but yeah, he's doing like a tournament type thing.
We probably should look and see.
I don't know if this is it or not. And
At-
lastly, in the
At
community,
Rain,
there's an
help!
Eve video. It's called "The Death of the Anchored Fleet" by
Whoa.
Tidebringer 1. Eve has a rich history of video making even before YouTube existed. Okay, yeah, blah blah. Pilots nowadays continue to live up to and often exceed the sky-high expectations Eve players have come to expect. Check out this video from Amelia Duskbase entitled Tidebringer, where he films various fights and 30 to 40 personal skirmishes from the FC's perspective. Even better, the fleet comp they're flying includes the Edencom Stormbringer, cleaving its way through enemies. So if you want to see some cool Stormbringer action, go check out.
It's interesting because
Name?
it's not a ship you normally hear
Right?
people flying, right? It's
Yeah.
like the idea of the chain lightning guns was cool, but I think in effect they were a lot less effective than
They were underwhelming. Yeah.
they were pretty underwhelming compared to what people. I mean, upon first hearing that they were going to work like that, I was one of the ones like, oh, dude, I bet this is going to be great in large fleets because it's going to fuck up the Logi broadcasting and all that. And I thought it was going to cause so much disruption that people, like the Need Reps broadcast would just spam the Logi and they wouldn't effectively be able to find out who the actual primary is. But in practice, it didn't work out like that. They just kind of were not
Yeah, it seemed like
effective.
in fear of them being too overpowered, they definitely Made
But
them
maybe in a
hard.
small game, I don't know. Maybe in a small game fleet situation, maybe they actually just
Isn't-
spread out enough damage that it works. Because I mean,
Isn't
in
the
fleets of like,
price too high on these? Like,
I don't know.
you have to do certain stuff to get.
What are you, space poor?
Stormbringer. Yeah, I am. All right. I
Stop
am.
being poor, LB.
Could be a space poor.
Give up,
But,
give
yeah,
up
I
the
mean-
Starbucks and avocado toast for once.
I'm just saying, like, if you're
Good
flying
lord,
around in
dude.
like a fleet of like 20 people, you probably 20 or 30 people, you probably are only sitting around with like 2 to 5 Logi. So maybe the chain lightning is enough to, like, regardless of whether they know who the primary is or not, like, it might just be enough spread damage that they can't hold out against that. So
I don't think.
How
that's
far
right.
does it chain out? Is it like a 5 kilometer radius from whatever you're?
I
Or is it 10?
it was not
it chained
10.
by ship size?
I don't think it was 10. I think it was like, I thought it was less than. I thought it was like 2, but it's probably 5. 5 from each target. So when it bounced to the next one, it's 5 from
Valmer
them, then
saying
5
10.
from them, then 5. Is it
No, it says
10?
10.
Oh, okay.
And is
Well,
there?
I've
was
never
there-
flown them. Yeah.
But
so,
was there a total number of targets too, or was it just the 10?
It's like 4. I want to say it bounces 4 times, but I'm also not. Val would probably know that answer too.
So if it bounces 4 times, what it should have done is each time it should have been 50% more damage. So
Yeah,
the last one just
it's
gets smoked.
Just get wrecked.
it might be 5, but I think it's 4 bounces. It's 5. Okay, it's 5. Is it 5 total? Like 5 including the person it hits? Because I'm thinking like 4 bounce. So person hits plus 4 bounces is 5 total. Is that what that is? Or again, I've never flown a Edencom ship, so I don't know.
I
if the
think
actual...
I think people figured it out pretty quick though. Where like if you just spread out enough, then it wouldn't chain, right? Or if you brawled, then you'd be chaining into yourself.
Yeah, it might be 4. I thought it was 4 spreads, so 5 total targets hit, including the original target. But I always like to like separate them out because like the original target's taking a big chunk of damage, and then the chain lightning's very much reduced damage. So
Be right back.
Are you talking to us, Dom? Because you're not coming through.
yeah, you're muted, Dom. We don't hear you.
Your mouth's moving, but nothing's.
No,
moving.
I think I probably
Oh,
touched something
Nope.
else.
Now you're doing it. Did you push?
Got to touch
Whatever
the
I
button.
said was super profound,
What
but
are
I'm
you
not
touching?
sharing it
You
again.
forgot about Dre.
I mean,
You touched
that's
it.
what we get.
No, it was fucking life changing. Probably would have saved most everything, but you don't get it now.
Maybe next week.
Maybe next week. Yeah, maybe.
All right, I'm gonna mix another drink.
That's
Hey.
pretty much it for Community Beat. There's again, we put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat again just in case you missed it when I put it in.
I like Community Beat. I think it's. A
Did
good
we
thing to keep
establish-
doing
Did we establish if we beat Star Citizen people on Legos or not? Was there a definitive answer, or like, is there a definitive way to like one
it.
side wins
Oh,
or
I
the
don't
other?
know. Good question.
I don't think they crowned a
Announced it
winner.
yet?
I
Yeah.
think each game crowned like the top 3, and then the winner was just the friends we made along the way.
Gotcha.
Because it was all for charity, right?
I guess so. I just wanted to.
And
rub it in
bragging
their
rights.
face.
I'd like to brag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's just say we won. Fuck it.
I'm on board. We won.
Create the
We're pretty
narrative.
much better at everything we do. I mean, that makes sense, right?
What did we win?
Everything.
The brick
That's the good thing.
Lego competition.
Oh,
We
yeah.
bricked the competition, Seba.
We
There, I
bricked
see what you
them.
did
I
there.
like that.
Yeah. Fuck those vaporware nerds.
Vapor.
Start another Kickstarter, you fucking losers.
Yeah. Make another.
put out an actual game, you fucking losers.
Make another venture. Why don't you?
Yeah, that's the thing, is they're not brave enough to put out a game that can fail across 20 years like CCP is.
They automatically lose.
If
right?
it goes 20 years, would you call it a fail though?
No, they're too scared to put out a game because it'll fail.
I mean, anything can fail eventually, right? Like, if you don't intend it to.
Oh, I misinterpreted what you were saying. I was like, I don't know if I'd call it a fail. I think.
Well, we say hi to Baby Darwin.
Yeah, I was saying like
I read the chat sometimes.
when Darwin was on here, you could hear Baby Darwin.
I could hear him a little bit.
Yeah, you
in
could
the
hear him
background,
piping up a little bit.
So I see there's the Summer of Streams in August. Anybody?
They're continuing the summer streams. It's been
Continuing
going
Summer
on for a while.
Streams. Yeah. Here we go. So we got the Siege Green one coming up. Eve Evolved. Status of the First Arc. Narrative driven. Those are all this month. And then Manic, are you going to be streaming something for us? Are you part of this? Aren't you part of
What?
Streamfleet?
What?
Aren't you part of Streamfleet? Do you not do that anymore?
I kinda.
He
Yeah.
doesn't, he doesn't play this game.
What are you talking? What are you?
Summer
what are you
of
referring to?
Streams in August, baby. Are you
No,
not
that's
part
a
of
CCP thing.
it? Well, you could probably help them.
They, nobody's asked me, so no, I'm not. I'm not helping.
Someone
Do
asked
you have a
him real
link
quick.
to the schedule, Dom?
I do.
The
Oh,
wait,
sure.
so you guys
Sure,
finished the
Gus?
beat? Did we? So you guys already covered the meetups and the.
We did.
Yeah, we
The
did.
fact-
You were
Fair
here.
stream.
You
I
were
was here
here
for
for that.
You participated.
I was
the
talking in
conversation.
You
Chat.
participated in it.
Well, I was talking with people about Magic the Gathering in chat.
It's a good thing the leader of the stream pays attention.
I was sitting
love
there
it.
It's a good
pouring.
thing.
I
It's a
was,
good thing LB's paying attention.
I was pouring my heart and soul out about this deck I made, and then like I was like, oh, I put a whole paragraph out, and then Convict's like, nerd.
We all wrote it. We all read it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the stream stuff. It's pretty fun. I don't do it, but I like watching it.
So we've got.
Cool.
Okay, so we did the retrospective on the Siege Green update. That's next week.
Next week, yep. Oh no, that'd be
Eight-
technically this week.
8/14.
'cause it's 8th through the 14th.
Yeah,
Today's
it should be this
11th,
weekend.
12th. Yeah.
Do they do it on the
Okay,
weekends?
Sunday.
It says Oh, there we
Sunday.
go. Yeah.
Sunday.
There you go. Something to do after church.
Yeah. When you get home from church, tune in to the retrospective on the Siege Green update. Which one was Siege Green?
the one where
Lowered
they,
structure
uh,
HP and timers
yeah,
for
there you go.
medium
Yeah, changed the
structure.
timers and took away a timer.
Oh,
Actually, I don't know if
okay.
it lowered their HP. I think they took away a
Wait,
timer.
that was also when capital production
Yeah.
became feasible
They
again
changed.
as well.
They changed the capital blueprints to use less of those temperature
That's
control
right.
thingamajiggers.
Yep.
Less dumb water.
They took away the damage cap on the shields for medium structures, and they took away the hull timer or the armor timer. One of those two timers. So you only end up with two timers.
You have a
on
shield
Master
timer, and
Race.
then you have a combined hull armor timer. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
yeah.
on.
Hold on.
I'm-
Wait a minute.
Hold
Wait,
up.
hold the
Wait
fucking-
a second.
Hold the phone.
the fucking phone.
Just
Wait,
wait a
no.
goddamn minute.
I was trying to go for a buzzer. Where's my buzzer? Fuck it. Okay. Week 3, 15th through the 21st of August. Eve Evolved, Eve's UI, past, present, and future. Dev blog.
Yes.
Yeah, we hadn't got to that one yet. We were
Why-
still talking about Siege Green.
Why is a dev blog on the Summer of Streams schedule? That's not a stream.
They're gonna read it on the summer streams. They're just gonna read.
They're just going to
Probably
read the
gonna
dev
talk about
blog.
it on the
They're just
stream,
going to do a
It's
live
super exciting
reading
stuff. Yeah,
of the dev blog. They'll take 5 minutes to do a
and they're
live
gonna
reading.
shake their papers, you know,
Yeah.
before they do
They're
it.
gonna get
Okay.
CCP monotone is gonna get on the stream.
Well,
Read
okay. It
all
doesn't
15 pages of the dev blog.
It doesn't say.
Can we
I
actually
figured
get
there
CCP
it
monotone?
would say something like live Q&A or something.
Well,
like that,
here's
but
the thing.
It just
You're
says
not
dev
wrong.
blog, so I'm confused.
And the other
Well,
ones
if
all say
you-
CCP TV stream. So you're right. Maybe
they,
that's
they
weird,
all
yeah.
say CCP TV stream except that one.
I want CCP
What the
monotone
hell,
to be a thing now.
CCP?
Like,
You're fucking
can,
with
can
us.
we get a text to speech program, like specific
Maybe-
voice called CCP monotone?
Maybe they're
Well-
gonna let players read the dev blog, and that's why it's not on the CCP.
Is it gonna be
Like,
like a class where they have you like read like each
Yeah,
person reads like
every-
like 2 pages and it
Yeah,
sounds like
yeah.
and
Group
then
reading.
the thing went
The one, yeah,
over
the one
here.
kid in class who couldn't
It
read.
it was a dark
that's-
and stormy night.
That's where we found
It's
out
like
that
it's like they're reading.
Oh
stereo
no!
instructions.
He
Potato.
exclaimed.
Potato. It says potato. Okay.
Potato. Okay.
that's
How
where
do-
we found out I'd never seen the word hors d'oeuvres written before.
Horse to overs.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Hordivores. I
Hordivore-
like the hordivores. They're good.
No,
Freshman year
I
of
think
English.
I think the
Divorce
worst.
fucking great.
I think the worst thing I ever did was like, because I've never seen it spelled. I've heard the word a bunch, but I'd never seen it spelled until I was in high school. I was like, Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
Oh wow.
Wow, I did not get Chihuahua out of that either. I was
Yeah,
like,
I was like,
Chihuahua.
the
what the
Chihuahua,
fuck?
and they're like,
I-
that's Chihuahua. I'm like,
I once had a girlfriend ask me what a thermometer was.
A thermometer? You know.
Those are.
Oh, I
fun
swear to God,
pronunciations.
I think we were playing Trivial Pursuit too. She's like, "What's a thermometer?" I'm like, "You mean thermometer?" What the-
well, I mean, like, technically,
Not incorrect.
Thermo meaning heat.
yeah,
and
not the way you pronounce
meter,
it.
meter
Measure.
meaning like measure. Yeah,
Thermometer.
thermometer
Yes.
Why?
makes
Wait a minute.
sense.
Why do
Honey-
we call it a thermometer?
Because
Bring me the
it's
thermometer.
we're
I
dumb
think one of the
Americans.
kids has a feather.
Thermometer sounds so much better than
thermometer.
thermometer.
I think is more accurate. technically.
Unfortunately for
lazy.
her, she didn't understand the word thermo or meter.
Well,
Honestly, Manic,
no,
it
I-
sounds like an Americanization.
No, yeah, no. I
No,
think thermometer is more
does.
accurate technically on the pronunciation side. Now, I don't think it is, but I'm saying like you would think that that's more accurate, but it just became
think
thermometer because it just
For a real
it
answer,
flows.
we need
It
someone
flows
from
easy.
the UK.
It flows
Well,
easier.
Someone from the UK could tell us how thermometer is pronounced. That would be the.
That
That's
would
like
be
the definitive.
necessary. I agree.
What I'm saying is thermometer. That the saying those two words as they actually are sounds that like that describes what the tool is. Thermometer
Yeah.
sounds like the fake word. Now oh my god, my brain is like
Manic's melting.
You should have
I'm
never
melting.
gone
Yeah,
down
Ox-
this path.
According to the
melting.
Oxford
I
Dictionary,
think
it is
we sh-
thermometer.
I think
Yeah.
we should pronounce it thermometer.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Start a campaign.
'cause it's
From
like-
henceforth,
I'm gonna
I will
start-
refer to it.
I'm gonna start
When
a
you look at the-
change.org campaign.
Now I don't know if it's Greek roots or Latin roots because like our language is kind of a mix of both. But yeah, if you look at the roots individually, it's thermo and meter. So it should be thermometer, but it's
Why don't we call it a
thermometer.
thermometer?
Why isn't it a barometer?
And we call it a barometer.
It's barometer. It's a
Bar-
barometer.
should be a
It measures
barometer,
the
same thing, right?
barometric.
It measures bars.
It
measures
measures,
bars.
it measures the
Barometer.
barometric pressure. The barometric
Yeah,
It's
Pressure-
measured in bars.
No, the barometric pressure was discovered in 1978 by Dr. Barrow. I'm
I don't
joking.
think that's true.
I was like, either
You
you
had me. You
just
had
read
me.
this,
Way
either
too
you just
recent.
read this, or you're just like, oh man, dude, props to you. Look at you going on
I
science.
was like,
hour.
keep going, keep going.
I had to wait for somebody to stop me.
I was gonna let you go. I wanted to see where that was going.
I'm glad you
No,
knew.
I think I'm going to start pronouncing it thermometer.
A thermometer sounds like something that Han would ask Chewie for to fix them.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
going to say,
Warcraft.
I used to game with a guy whose girlfriend thought Han Solo's name was Hans Olo.
At least it wasn't Han. I hated that.
Han Solo.
Han.
Yeah.
It's like it's not Han. It's Han. And the funny thing is, like on the set, people were asking, like, is it Han or Han? Like I remember an interview with Mark Hamill. He was like, is it Han or Han? And they're like, George Lucas was like, whatever, just say whatever you want. And that's probably why Lucas, like everyone else, is like Han. Because like, oh, it looks like Han. But
Well,
then you have Lando who's like Han, and it's
in-
just like he just stuck with
in
it.
some
so.
of the behind the scenes footage from the Phantom Menace, you will see cast members and crew. They will say Coruscant and Coruscant, like they'll
Oh, weird.
say them interchangeably.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, nobody knows how any of this shit is pronounced.
It was kind of
It's
like
almost
just
like it's all fake.
it was like a hodgepodge thing, and I don't think they had like much of a continuity person there. But
Mm-hmm.
It was the go-go 70s.
yeah, anyway,
People played things fucking, real
They were
loose
living
back then,
fast and loose.
yeah. Fast and loose, exactly.
oh, who's dueling?
Dueling.
It was me and Timbre. I'm getting confused. I
Wait,
thought
is it? Did it not work?
it didn't use the.
Oh no,
points.
he won the duel.
So he won the duel, but if you see, it says Caldari Prime Manic Velocity wants to duel you for 0 points.
So the weird thing with like those duel, that's all set up through Stream Elements. So maybe it's
Yeah.
not reading the points. If
You've
Well, I
gotta-
mean, there's
you've
probably
gotta
another set of
adjust.
points you got to.
There's probably some settings. some
yeah,
toggle
there's
you've gotta
something.
switch
There's
on.
something I didn't. I just went into the chatbot thing.
It's okay. It's okay.
And set it up. So I'll have to go in there and find out why it's not registering what channel points you actually have. But the channel points through Twitch itself, those are set up correctly. By the way, you don't have to, but the cooldown for the make us take a shot is available.
Let people figure shit out on their own.
I
You
know,
yelled at
dude.
us. Come
Yeah,
on.
but I'm just saying, like the panel's been robbing their glory. So
I
I,
know.
want.
I was
that.
gonna
Don't
rob it, but I
remind
thought
me.
they were-
I got more points and I got
I'm
another
excited.
shot
I
forward.
set this up. I want to see my baby go and work.
So, and then the last week of August is the status of the first arc and narrative-driven development. That sounds interesting. Hopefully, somebody will watch it and tell me what it's about.
Status,
one?
status of the first. Okay, so wait. Status of the first arc and narrative-driven development. Okay, so
Yes.
they're
If
they're
the
gonna-
arc is unfolding so slow that they have to give us an update on the status of it, I'm not terribly impressed.
Yeah, I
Well, I bet you the
honestly,
problem is nobody knows that the arc is going, and there's no way for them to participate in it.
What is
I've
the
been
first
trying
arc?
to
I don't
pay
even know what it
attention.
is.
I've been trying to pay attention to any details that I see come out of it, and I'm like,
That's the
Give
thing.
me
They're
more.
not they're not
Then watch the
releasing
stream and you'll
anything.
know the
They're
answers.
relying on players to find it and sort of organically trickle it out into the community. And it's been happening very slowly, because a couple of weeks ago there was that stitched together video of like some kind of, I think they were like Kaldari foot soldiers, gunmen running around on an abandoned ship or something.
Station, I thought.
It was an abandoned station. So there's stuff going on, but
Drink needed.
yeah, unless you are actively looking for it, you really can't tell. As far as I can, as a non-player, God,
I just wish they would slip in more stuff with like scope type videos. Like I think back to when the early trig stuff was happening. I remember the trig, or they found a Drekovac. Well, we didn't know it was called a Drekovac at the time, but Concord, like, got their hands on one, and they made a whole, scope video about it. And
They
we
were-
didn't know much of the details, but like it was cool. It was a fun way for the storyline to unfold.
and they were putting out scope videos. I think it was around the time of the invasion. They were putting out scope videos like every other week, every 2 weeks.
Scope videos are one of my personal favorite media that
And
CCP puts out, but
The
I wish they'd lean into it more.
Yeah, well, that's how it's been kind of traditionally, where the plot of New Eden, like the stuff that the New Eden stuff that takes place outside of the realm of the players, like the fiction of New Eden, it was always told through videos or cinematics or trailers or wiki articles. So the universe has always been active in terms of the fictional backdrop that we play on, but it's not always been very evident within the game itself. It's always been kind of external, and it's really cool if you wanted to go out and look for it, but yeah, within the game itself, Eve's fiction, I guess, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Eve's fiction tends to move pretty slowly within the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point, Manic. Okay, moving on.
I think Liz discovered a new thing.
Well, no, so everyone in chat, like, it's saying that you have
talking
0
about
points. You don't have 0 points. That is the Stream Elements bot thinking you have 0 points, because something is up with Stream Elements that's not actually seeing how many points you actually have.
Yeah,
So,
but look how much better Liz is than me.
well, I know, but like, so basically, where you would type in your chat, look
You're
right,
almost last,
look
Akron.
right below
Jesus.
that, like underneath, like the left side of the chat box. Underneath it, there should be a number. That's how many points you have. If you mouse over it, you just click on it, and there's where you can redeem points for like the actual Twitch
God mode.
redemptions.
Manic.
So I'll have to figure out the Stream Elements chatbot thing, why it doesn't register the point. I'll have to like look at that over the next week. But you can do
What
the
is
Twitch.
goblin mode? What the fuck is that?
Check Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, Urban
Look up-
Dictionary. It's
look up
it's,
goblin
it's
mode.
actually a real thing.
Do I want to look it up?
It's actually
I mean,
fine.
using it now.
I think it was
It's-
fun.
You're right, I do.
Urban Dic-
Someone
it's
like
Urban
you? Yeah,
Dictionary.
you do.
It's more tame than you would think. It's interesting. It brings up a definite mental image that
It's a very
is-
particular, visual.
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It would just be a little awkward.
Yeah, I'm
We're-
not
I'm
gonna
trying that
I'm not
tonight.
gonna say that I'm not into goblin mode until I've tried it.
That's right.
It's
I'm
true.
gonna try it tonight.
I definitely have been
everyone-
there. Definitely have been there.
Skyhawk's been there.
This guy was like, "Oh, I know Goblin Mode. I fucking wrote the book on Goblin Mode."
You've got your hands and
I
feet on
wrote the
somebody.
Urban
You were on top of
Dictionary
it?
article on goblin mode.
It's like, just call me fucking Frodo Baggins. I know all about goblins.
Oh wait, I keep scrolling and there's very different. Oh god, I don't know which one. There's very different definitions on here. Oh god.
Yeah, it's,
To be specific, I identify with this one. When you are in an extreme reckless mode, feeling very mischievous and lack concern for the well-being of others, normally caused by consuming lots of alcohol. Definitely
that's-
sounds like some nights in college.
Oh, well, that's
no,
not
no,
the
no.
goblin
But
boat.
you
I-
put your hands and feet
That's
on
the,
top of your partner.
the goblin boat I heard of is like where it's like a reverse cow, or it's like a cowgirl position.
Oh, I see. That's
not
the
reverse,
next
but
definition.
it's just cowgirl position.
This
and
is an Eve talk show, by the way.
she or he puts their hands and feet
He or
on your
You brought
on
this
your,
upon us,
on
man.
your torso. While,
Yeah, Matic, this is your fault.
All right.
and then
this is
it
my-
also
I like
yeah,
my definition of it better.
and then it also includes a lot of grunting and growling. That's goblin mode.
That's
Which
the
is just
grunting and
standard, I
growling I got. I need that. I could just see Skyhawk on top, grunting and growling.
There's another definition
Fuck
here that
yeah.
I'm okay with. When you lose yourself, so you resort to becoming a goblin.
Too
Person
late.
1, I don't
late.
really
Nope.
know who I am anymore. Person 2, looks like you're going goblin mode.
No. It's the second definition. Sorry.
But yeah, Tamber, you did the science hour.
Oh,
like,
should
why
we-
balls, Reggie?
Should we talk about the Dunk blog? The Dinkle?
Oh, man, I actually
Not
am
yet.
gonna read this.
So actually,
We're
no,
not done yet?
Should we save that?
Damn
We
it.
haven't finished the actual
Fine.
news. Well, not the
Yeah.
Dunks article is
Oh,
actual
whoa,
news,
whoa,
but
whoa.
That's not what I meant. Not what I meant.
I'm gonna
Embracing
talk
the
about
new
you said that.
players, what we've learned and what lies ahead comes in September. Looking forward to it.
Neat. Now we're done with that one.
No, okay, but we got one more news thing to go over.
Patch to
Amber-
Korean
Amber,
localization.
Can you
Korean
please
The
localization.
Alliance
Fine.
tournament,
Korean localization.
18 rules and registration has come out. So there you go.
Yeah, so Korean localization.
No,
They
no.
are doing.
We're doing Alliance tournament.
Oh,
That one's
okay.
way better.
That's all I had.
I was like, Korean localization.
You didn't
take,
want to
like,
talk about
a
it?
minute.
I
You wanna
do,
talk
but
about
you
the Alliance
but
tournament?
it got somebody already claps. It's over, right?
No, it's the beginning. We're cheering for the
I
Alliance tournament.
have no strong feelings one way or the other.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's the only thing that keeps people like Jintan around, right?
I didn't read through the rules, but they are out. The registration has started. I know most big groups will have a team. Some smaller groups will have a team. I enjoy it. I don't participate, but I do enjoy it. As it's just one of those aspects of Eve that doesn't make us unique, but it's still pretty fucking cool. I wish there was a way that they could make it so other people like watching it too. But
Right.
I'm sure there's a way
Yeah.
out there. We just haven't come up with it yet. Don't give up.
Eh,
Don't give
possible.
up. It's not impossible. Nothing's impossible.
No, I said, possibly.
There's gotta be a way.
One day I would like to do AT, but I know it's a huge time commitment, and I've never been able to have that much to give it.
I could, yeah, be good at the game too. I think. Which
You know what we need is somebody on this show
That's for that.
who actually does Alliance tournament and knows the rules and can tell us what's different this year from last year.
Well, we had Dirk on last week. We can have him on next week.
Yeah, Dirk Steele.
He's running the Imperium team.
Dirk
Steele.
Steele. Rain was on last week too. She knows a bit, but
Rain doesn't know shit.
All she does is talk about her tiny vagina.
no,
She doesn't talk about it
no,
that
she
much.
doesn't about the
Oh, is that's Manic that does that? I'm sorry.
Manic won't let us forget about
I
it.
do talk about my tiny vagina very often.
I like
Yeah.
your tiny vagina.
It's like poquito.
Is that what the kids are calling a bussy?
No.
Busty. What?
Moving on.
This is a topic I can speak to, actually.
A
but
bussy?
Let's
Of course you can. Of
As
course
the
you
only
can.
gay man,
You
as
already
the
go
only
into
gay
goblin
scenario-
mode,
so there
as
you
the
go.
only, as the only gay man on the panel, I think I am a qualified expert on that topic.
That seems fair.
Like, I mean, that tracks.
I mean, it's just
We were kidding, Malketh. We know. Raymond
Malka,
shit.
don't give her that kind of credit. She's not here to stand up for herself.
Yeah, what the hell? She should be here watching us, looking at us. Watching
I'm
us.
talking shit
What
to
is
summon Rain because I hope it gets back to her.
it?
If you say her name 3 times,
I'm trying to Beetlejuice Rain.
Say her
I
name
talk
3
mad
times.
shit.
Say her name 3 times while spinning around in your chair.
Say my name.
don't
Hey,
you,
Mace
don't you
Windu
have
is
to
joining
have
us.
like a New Eden entire model of like in your attic?
Hey, Mace, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How you guys?
Oh,
What's
you
up, Mace?
do, Drayden? Good one. That was obscure, but I got it. The Beetlejuice
Oh,
thing. That was
yeah.
good. I liked it.
The model.
No one else got it. So,
Nice.
oh, they
No,
didn't think it was funny as I did. I don't know.
Anyway,
just came to talk about Manic's beautiful tiny vagina.
Oh,
well, we can save save that for the after show. Let's actually
Yeah,
talk
let's-
about.
let's,
I always feel guilty when we don't talk about Eve stuff.
Yeah, let's. It's some tangents are fine, but like we
But
we got
I
some,
feel like we've been going on a lot of tangents.
Manic
Yes,
feels
we
guilty
have.
because he causes most.
we've had plenty of
We-
tangents,
we
so
have-
we should.
I know. It's my
Are you
fault. and
fucking
I'm
kidding me?
sorry.
This is the most Eve we've talked about in months.
Is
This
it?
is quite a bit. This was a pretty on point show.
I'm
so
pretty
far.
fucking happy.
I think it's
no,
like
I don't
60-40.
think so. We talked way more about
in
Eve.
the in non-Eve.
When, last
Remember-
week?
No, not last week, but
Well, not last week.
The
No,
week
of course
before
not,
we
not last
had
week.
we had Asher come on.
Oh, when I wasn't here. Yeah, yeah.
Asher came on. We had the new head honcho of the. You know how long it's been since the head honcho of the Imperium has come on our show? Never.
Probably
no.
yeah, I was gonna say probably a really long.
It had only
Never.
been like 4 weeks before, or 4 months before that, because remember the other guy came on.
Oh.
No, Mitani's never been on this show.
I think
You're-
he's
Not
making-
true.
No, you're thinking Trash Talk Tuesday. He did the drive-by.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought he came.
Yeah. No, he's never come on this show. This is the first time the head of the Imperium has ever been
because
on
he
their
hates
show.
me.
I
But,
do remember the drive-by. I was
I
watching
thought that was
live.
on top of the station.
No, he so
No, it was on Trash Talk Tuesday.
on Trash Talk
Oh.
Tuesday, Mittens did a drive-by of Villy, and he literally came in channel, bitch Villy the fuck out, and then Mike dropped, and then dropped out of channel before
I
Villy
thought he
could
just
respond.
beat my ass a bunch of times and then left.
Yeah, it was. I actually enjoyed it up until the moment where he dropped out of channel. I was like, oh, well, okay then.
Hopefully there's a bod somewhere, but I doubt it.
Oh, yeah,
All
there
right.
it is. Yeah,
All right, but anyway,
Somebody find it and link it.
I'll find it for you.
So the AT.
AT's coming up. Teams will be in it. Watch it.
Yeah,
I think signups are already
Spaceship Super Bowl.
Signups are actively open at the
I
moment.
like that better.
And I
are?
think they go until what, the 29th, I want to say.
Can we just start calling it?
There's 32 entry slots.
Yep.
6 slots are reserved for the winning captains from the Alliance tournament and the Anger Games 5. So last year's Alliance tournament,
Oh, wow.
3 captains from that and 3 captains from Anger Games 5 automatically get a slot.
That's interesting
the
that they're
tournament.
integrating Anger Games into like the.
Yeah, and then
The
there's
lineup for it.
7 slots from the Trials tournament, which I think is like it's the Alliance tournament, but it's like the qualification tournament, right? And then the remaining slots that are left are awarded to winners of the silent auction. So you can either buy your way in, you could fight your way in through the Trials tournament, or you could have been in one of the top 3 teams from Anger Games or last year's AT.
Are we buying our way in this time?
Us? I fucking hope not.
Yeah, but I mean,
Man, I'm not wasting any more CCP channel points on warping at 90 or autocannon tornadoes. I'm not.
yeah, but I mean, but what if we bring the next spice? You know, like
Are you going to be on the team,
thing.
Tridden?
The thing, no one. Hell no, dude. I would know what the fuck. Dude.
Well, then what do you care?
because it's like
He wants his alliance to be
I
represented.
want to see the spice.
Then he should be
I
part
wanna
of
see
it.
the spice happen. You like just show up with like Phantasm Blaster Fleet or something like that. You know, just
Something
something
like that, yeah.
something like
Here's
that.
a simple idea: just bankroll it, Tridden.
Yeah,
That
but
way you can make sure it happens.
I got to go to Vegas. I can't bankroll that.
You don't have to do it with
Lasher-
real money. What are you, RMT now?
2,500.
I'm poor.
plus.
I'm ISK poor. So
And
I'd have
that
to- I'd
sounds
have
like
to-
somebody who doesn't play
I'd,
enough.
I'd have to,
Poor
I'd have to
is
buy
being
Plex.
poor is a state of mind.
That's a
It
choice.
is a
I'd
lifestyle
have to buy
choice.
Plex, and
Choose
I'm not
to
doing
not
that
be
because
poor.
I gotta fucking have drinks in the old.
You need to hang out with LB. I see him run sites.
Also, I just
show you
would
how to
like
do
to formally make sure everyone knows gates are for poors. If you take gates, you are poor.
I'm gonna be poor.
Yeah, I'm poor. I take all the gates.
Titan Bridge
Yes to all
everywhere.
capitals.
I'm
Yes
one
to
of
all
those people where
capitals.
it's like I'll take capitals through gates because it's like I could bridge, but that's fucking. I don't want to use isotopes.
But like, if I've got a, if I
you
log
go.
in and I'm like, oh,
Tim.
I've got to send an
Oh, Tim.
interceptor 10 jumps,
Jesus,
would I
Tamara.
rather fly 10 jumps or bridge an interceptor? I'll Titan Bridge an interceptor.
Tamper, thanks for the subs. No, it's like I could bridge, but I could save the isotope money and just gate it, and hope for the best.
What's isotope money?
Oh, they don't have that in Imperium.
Oh, you gotta buy isotopes.
The land of milk and honey.
I
Anyway,
thought isotopes were free.
That's exactly right.
Nah, you'll keep waiting, honey. was responding
Hey,
to
15
a friend in
points, I'll
chat.
donate.
Talking about pouring honey. What?
Oh, look at that.
Wait,
They have a
what?
summary of key changes and updates from the previous tournament. Perfect. We don't even need rain.
Boom.
Oh, sweet.
Blocker for the
I knew she
Discord.
was useless.
This tournament is sponsored by the Mimitar Republic, and as such, Mimitar fleet ships will have a reduced point cost. There you go. So
What?
Artie Hurricanes.
Oh, interesting.
Artie Hurricanes. Here we go.
Repeat
Hell yeah.
ships get
I
a
was like,
point.
that's
Debuff,
an
I
interesting.
remember.
Yeah, Artie Hurricanes. Slipnear's gonna be a thing.
Sleepnears. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, like the Slipnears were used a bit in the past, but not exclusively. But if they're reduced point cost, then yeah, I mean that's. I think they're gonna see a bit of those.
You do an all Artie comp. Sleepnears. And fucking whatever. Other
Well, I mean,
things.
like you can only.
Thrashers.
Is it still the?
Sleepnears and Thrashers. Throw
Is
'em
it
up.
still the limit of like max of two of the same ship, or
Why no? A new
Oh.
maximum of 4 of any hull size, with any exceptions where noted, can now be
faction
flipped. So
and
you can
navy stuff included?
Yep. 4 of any
Wow.
hull size, it says. So you can
Whole
do,
size is that like 4
yeah.
battle cruisers
You
for
can do 4 battle cruisers. I don't think
Oh.
it matters if they're all the same.
crazy?
A new +1 feature has been added for when duplicates of the same hull are fielded, which increases the point costs by 1 for each duplicate. For example, fielding a single Rifter costs 2 points. However, if another Rifter is fielded, the cost increases to 3 points for both ships, 6 points total. A third Rifter fielded would increase it to 4 points, 12 points total, and so on and so forth. So if you wanted to, yeah, okay, I get it. So you could, in theory, do 4 Sleepnears, but it would cost you 4 times the points of fielding 1 Sleepnear, right?
No, there's just an increased like plus extra point each one. I thought.
No, they just explained it.
Oh, well, no.
1 Rifter costs 2 points. If you fielded 2 Rifters, they would each cost 3 points. Now it's 6 points for 2
Oh,
Rifters.
so it goes up the more of you have the same hole.
If you field a third Rifter, it's going to go up to 4 points. So 4 times 3 is 12.
Oh,
12 points for 3 Rifters.
Interesting. That's interesting. That's cool.
Yeah.
That like makes it to where like, if you want to stack the same hull type, then you gotta make sure it's really worth it because you're gonna pay.
So everyone can't be in Artie Tornadoes, right? I mean,
Right.
They can, but you can only field like 5 of them, maybe, or something.
four max. But they would cost even. I think if you put 4 out there, they would cost so much that it wouldn't even be worth.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna put 4 of the same hole, I would assume that it's like that better be the best damn fucking hole ever.
Rudix Navy issues. Hull tank.
Yeah, I mean something like that. Like it's. I doubt you're gonna see 4 of anything unless it's something that's gonna be worth the point inflation going up to like almost twice as much.
That's cool though. Maybe we'll see a bigger ship variety. Which
Yeah,
is,
there are a lot of rules here. We don't really need to go over all of them.
Yeah.
But the last section is
Fuck the rules.
actually interesting to us. That's why I brought it up.
Ah.
Ready?
I was hoping you were gonna say
Ready.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Go.
The rules regarding the AT video advertisements. This is something we should do.
Oh yeah.
Firewater.
Deadline for the finals are November 5th. For the trials, if you want to do it, there's September 23rd, and then they got all the rules for those. And I know we got this guy named Manic Velocity who's really good at like art shit.
What?
We
Yeah.
might be well. You
Well,
are.
yeah. We were thinking about putting our intro up as
I've
the.
heard he's an amateur.
No, here's the one thing about the intro. So the intro is
I
CCP.
wasn't listening, so I didn't know what you guys were talking
so
about.
CCP, our intro is like kind of like a recolor of CCP's intro to the Pulse. Do you think that they would?
Whoa.
I'm not saying like like
It ain't
We
just
already
a
talked about
recolor.
this.
it's not
This
just
is
a
transitive.
recolor, but I'm just saying like, do you think they would be okay with
fair
that?
use?
I mean, it's as CCP Darwin was speaking about earlier. It is a transformative work.
There you
So
go. That's
it
the word.
is. It would. I would consider it parody, which means it would fall under fair use.
And it would
Yeah,
make
okay.
it
I
E-related.
was, yeah, I'm just, I like, I like it. I'm just saying, like, I would make.
Don't you dare just say it's a recolor. I worked so fucking hard on that, Drayden.
You just traced it, man. That's all you did. You just traced it.
You just diminished all of my hard work. Oh, you
color
just
by
changed,
number.
you just changed the color
I
slider.
didn't read it.
Apologize.
Like,
Apologize.
I
right now.
apologize, Drayden.
I apologize. I'm so ashamed.
Quit tracing shit, Manic. It's ridiculous.
I know. All I do is trace other people's work.
And then let AI.
And then
make
color
all
it
his
in a different
parts.
color.
It's
That's
honestly
ridiculous, yeah.
true. Like that is kind of what I do sometimes. Is just trace other people's work.
I don't agree with that.
I'm gonna do a shot.
I think you're an amazing.
People
artist.
haven't
you're,
been
you're,
using
an,
No,
ex- you're an
I'm
ama-
saying
you
so.
are
Really,
an exceptional
like
slouch.
when
Don't
I
say
Yeah,
when
how
I-
come nobody's bought a shot?
No one's been using the shot mechanic.
I don't
You
know if
told
they're
us
keeping an
not
eye
to.
on the
You
timer.
yelled at
like
us.
No,
They're all,
no,
Yeah,
they're all
I mean,
afraid to
we're
now.
not-
You
we're
on the
afraid to do
panel.
it.
You guys on the panel. Because if you want to call
Okay,
a shot,
then
you,
I'm just gonna call a shot then.
you just call a shot verbally.
Okay, there we go. Shot.
No,
Timber's
that's
shot.
not how you do it.
I don't care.
Timber.
Shots.
I don't think people know how to
use
do
you guys
That's
can
not how you
use
do it,
channel
Timber.
you guys can use channel points to call a
I did
shot.
it.
Our audience
Oh,
can
damn it,
see-
LB.
LB did.
it. Oh, okay. LB
Damn
did.
it,
You
LB.
dirty bitch. Okay, another one because we had to do one.
Yeah.
So
okay. Yeah.
we-
sorry,
we
Ziggy. It does
here
cost a
on the
lot because
panel-
we wanted to make sure that
We
weren't
here on the
getting
panel
shots
have
all the
always
time.
been able to call shots whenever we want, but now we're giving you, the audience, the opportunity to call shots when you want.
Anytime we want. Okay, shots.
Can we
you know
call
what?
it?
Let's go. Shots.
Can we call it the dais?
I just did one. No, Ziggy brings up a good point. Honestly,
I know you just did one. Do another one. I called shots. You said I could do it
Oh,
anytime.
okay. So Ziggy brings up a good point. I'm actually going to reduce that quite a bit in cost because there's no
one.
reason if we're already putting limitations on how often it can be done, there's no reason to make it cost an exorbitant amount. So I
Maybe
will
every
probably drop that down to like,
Vlad, I like the way you think. Shots.
I mean 500 to 1,000 points. I'll probably put it somewhere down there because, like, honestly, I started thinking about it. It's like, oh, I was basically because we've had this channel for a long time, so there's people with like over 100,000 points, and I'm just like, how, like, I'm kind of in this mode of like, how do we like get those points used up? But it's like that shouldn't be the point. The point should just be like
You want us to drink because we're cool.
have them use the points when they want to for something, and make sure that they have points to use it for whenever they want. So, especially if it's a thing where I limit it throughout the show on how many times it can be used, there's no point making it cost that much. So, thank you, Ziggy, for bringing that to my attention because, yeah, it doesn't make sense that it costs that much.
I'm gonna
Can
call
I
a
just-
shot to Ziggy.
Yeah,
Oh,
do a
I'll
shot.
drop
Ziggy.
to Ziggy.
Ziggy, making my brain work and making me, I was trying to put too much thought into it previously, and now I just realized that there's no reason for it to be that expensive.
Can I just point out that Drayden said that's not how you do it, Timber. Timber's bought the right to do whatever he wants.
Well,
however
no,
he wants.
because he was.
Facts.
Yeah.
If he says
Tam-
exclamation
Timber
shots, you
gets
do
the
You know what?
shots.
I
If he
agree.
says the sky is purple, the sky is fucking purple.
Guess
We're
what?
doing
He-
purple
he
tonight.
gets to make rules on this
Well,
show. I agree.
I'm just saying, like, he didn't know how to use the points. It's the one down. It's
He
the
did.
point pay down below the thing.
Don't
But yeah,
you tell him how to do things.
I can actually fix
This
this.
is not
during
your
the
show anymore.
Hold on,
Amber's
hold
in
on.
charge. I mean,
I
that's just
can
a fact of
fix
He's
this.
bought
during
all
show.
the ad space.
He's bought all the ad space exactly.
I can actually fix this.
I do
in
like his
2
idea
minutes.
of voting panelists off. Like if we've got like 10 to 12 people on,
I actually do.
put out a poll.
I like the idea of
Get rid
using
of that guy.
points to mute somebody.
Get rid
Mute,
of that
mute
guy.
somebody for
Mute
like 5
somebody.
minutes.
So actually, I loved
might
it
be
when
pretty
Trash
cool.
Talk Tuesday did that because I was a viewer and I
Oh,
always
man.
used it on Jeremy Andadar all
Oh,
the
he's so easy
fucking
to.
time, all the time. I'd just be like,
And
keep,
Marius,
there,
you got
there
you got
was
muted a few times.
there was
Marius,
one-
that's yeah.
Yeah, there was one episode though that I remember. Like, I don't know what Jeremy did to irritate me, but I just like it would expire and then I'd use it again because I had so many channel points built up.
I believe
I
he
was
left
so
that.
rude.
Didn't he leave that night? He got mad and left.
I think so.
Because
I felt-
Redline
I felt
honored it.
bad
He kept. Well, I don't feel bad, Jeremy. He's kind of loud.
Oh no,
sometimes.
well, anytime if I redeemed something on that channel and Redline like didn't do it, then I'd be like, bitch, give me back my points.
Yeah, and he would.
He did every time. If he didn't, Rain did.
I just didn't know how to. I had the
We're talking
power
about-
to. I didn't know how to.
You want to talk
What?
about patch notes? Patch
Yeah.
notes?
Why not?
Let's put the link.
Were there good patch notes?
I mean, they were patch notes.
There was some
Um,
things in there that were little gems.
You be
not
the
gonna
judge
lie.
of that. I liked a few
Yep.
of them. Was a
There
couple
were
funnies.
there were
two,
also things that people were reporting that changed in game that weren't in the patch notes.
That's right,
There was a
like
couple
the,
things they
uh,
missed initially that like they got added afterwards, I think.
Yeah, so initially the patch notes didn't include that there's no more cooldown timer for switching clones in an NPC station.
Oh yeah.
Praise
which is a big
Bob
deal.
for that one. Like,
Yeah.
praise fucking
Pretty
Bob.
big deal, yeah.
What you're talking about is as long as you're in the same station and change clothes, right?
Yeah.
What it
Okay.
really
Yeah.
means
All
is
right, let's
that
make sure that's right.
for clone service, it brought NPC stations to parity with structures.
And that's good. I'm glad for that. I just want to make sure that's what we're talking about.
So
Yes.
so it is just within the same station.
Correct.
Yes.
You still
Whether
can't
it's a,
go to
whether
another
it's a
location, yeah.
structure, whether it's a station,
But it acts like a citadel now,
you can
right?
change your
Okay.
clone.
Okay.
Yep. Doesn't
Which is
doesn't
huge.
matter what you're in.
It's
You
not
don't-
like
You don't have to think about it anymore. Basically,
That's a
You're just-
mistake you
you're
only
in a
made
thing.
once back when it was shitty. Because I did that once. I'm like,
Yes.
oh no! Son
Oh,
of
it
a
doesn't work
bitch."
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
And now Drayden's price fixing things.
Good
I fixed
job.
all. I
we-
fixed all the
we-
prices.
Also,
Free market, Drayden.
praise Bob for gate rats no longer being cancerous.
Right.
I
Yeah.
haven't
Is that
actually
working?
been to any of those beacons yet. Like, what's that like?
Yeah,
Is there just
so-
always going to be rats there, or how's it work?
Almost always is going to be rats there. I have seen people still complaining. Like I saw a couple screenshots today of that patch where people are like, "Oh, there's rats on this gate." This patch does not mean that there will not be any rats
Right,
on
it's
any
gonna-
gate.
It's going to reduce the added
They will
rats
not.
from the gates.
It just
Gates
means
will
that
always
the
have
belt
rats.
rats
Well,
won't be
one-
there, right?
yeah.
That's what that
Right.
means.
So what had happened before was because they took away the asteroid belts, the rats weren't spawning in system, and people were like, "Where are my rats? I can't get my office response." So they were like, "Okay, now rats will spawn on gates." So they started spawning on gates, and people were like, "There's rats on the gates. I can't camp the gate in a frigate anymore. I gotta run away." So then they were like, "Well, like, what do you want? What do you want?" So they
What
brought
do
in
you
a
want?
weird asteroid belt that has no ore in it or anything. It's just this desolate asteroid belt that the gate rats, not the asteroid rats, will now spawn there instead of on the gates. It was a really big deal because if you were in a dead end pocket, all the rats would spawn on the gate. So eventually they would just like
Someone that
oppressive
lives
amount of rats.
at-
a dozen
The-
rats there.
they were
And
gate camp.
someone
They were
that-
literally gate camping.
But
Yeah.
no, it was absolutely fantastic, actually, Manic, because you'd get that gate. As someone who used to live in a dead end system up until recently,
Oh yeah, it favors me. It was awesome. Good.
it was great because you get it, especially if you get a dread spawn, you just have a fucking T2
was-
large bubble on
I
that
was gonna
gate,
say,
and it
yeah,
just fucks anything
You've
that comes
got-
through that gate.
you've got all of those nice rats. Yeah, exactly.
Dread spawns on gates, lovely. If
I saw a
you're,
screenshot of
living there.
Delve where they had like a a blood titan sitting on a gate, and it was just like, okay, well, that's gonna
I'm-
suck.
This was a good change, though. Honestly,
So
Need to
I
ask
know
a
that it
question,
was
though.
mechanically less feasible, but it makes me really sad that they couldn't just fucking fix the belts and just put belts back. I thought belts were a nice thing that everybody deserves.
We-
Asteroid belts.
So my suspicion is that we will get belts back in some form, but the OG form of belts is very tied into like downtime and certain processes that run then, and they're trying to eliminate downtime. Like that's one of the CCP stated goals. So when they also took away rats being at the belts and moved them onto gates,
Manic
they
chit-chat.
said that was going to be a temporary thing.
Fucking
it-
Dave.
Nice. They said that was a temporary solution. It just was a long-term temporary solution.
I want to call a shot
Look, if
for
you
Dave.
don't have, I was gonna say, if you don't have Dave in your life, you need to be saved.
Shots for Dave.
Who's Dave?
That's for Dave.
Good job, Dave.
You
It's
have
an
to.
alternate
Shots to Dave.
entity to pray to
He's-
maybe have more
He's always been there
control
for
over your
me.
life.
Yeah, he's above even the name that's above all others.
Like it's like when I, there. So okay, a couple of weeks ago I sprained my wrist. I've been asking
Fighting
Dave,
grass.
right, punching grass. I've been asking Dave every night before I go to bed. I talked to Dave and I asked him to heal my broken wrist, and slowly but surely my wrist is healing. So
It's a miracle.
I mean, what other explanation can there be but Dave?
Praise
Dave.
Dave.
Praise Dave.
Praise Dave.
Yep.
Can you post the
Um,
picture?
Yeah, I don't know where it is, but there's a
I'll find it.
there's a GIF.
It's
It's a
easy to find.
GIF
It was on
of
there.
there's a wall with a bunch of graffiti, and there's someone put on there like, Jesus,
no name higher.
Jesus, no name is higher. Then above it, someone graffiti Dave.
Just Dave.
There it is.
I just want to say
Yeah.
too, I really appreciated LB's reaction to saying that you were fighting grass.
Yeah, and so we basically decided, like, you know
I
what?
didn't
Dave
catch
is a
it.
Dave.
He
Maybe
wasn't
should just
here
start
last week.
praising
So.
Dave instead. So we have a praise Dave.
That's fantastic.
If you're extremely religious, then sorry about that.
It's fine.
No, listen. If you're not with Dave, then your life is not in the right
Yeah,
place.
I was like,
I thought
sorry
we
to say.
worship. I thought we worship Bob. I'm confused.
no.
on the
Yeah,
open
but-
comms, we worship Dave.
Yeah, we're Davite.
I can't.
It's a little confusing.
We're
I'm
Team
sorry.
Dave.
I am very firmly within the Church of Bob. I am going to have to commit heresy in your eyes, unfortunately. I cannot support this.
Blasphemy.
Praise Bob.
Cast him out.
Cast
Cast him out.
Burn,
Cast him
shame,
out.
burn,
Cast
shame,
him out.
shame, shame,
Shame.
shame. We are Davites here, sir. We are Davites.
Shame.
Which is funny because, like, I was like, Davites. Oh man, that's like that weird.
Shame.
That's like that weird.
Davidian.
Shame.
We're
No.
Davidians.
About to ask.
No, well, no,
I
Da-
can't believe you have that as a
no, the
I
Davites.
love branch
Are
Davidians.
we branch Davidians?
I mean, I think we're a branch of Davidians, right?
Yeah, but hold on. Anyone that follows the
A branch of
the
it.
SCP.
Let's all move
universe-
into a compound together.
Somewhere in
Can we
Texas, the
pick
taxes
apples?
are
Can we
fair.
pick apples and make our own plum wine?
Well, no, I would say anyone that follows the SCP universe, which is
Don't
really
drink
fun. The
juice.
Davites are an actual group in there that are this weird time distorting cult.
No, this is different.
Oh, okay.
This is the real Dave. Okay,
The real
we're not
Dave,
we're not
okay.
talking about some internet
Sci-fi
science
writing
fiction copy
nonsense.
pasta creepy pasta website. This
Let
Dave
Dave in
is
your
real.
heart.
Dave is real. He has his name spray painted on the side of a wall somewhere.
Everybody
Above
knows that
Jesus.
Dave
It's
is real.
above Jesus.
It's
Above
literally
Jesus.
above Jesus.
Like,
So Liz did the 500 points to mute a host. But
no, she
we're-
just
we're-
highlighted her text. That's not a function.
Oh.
Don't
Did
don't
it
don't
ask you
listen.
who? Does it the
Don't play
function
into
ask
this.
you
Where's
who?
the?
No, don't
Where's
listen to
the-
that.
How do I time out
I'm
somebody
muting
else?
somebody. So I do
You
have a
click
question
on them
about
and time
patch
them out.
notes.
Oh,
No, I mean, how
You-
do
How
I
can
buy
Marauders-
channel points to time somebody
know.
out?
Oh,
oh.
I was gonna say
you
you
don't
give
have
me
to
the
time.
power
You're,
and then
you're
I
a
do
mod,
it for you.
man. You just click on their name and time them out.
No, I don't. I mean,
Oh,
somebody on
oh,
the
oh.
channel.
He doesn't
I
want
want-
to cheat, Drayden.
I want to
Oh.
mute one of you assholes. That's what I'm
Oh,
talking
we don't.
about.
We don't have.
Manic,
I don't have that
use
set up.
your
but
power.
We can set that up at some
Oh.
point.
I can do it. Hold on.
I think he's a punk
You
and he's
can
afraid
you
to.
can
Do
mute
it.
me yourself locally, but you can't mute
No.
me on my stream.
Do it.
I think I just.
I like how
muted
thin
Akaroth
LB's
again.
eyes got.
No, because Akaroth is still coming through to me. He's just not coming through to you. You muted
Oh
Akaroth.
fuck!
That's
Damn
what-
it!
it's like you.
You're just
muted
trying to live in
Akaroth.
your safe space. Oh,
What what you just did was like when the person told like, oh, you gotta block the system name that you're in, and they put
you
the
kick
sticky
him?
note. They put the sticky note on their monitor.
You all
Um, that's what you just did.
Why'd you kick
Akaroth?
him? You dirty bastard.
Oh my god.
You kicked
Cheater.
Akaroth, did you see Dominart kick you out of the channel like that?
I'm an asshole.
That was so
Maybe I have
mean.
the stream.
Like,
Dom, what happened to Iowa Nice?
Oh,
I was
Damn.
just
I'm a
joking
dick. I can't
around,
help
but
it. Who did
Dominark
that?
straight up kicked you out of the
Who
channel.
did we just kick
Is
out?
that
You were
what that
picking on
was?
Manic. What do I
So
do?
you're
I got- I
you're,
can't
you're
help
saying
it.
you're the
Why
one
you invading
asshole in
Minix,
Iowa?
camera.
No, there's three of us.
Fair. That's
The
fair.
other two are my friends. I mean, what do you do?
Dom,
Get
were you
back on
asking about
camera,
marauders and
fucker.
being pointed by rats?
I
Hell yeah.
was. Okay, so if you're in Bastion mode, you can't move anyway, right?
Right.
So what's the point?
You're also immune to E-War when you're in Bastion mode.
But now you can be scrambled.
So that you don't come out and then go into warp in a couple seconds.
Okay. There you
Before
go.
the
That's
rats can
point.
fuck
Thank
you.
That makes sense.
That's really all it is. Is like
the-
you're already stuck there. Why the fuck
Now they
can't
can
they
fuck you,
apply
though.
to you?
No,
Yeah.
now they can. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it allowed people to rat in C5s and whatnot and be able to just like moonwalk away from people that were hunting them.
Because they had to
And
lock
now
them
they-
before they could do their scram and whatever.
Is
Okay.
there
Exactly.
a
Now-
special fit that they would use to be able to warp away so fast? Because like
Called the
my
Michael Jackson
My
fit?
marauder is a big fat bitch. And she takes a while for her to get going.
Wow.
No, this one, like there were a couple people that I saw like spurting about this one, and I was like, why are you upset about this? It doesn't make sense to me.
No, I get it now. I guess I wasn't thinking about that. So they lock them up, have them scrammed. They come out of Bastion. they're scrammed, so you're good to go.
Yeah.
Now it says rats doing it. Could people do, or could players do it the whole time? Or is it now everybody
Yeah.
can do it?
So the way the rats would work is if you were in Bastion mode, they wouldn't even try. They'd be
Okay,
like,
got it. All right.
he's in Bastion, can't do it. And then as soon as you came out of Bastion, they were like, oh, he's out of Bastion. Maybe we should point him or scram him. There'd be a couple of seconds there where nothing would happen, and then they would point you and scram you.
So they wouldn't even lock them because they're in Bastion mode, right? Is that the deal?
Well, they wouldn't use their E-War on them. They're fucking
Okay.
points.
Because the only thing that concerns me is it says specifically by NPCs. Does that mean another
Yeah.
player still can't?
Oh yeah, no, you can't. When someone's in Bastion mode, you can't point them or scram them, but you can run the little module all you want. When they come out, then it'll work.
Well, that was I asking. So players can do that too. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
This is more of a change to the NPCs, not necessarily Bastion mode. Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I don't PvE, so I was curious because maybe I will someday. I won't.
It must
Love
be
you,
nice not to
Akaroth.
be poor.
What's
Land of milk and
poor?
honey.
I don't understand.
Land of Milk and what?
Milk and honey. That's where
Honey.
the Imperium lives.
Oh yeah, I don't need a rat. They just actually every week they just give
get
you
a
some
stipend.
ISK. Yeah, you get a stipend for
Yeah.
living there. Yeah,
How much allowance
No,
does Wibla give you?
it's a 4 million ISK a day.
That's not good.
that's not great.
That's it.
Well,
My
I mean,
processing
a day.
tax.
He's like, but if we never pay for anything, then I'm just rolling in it. He's like,
Yeah.
I've got like 32 million
Right,
ISK
but
in
that's
my wallet,
14
and I'm just
million ISK.
I
a
lay it out
week.
on the bed.
Look, okay, if you're not making 300 mil a day in passive ISK, you're doing it wrong.
I spend 500 mil a day. I don't make any, but yeah.
You're doing it wrong if you're not doing that. Just saying.
I blow
I'm
people
doing it
up. That's
wrong,
my
then.
ISK,
but I'm doing it wrong and I'm loving it.
and I'm loving
I mean,
it. I
that's-
finally
honestly, I
eclipsed-
will-
Hey, fuck McDonald's.
I will
and
add
the
that on.
rainforest.
At the end of the day, if you're having fun, who gives a
Damn right.
fuck about anything else?
and
That-
other
that-
people may
that-
have.
That
done
is
this a
the
long time
thing.
ago.
Like some people care, like, oh, like I made this much ISK today, or I did this or that today, or I killed this. As long as you fucking have fun, who cares?
As long as you're fucking and having fun.
I do like it.
Also
I
that
do like
I'm-
have fun when I'm.
I'm not
fucking,
getting
yeah.
as much as I would prefer.
You guys are getting laid?
Should
I
we
mean,
talk
aren't
about
we
this?
all?
you guys are getting paid. What?
You guys are getting paid to get laid?
No, we're getting paid.
I
to be on
mean,
the show,
yeah.
aren't you?
What? You're
Duh.
not. You're not. Excuse
I'm
me.
giving it away for free.
Oh, we're gonna have some fun.
Let's
in
not
Vegas.
give
shit.
away the
You
farm.
charge-
I didn't
charge
know
for
you
that
could
shit.
charge for it. That's cool.
In
Man.
my state, you can.
Dom is
I mean,
for
as
sure
long
getting
as
a
you don't tell
stipend
the
to be an
state, of
Imperium
course.
representative.
As long as you
Doing
don't
it
tell
wrong.
as long as you don't tell the
Technically, every
government, you can
state,
do whatever
as
you
long as
want.
don't tell the government.
That's how that works,
That's
right?
funny. So my ISK is I actually finally eclipsed 7,000 kills.
Did you know?
I thought you were going to say
How's
you
the-
finally eclipsed
How many
7,000
solo-
ISK.
I
Shut
was
up.
very. How is ISK and kills related?
was-
I'm
I was
confused.
like,
Aren't you
oh my
just issued
gosh.
kills being in the
You
Imperium?
have,
Isn't
you
this
have
another
more than
form of payment?
7,000 ISK?
1,107, yeah.
Sir, can I have some ISK?
You can have
Please,
7.
sir.
Yes.
Please, moneybags,
Please,
Dominarch.
can I have some more?
Can I please have one ISK? Or
I have
two?
lots of ISK in value. I don't have much liquid ISK.
Yeah, it's all in
How'd
assets.
you become the monopoly man in Eve?
I don't know. I got
That
it. I got it,
ISK and
baby.
BPOs builds up super fast, especially I've realized. Like I went through and audited my personal assets recently and was like, oh, that's a lot of BPOs. Okay.
BPOs, not BPCs. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean BPs, I don't even want to talk about BPCs. Those are like fucking cancer.
You got to make new cans for all of them because of friggin' 1,000 stack limits.
My production
It's
center
so
has
annoying
like
to me.
15 cans for fucking BPCs alone. It's annoying.
Very annoying.
Jesus. So
Driving
I've got my
sound
avatar as my
noise.
retirement. That's my retirement plan.
Only one?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
only
what
got
kind
one
of
character
Imperium
flying.
pilot
that's
are
all.
you?
I can fly one. Yeah.
What about your spare?
I have the
what
Titan
about
that,
second brunch?
I have the Titan that I got, and then I also have, or that I got for myself, and then I have the Titan that a friend, when they left the game, they were like, "Hey, you want my account?" And I was like, "Yes, please. I'll take your free Titan."
You didn't
See,
say
that has
I
not
didn't
happened
hear
to me
that.
yet. Yeah.
We
They've
all
been
You mean
gone.
you,
only
you mean you
operate
bought the
on
character on the fucking?
We all only
No,
use the
no,
accounts
actually-
that we
actually-
have legitimate access to. via
Actually,
character
Dom,
transfer.
they even paid the Plex to do the transfer to me, so it was literally a free Titan character.
Can you do that
and
via
a Titan.
Plex? Oh, the back in the day
Yeah,
you could.
yeah. Well,
they
no.
transfer
the
So,
character
so
to the
account,
if
yeah.
if you transfer a character from one account to another, the way that you pay for that is Plex. You just pay Plex
There
to
was-
CCP. It has to be the way that it works is you have to have the Plex on that tune, and then you create a ticket to CCP, and then CCP, when they process the ticket, they deduct that Plex from the account manually, like however they do it on their back end. But that's
it
how,
still
like
work
an
that way?
actual yes, that is how
It
a
used to be
character
just $20,
transfer works.
I think.
That's I mean you
You do it both ways,
I-
maybe? Maybe you can do it both ways.
maybe you can do it both.
It used to just be a
Maybe.
$20 thing, and I feel like
I-
sometime in the last few years they made it where like you could no longer do it with the Plex, and there was a little bit of outcry, but I could
The-
be wrong.
The last one that I did, at least, and it's been like I said, 2.5, 3 years since I did it. You just had to have the Plex in your account, and then you created a ticket, and bada bing, bada boom. Day later, it was done.
Nice.
I don't know if anybody noticed, but Reigns in channel that person who doesn't know shit about the AT.
He
Damn.
doesn't. It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
She's probably afraid to come on here and
Shit
talk about it too.
ridiculous.
She's that minor chick, right?
Yeah, I think that's all that Alliance does at this point.
Yeah, like all a bunch of fucking crabs up there.
Bunch of
It's ri-
fucking
it's
crabs.
ridiculous.
How the mighty have fallen, am I right?
How the mighty have fallen. There you go.
Ruh-roh.
What
You
the?
guys,
No, that's
you guys
that's
are
not a that's not
Oh,
a
Hey,
Rain,
minors.
Rain. Oh, we were talking about somebody else, right?
You
stop
brought the
being so
rat.
mean.
Hey,
What's
do you guys
Rain?
want
How
to
you
talk about the
doing?
Alliance? I'm good. Did you guys
No.
want to talk about the Alliance tournament?
Oh, we're done.
were,
talked
yeah.
about
We're
that.
done.
We didn't
We're
know what we were
talking
talking about though.
If I go back and watch the VOD, am I gonna cringe?
Yeah, big time.
I mean,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
were
that's what
only
we're
talking
Um,
about.
so
It-
we were only lightly
Do,
throwing.
do you
poo-poo
have
around.
to ask?
Oh dear.
yeah,
The whole
you know
show
what
is
show this-
cringe.
You know what show
Rain-
this
I mean,
is.
I'm here after all, so it's automatically crap.
I love Drayden just
Drayden-
like
Drayden, what are you
peeling off
eating?
the pepperonis as he's going.
It's
He's
just-
got a
I'm just-
stack.
I'm
Munching
just
on
eating,
pepperoni.
I'm just
Drayden
eating raw
loves
pepperoni.
Yeah, no, man, I love it. It's good.
Fucking love
Yeah,
pepperoni.
I'm making a pizza tomorrow, but I'm not gonna
And
use
you're
all-
gonna eat
No,
all the
apparently-
time.
It's
apparently
going to
not
be
a
a
pepperoni.
Well, no,
pizza.
I'm-
It's gonna be cheese.
I'm not using all this pepperoni on the
I was saying
pizza.
it
but I
was
just
going to be
gotta-
a pepperoni, but now it's going to be.
I just gotta make
cheese,
sure I don't eat all the pepperoni because
I
otherwise
think
I'm gonna
LB's frozen. LB, did you
He's
fall
gonna have
asleep?
enough for a smiley face. Oh wow, he is frozen.
Oh my
Oh.
god, the
Oh, that's a
temperatures have
terrible
LB
dropped-
is
too.
high as
The
hell.
temperatures have dropped so much in Canada that LB is frozen.
He looks
LB
super
is
stoned, but I know
certainly
that's not the
green.
case.
Yeah, I was like, it's like his eyes aren't closed, but he can't open them.
It looks like he's half asleep.
He's super stoned.
Don't
He's
LB.
so
But you didn't hear
hot.
that
He
either.
can't even hear us.
Stoned
That's why he's
asleep.
not responding. LB,
Look, he's a respectable member of society and the
wake up,
military.
LB.
He would
Yeah.
never.
You have to leave the stream on all night just for that.
Yeah.
If he's
I think
Oh
so
God,
too, yeah.
yes. Just his camera,
Deal.
just right in
just
the,
his camera.
Can we
the
just
full
blow it
screen.
up
Done.
and do
Yeah.
the rest of the stream with just his face as the display?
No, I don't. So I deleted the VOD last week, and I don't know why.
Oh, why'd you do that?
It may be so.
Because of the end of it.
I don't know.
Didn't you take your clothes off?
Well, so
Oh,
I
a little bit. He did a little.
So I
No,
I
he didn't.
left.
I assumed there was nudity.
What?
Well, no,
No,
so
there. No,
I don't
there
think there was on camera. But I think I left and I got so drunk I went to bed. But I think I got up. I was like, oh, the stream's starting. So I came up to go
Dom
turn
and
it
I
off.
stayed up.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, so I came out to turn it off, but I'd already gone to bed. Like I don't sleep with clothes on, so I came out and just sat down butt ass naked and like closed the stream.
We
But
didn't
I-
see anything.
Well, that's what you said. You're like, we only saw your chest. I'm like, okay, but
You
I
were
think
definitely shirtless.
I think I like after I closed.
Wait, it wasn't even in the morning. You guys had talked all through the night, and he woke up just randomly in the middle of the night and turned off. the
Yeah.
I always wake up in the middle of the night because I can't stay asleep for more than like 3 hours at a time. So
Oh, okay.
How
yeah,
late
so
was it? How late did we stay up? I don't remember.
I don't know. He deleted the bod. How are we gonna know?
yeah, I just turned. Okay, I just turned it
Cheated
to
us
well.
of history.
So I didn't remember the stream, but I looked at the chat.
9
and
hours.
it's like I looked at the previous Discord chat. I was like, oh shit, I'm naked. I'm like, fuck. And then,
I
and
like
then
the last screenshot.
well, and then LB's like,
Shirtless.
the stream was, the VOD was deleted. I'm like, oh, good. Like, whatever happened,
you
good.
Maybe you didn't delete it. Maybe somebody else did.
I think I'm the only one that can.
Or Twitch.
No, they won't. Well, they'll delete
you
it, and
get
then you'll get
banned?
punished if they have to forcefully delete a VOD, they will punish you. And
They
take
probably feel so bad for us, they just stop punishing.
They'll take your stream
It-
off.
It's
Oh.
it's been a hot minute since we've been banned though, temporarily.
We
It's
only
been a
got
while.
banned.
Look, a little bit of Drayden's hog at the end of a stream. Like, what does anybody care?
We've
Oh,
all
we lost
seen
LB.
it.
Oh, LB dropped off. Raiden, you
I
want
don't know about
jump
that.
on?
Oh no, I'm here in my pajamas eating French fries.
Perfect stream.
Rain, there
That
was
sounds awesome.
there was some really rude people around earlier that
Bring
said you
enough
don't know shit
French
about
fries
IT.
to share with the stream, and also, what kind of fries are they?
McDonald's. I got bullied by my nieces and
Yes.
nephews to go to McDonald's.
I
I
would
love
kind
McDonald's
of
ain't for
on, but
rainbows.
then I would have the same problem as Drayden
So why do you-
last week.
Why do you hate the rainforest?
You can't edit it, Liz. You can either delete the whole thing or leave the whole thing up. You can't. I don't think you can splice it, as far as I know. Or can you?
Or can you?
Can you splice VODs? Oh,
Oh shit! Manic.
thank you, Manic. Thank you. That's excellent. I love that.
Okay, can you guys check the picture in Shui Corner of Shame?
Yeah.
So it's this political tweet about
familiar with
Twitter
that.
or whatever. But it
Whoa.
looks like Trump and Clinton are like singing a song, like she's belting out some lyrics and he's like doing some bass singing in the
Oh,
You're
shit,
the
background.
wind
does.
Do you guys see
beneath
that?
my wings. You're the
It
wind beneath
looks
my
so
wings.
much like
That's what they're
that.
singing.
Or like if they're singing.
No, what was the one
Did
that
you
Dolly
ever
Parton and
know
Kenny
that
Rogers
you're
sang
my
together?
God.
Yeah.
hero?
That's what they look like.
Yeah,
Like they both
Bette
look
Midler,
like
for sure.
they're on like
They-
some
they look-
boomer.
They
Yeah.
look like they're
retirement
singing.
tour.
They look like they're singing a ballad to each other.
Yeah.
God, that's
So cute. I love
They're
this.
on Hee Haw singing together.
that is a beautiful.
I
moment.
could just
I'm
imagine
really, I'm
Trump.
proud
Trump,
they could put down their like barriers. And
Trump's just like looking at it. He's like, I will show you a world.
I can show
I can see
you
it.
the
Shining,
world.
shimmering,
And she's saying shining,
splendid.
shimmering.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they're doing. Like I get it.
Dude,
Wow.
Disney
Leave
tunes,
now if
they
you can, guys.
unite
Leave
even the
now.
bitterest of enemies.
Freedoms and choices oppressed and. Sorry.
That's hilarious.
Like, fucking.
Are
mean
you
to get-
sorry?
Oh,
you
Elby's back.
should be.
I'm back.
Look, the
Welcome
right and the left came together to sing Disney tunes, and that should be inspiring to all of America and the world, hopefully.
Take a look at Manic there. That's your final shot there.
This is your
LB.
legacy, LB.
We're never
see
going to
it.
delete that
I
picture.
know.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Can you just put it over his camera now and like he? I mean, you could
If-
still
if-
talk.
if-
LB,
if
but
anybody,
I'll
if
turn my
anybody,
camera off and you
just
have
put it
that.
over the camera.
if anybody wants to use this image, I will post it in.
Oh, yes, I will.
Discord,
Send
so
LB, or Manic, send it,
Poor
send, it,
LB.
Manic, send it to me. I will put a point buy system in the chat. We can use channel points to put that up on the stream for 5 minutes.
yeah.
Wow,
I like
he's
that.
really having a good time with it.
Why LB hates us? Well, this is
You guys
reason, this is
You
reason
guys remember when
72
LB
probably, yeah.
disappeared back into the bushes and wouldn't hang out with us anymore? I can't remember what that was about.
Did he
Oh my
Homer
God,
Simpson
that's
everyone?
I put it in. I put it in Tito's.
Hell yeah.
I love Tito's.
We'll get it working.
Will we? I don't think we'll get organized at all.
Get it working. I didn't say organized.
Working,
I need to
oh.
stop eating this pepperoni if I want to make
I
this
see you.
tomorrow.
Stop eating the pepperoni.
It's
You're gonna
so
have
good.
enough left for like a really half-assed smiley face, just to be like, "Look
Oh.
what I did last
There's,
night."
it's a big bag of pepperoni, but I need to stop eating it if I want to make pizza.
It's gonna be a smirk. It's not even gonna have enough for a full smile.
So, has anybody looked at the event code of conduct? I'm pretty sure I will
Yeah.
never be able to go to another fucking meetup because I do all these things.
I just don't do them anymore.
What do you do?
I
What is it?
pinch
Can
your
you link
butt.
it?
Tell me what you do that's against the rules.
I will do that. Hold on, let me look.
I feel like the rules are like, don't be a creep. Isn't
Well,
it?
but I'm a creep. Come on.
That's an American ballad, right? Though. Exactly.
Physical or verbal
Patrice
abuse. I don't
O'Neal.
do that one.
I'm
right?
a weirdo.
Number 2, possession of any item that can be used as a
What the
weapon.
hell
Well,
am
my
I
fists are
doing
registered
here?
weapons, so I'm fucked
That's
there,
right.
right?
I
Golden
don't
Globes, I remember
belong
that.
here.
If
Any
I put my
offensive
hands in
behavior?
my pockets, I can be
no,
arrested for
no.
concealing deadly weapons.
Number 4, possessing any illegal substances, including all forms of narcotics.
Well, but
We've-
you know
we've
what?
established-
Yeah,
listen,
That's only if you get caught.
you can
Don't
That's
ignore
how
tell
all
it.
laws
You
anybody
can
about
ignore
it.
You
that
get
one.
caught.
Smoking
do-
in other than designated
You
areas.
can do whatever you want.
You're
as
not
long
a
as you don't tell
Smoking
anybody
somewhere will
about
get
it.
you kicked out of an EVE event.
in other than designated
You're
areas.
not a
What if
creep.
you're in like a hotel and they're like, you can't smoke? You're like, oh, I'm so sorry, and you step somewhere else, and like, I'm gonna be banned.
You're not
Banned
a,
from
yeah.
me
Well,
forever.
so
Yeah, banned.
so if CCP
Banned.
Straight
rents
to
out
jail.
if CCP rents out a conference area and you smoke in the conference area where they're
Yeah,
paying
Which
for
would
that
be
space,
silly.
Not
Which
what
would
it
be
says, though.
silly.
So that's why they would kick
Yeah,
you
yeah.
out.
But
'cause
what,
you-
if I step out front, but then there's a sign like off to the side, it's like, but do it over here.
But
out front.
that's you as a personnel of the hotel getting in
Yeah.
trouble, and not you
It's
getting in
yeah,
trouble
so-
on behalf of CCP
so-
in their rented area.
I don't know. Just saying. Assembly
so I
for the
wanna-
purpose
I want-
or resulting
or
in
of
disturbing
the,
the
of
peace.
the resort. So
Maddox got
speaking-
it.
What about
it's like
vaping?
if you're
Can I
Speaking to
vape?
that,
if you're being but here's the this is basically meant to be it's not a you're
This is
smoking
this
in
is
the wrong.
Wait, why are we
only
looking at
that
anti-Matani
example?
Why are we
legislation.
looking at
specifically?
this?
No, I'm saying
Did it change or
Also
get updated?
no.
So, in light
Oh,
of
somebody was just pointing out
can
that
I-
I do all these things, and I was like, oh, I do not.
Oh,
And I looked
okay.
at him like, oh, I do. God damn it.
This
So
is just
I
about
wanna-
keeping the Matani out, and that's persecution.
so in light
I-
of the events, speaking of events,
if it's something like what Rain was saying, where it's like smoking or something, and I'm saying like
That's not what it is. This is
yeah,
built
that's different.
The whole
That-
point is,
that-
is that if
that's
you're-
handled
if
very
you're
different
being,
by
if
the-
you're
the
being a
hotel.
creepy motherfucker doing shit socially unacceptable to other people.
Drayden, we're sharing a bed, dude.
Who
I'm
defines
gonna
what
be a
creepy is?
creepy
Because I
Hey,
was
creepy?
encouraging you to keep
Right
the
here-
mod up
right
when you
here
were
in
showing
the-
off your dick last week,
Unacceptable.
and you deleted it against my
and you-
judgment.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Unacceptable. No, this is event code of conduct. This is not stream code of conduct. But right
No,
here under
event. Yeah, yeah,
unacceptable
yeah.
behavior, being a creep would go under harassment,
Yes.
stalking, or like annoyance.
And I was saying,
If you're really fucking annoying, spoiler, you're gonna
Don't
get kicked out of
be
the
a
squad.
dick.
I used the word creep
Don't
as an
be a
all-encompassing.
hang
Like,
on, I'm trying to
creep
give
could
full
be
important
where
information.
you're just being like super weird and creepy to someone, or it could also be like where you're physically
LB's
abusive to
creeping
someone.
me out right now.
Hey, Mason's got something to say. Let him.
This has to be a
Well,
CCP
I'm,
event.
I'm saying it's like if you, it's common sense. Like if you are going to
Common
be
sense
a
ain't so common.
fucking creep, whether it be physically harassive or just being sexually weird or like intrusively weird onto someone's personal space against their like it doesn't. You don't have to explain every specific instance. It's like.
Was it weird when I tried to
There's
trick?
there's a general, like, if you're a fucking creep and you're caught being a creep, they're gonna tell you
So
you're
don't get
not
caught,
welcome
that's
at
what you're
EVE
saying.
events anymore. And if you are welcomed at a player-run EVE event, then CCP is like, we won't deal with your player event because you're letting this dude be there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
So,
fucked.
like, it like. That's I don't know. I don't know how you get more simple than that. Just don't be a fucking weirdo. Don't be weirdo is fine.
That's too
Move
broad.
down to number two.
Weirdo, like there's a lot of weirdo people. I'm a weirdo, but
We're all
don't
weirdos,
be
I think we just need to sing the song now.
don't
Let's just sing it.
don't
What song is
be
that?
a fucking creepy
I'm a
person.
creep,
I
I'm a
can
weirdo.
show you the whoops.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
just
What
saying,
song is that? I don't
So
know.
what the hell am I
Don't
doing
be
here?
don't be a creepy ass person.
Hey, Bud King.
It's
Tell
that
me,
simple.
princess,
Hang on
when
a second,
did
god
you-
damn it.
Patrice O'Neill has a
Let
joke
your
about how it's
heart
like
Decide.
how it's
A
crazy to see how
whole
white people
new
respond to a creep coming down.
I want to land.
Oh, we
you with
resonated there for a second.
Hug, no hug. That's a good idea, Liz. That's a great idea. Take a shot.
Oh,
One of
take
our
a
shot.
people
All
did it.
I'm trying to
I
say
It
love
worked,
this.
Drayden. It worked. Yeah.
Dude,
Mace, what were you saying?
I love this. This is the
So
first.
you know how
this is the
the
first
Vegas
redemption-
event is going to be like planned around Planet Hollywood. This
Yeah.
year?
Yeah.
So as of
Alright.
about 10 hours ago, it was literally raining inside of Planet Hollywood. Just so everybody knows.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Alright,
Raining
so,
hard.
A heart bar.
so shots, not colon shots, and I love this
Shots.
because the first instance where this I
Actual player.
so Rain, I
Viewer.
implemented point buy stuff in the channel finally, and this is the first one that someone's implemented without provocation or also without the panel themselves
Utilize.
doing it, because it was like the first one Ackroth did. It's like, yo, this is for the
I was
chat.
just trying to show people I
This
was
is
being
for
a
the
nice
chat. I was
guy.
like- I was like,
Drayden will not acknowledge that. He
I
still
know,
will not
LB.
acknowledge
He's
that.
like, I want to show people how to do it. It's like, but you like this is for them to do. If you want to call a shot, you just verbally call a shot. And then I was like, okay, it's for the chat, not us panel. And then Skyhawk does the
Skyhawk tried
next
to
one.
reiterate.
So this is
He was like, I don't think people notice. Let me show them.
so he went special shots for not cold for just, and not even being told to do it. He just fucking did it. Called a shot.
Also,
Now,
shout out
Trying
to
to
Mace,
shame
Mace,
our shot.
Can you expand on this raining in the what? No, what?
So you know, like
There's a
Vegas
huge
is
storm.
getting a lot of rain this week, and it is
Good.
Well, that's
straight
where
up-
Lake
when,
Mead went.
when I say it's raining, it's more like there's a waterfall in the middle of Planet Hollywood. As
Not
of
one.
10
One they
hours
don't
ago.
want. Correct? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
It's flash floods. Yeah.
Would
No,
you have
like-
preferred that they
so
left
it's
the
like
lake
major-
in the lake
major
instead of in the
leaking.
cloud and then like in the lobby, or
I can swim. I'm not really worried about it.
Well, so, so not to go sciencey again, but I'm saying
Too late. You're going science.
I'm going sciencey.
Make them pay for it, Drayden.
No, so no, they've already done it.
Make them pay for
There's a once per stream limit on that.
I tried to use it earlier and it wouldn't let me, so I guess.
Yeah.
sucks.
Because I didn't want people doing it every 5 minutes, like go to science hour.
Just do it once an hour.
I might do that. I might do it twice a show. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So the thing is, like,
Wake up, man.
the majority of the river water
I'm here.
of the Colorado River is going further downstream to California and Arizona and New Mexico gets some, Nevada gets some. There's like states, they all have water rights. They have a certain access
Like
to a certain
Nestle,
percentage.
that's
They have a
right.
certain access to a certain percentage of the river flow. For farmland is like the vast majority of the usage of it. So the thing is, like, even though Lake Mead is dropping and dropping and dropping significantly, they can't just shut off the water flow downstream because California has those legal rights to that water, and therefore, by law, that is agreed upon by the states, where they set up a whole deal. Nevada has to send that water downstream so that California has that water for the farmland, and Mexico has a portion of the water rights as well. So a certain portion has to be able to carry on to Mexico down into it dumps into the Baja, the Bay of Baja or whatever it's called. So they have to open up, even if the lake is dropping, they still have to open up the dam. They have to open up enough water to go downstream to facilitate that. So a bunch of rain in the Las Vegas area, it does help fill the reservoir a little bit, but that is not where the majority of the water comes from. You want
It
Colorado
also helps
is
build
like
casinos.
the Colorado mountains. Yeah, the thing is, like, the flash floods and the flooding in the
Well,
city
didn't you hear
is
about
not
that
worth.
article? Didn't you hear the article that said we shouldn't be drinking rainwater anyway?
Yeah, so rainwater is generally not as good anymore because there's enough pollution in the. Now it also depends on where you are. There's certain areas where rainwater
Or
is.
globally, no matter where you are
It- it-
globally, including Antarctica and the Arctic, you should not drink rainwater.
It's an average. There are certain areas where, like, now, I would say just drinking straight rainwater might not be great because
Oh, it's the purest form. It's straight from the Lord's hands.
that does it.
Your mouth.
Like manna
read
from
that
heaven,
somewhere.
right? I mean, it's,
So
I think that's how it works.
no, so
so, too.
most city water is pulled from underground, and they put a bunch
That's from your tap. I'm talking about
Well, I know,
just
but
open
they-
your mouth outside. Just taking that acid rain.
well, it's not acid rain, but there are other things in it, and that's the thing.
Depends
is,
on where you live.
Rainwater
Oh, if it
is
was
not
acid rain, I'd be
rainwater.
fucking
They don't
drinking all the
test.
This is
Whereas
an
like
international show.
city water, they test it for various things,
It would
and
be
so
delicious.
for them to consider it potable water, it has to meet certain criteria. And so that's also why there's a lot of chlorine in
Nobody's trying to put it in their pot. We're
city
talking about our
water.
mouths.
We
Well,
ran rain
don't get
off.
it.
Rain ran away.
I'm just saying, like, it's potable because they basically, like, okay, it has to be under a certain level of nitrates, has to be under a certain level of like sulfates and sulfur things, and there's various different like breakpoints on different compounds that can't be in the water, and then the fact is, like, there's always going to be bacteria and algae and stuff that could be in the water. That's why they put a bunch of chlorine in it, which, because chlorine's not great for you, but it's better for you than getting bacterial and fungal infections by drinking infected
What are you
water.
talking about? I put bleach in my water.
So the
I'm
thing
all
is,
for it.
well, I mean, like, it's a type of bleach. It's almost like
So,
pool.
I mean,
It's
yes,
not quite like
but-
pool bleach, but like pool is hypochlorates. Now it's not like bleach you put in your laundry. That's sodium hypochlorite or whatever it is. But
That's the bleach I use.
Are
but
we not all using urine treatments?
but the
Cleans your
the
insides.
the bleach they use in pools is some other hypochlorite. But anyway, so they put chlorine in city water. It doesn't taste good, but it's necessary because, like, that kills the bacteria and fungus and algae and all the shit that would possibly get you sick. And there's no way for them to filter that out in mass to provide an entire city with
so
water.
you filter through a dirty sock. I
They,
watched
they
That's
do
right.
run it
Yeah.
through certain types
I saw it on
of
that one show.
filters, but
That's
not.
right,
They
we
don't
did.
run it through RO filters, which RO filters could, pull out the bacteria and all that stuff. But the thing is, like, they can't run that amount of water through RO filters and it would
Not with that
they'd
attitude.
have to change the ROs so often that it would basically be
This is America,
your
brother.
water
You can do
bill.
anything
Your
you
water
believe.
bill would probably be more than your electric bill if they were like
They really
running
won't.
RO water through the city. So basically, there's like, we'll get the
Drayden's just telling you this so that he can keep big water on top.
No, I'm just saying
He's
Yeah,
compromised. We all know what Drayden does.
I'm saying-
Yeah,
See,
you're a water
Drayden
dude.
knows.
They're-
Oh,
they're-
come
He's
on,
like, you
man.
gotta go
No,
through these
literally.
specialized
I'm saying-
sources to
I'm
get
saying
your
they're-
good
they're-
water. You can't filter it all. Nobody can filter
Well,
it
you
all.
can't
have to come
filter
to
it all.
us for
So
good
the
water.
thing
You
is,
got to
like,
go
they-
to Drayden to get your water.
they
I
make
see
sure
what's going
that
on
the-
here.
What are you talking about? I
the
live in
nitrates
South.
and the
We
He's a
various-
filter
fucking
water
shill
with
for
beer
big
can and
water.
fishing
They
line.
make sure the nitrates and all those compounds
Fuck
in there
big
are
water,
low enough
fuck
to
Nestle.
safe levels, and then to combat all the bacteria and all the bullshit in the water, they just dump a bunch of chlorine in it, and they're like, that'll kill it, and that'll make it safe, and that won't make you sick.
You know what
So
you could do? You just eat dirt.
That's what
Eat
they
some
do.
dirt every day. You build
Um,
up fucking immunity to shit, and you'll be fine. Eat dirt.
But I don't know where I was going with this, but the Colorado River. Why did I get on this tangent? Anyway, so
I was making a joke
Started
about
with
Lake
Planet
Mead because they
Hollywood
said it was
flooding, and then you
raining.
took
but
it
anyway,
to
so yeah,
So I said they took the lake and they put it in the clouds and it
The-
rained
the-
through the casino.
the
Like, what?
rain around Vegas is good, but at the same time, the massive.
But it could be better.
Well, no, the massive
if
flooding.
if we allowed your service to have
No.
filtration on it.
No, the massive flooding it's causing is bad. So you basically you want all that water to happen upstream, and you want it to come down into the reservoir. You don't want it to happen in Vegas and flood everything in Vegas because
In
that
the
causes a bunch of
reservoir.
social disruptions, causes a bunch of like local damage, and that causes issues in town. And it
How does this
doesn't.
affect
If
it
I
doesn't-
have
the
to
hyper-
pee, do I do it upstream or
Local
downstream?
rain doesn't help the reservoir as much as like just having higher flow from the source of the river upstream coming into the reservoir. That's much better than just having rain in a local area. Was it Sin City Outdoors is a YouTube channel I've been watching a bit. I've been doing a bunch of coverage on the Lake Mead stuff, and pretty fun channel if you haven't watched it. But the thing is, like, they've been covering it. It's like honestly all this massive rain they've been having in the area, and it's been causing all this destructive flooding all over the strip and all over the city. And it hasn't been doing. Here's the effect it's been having on the reservoir. It basically just hasn't really been dropping. It's been almost staying steady. It hasn't increased the water line in Lake Mead. It's just caused it to not really drop much, or if it does drop, it's dropping very slow instead of very fast. So it's not helping much. All that rain up in the Colorado mountains and all the stuff up where like the source river is, which would cause much more heavier rain or water flow down the river into Lake Mead, into Lake Powell is further up. Lake Powell is Utah, I think. Is that Utah, Manic? Okay, yes. I couldn't know I didn't know if it's Colorado or Utah, but so Lake Powell is the other big reservoir before it. And so if you have much more inflow into these reservoirs that could retain the water and actually like support it without flooding cities in the process, that's where you want the water to go. So you want the water in the mountains, you want the rain in the mountains and all that stuff happening, and then filling these reservoirs to where they can release it as it goes. That's a lot better than just having flash floods in Vegas and we got rain in Vegas. Well, Vegas doesn't want all this rain. They don't want their city flooded. They want rain in the reservoir. They want water in the reservoir, which rain,
So are you gonna link the
rain,
website to
rain
your
locally
company?
is not
Just
the
get it
best.
over with.
Rain
Yeah, just
locally
put it
is
out
not the
there.
best solution for that. So that's
Just let us know how you're gonna solve the problem, Drayden, and let's just
yeah.
get it-
Rain
let's get it
in
going.
Colorado, more snowmelt in Colorado, less usage of high water crops. That's the thing is in California and the areas that use the Colorado River, they're growing like fucking alfalfa, which is a very high water usage crop. It's like you could grow other stuff than alfalfa there. But but there's cattle farms
Potatoes.
nearby that want to buy the alfalfa
Potato.
because the alfalfa feeds the cattle. It's like, but alfalfa is such a high water usage crop, and you're having alfalfa farms in the fucking desert. It's like high water usage crop in the fucking desert. Like, don't do that. Grow smarter crops in the desert that use less water.
It's
But that's
literally-
not.
They're talking about this in the Utah legislature right now. They're
Yeah.
literally talking about like either getting rid of alfalfa farms or placing significantly higher taxes on them.
Yeah, put alfalfa in
They're going to
places
pass
that have-
legislation that makes it rain in the mountains. How the fuck they
Put
gonna do that?
alfalfa in,
California to the
put
ground,
alfalfa
like
farms in
already
areas
is.
that have high water intake, where it's like they just have available water. They're not on water shortages. Don't grow alfalfa in the desert. You're gonna it's already a high water usage crop, and by putting it in the desert, you make the water usage even higher than it already is, and it's unnecessary.
Should grow cactus in the desert.
So-
they grow good there.
Gravel.
You could grow other
gravel?
stuff.
Yeah, gravel.
You could grow other stuff. But the thing is, like,
That's the most successful.
there
crop.
are a lot of cattle farms in the area, and it's easier to sell to local than to ship your product because it costs shipping fees, and so less people are willing to buy it to ship it across the country.
You know what grows
It's
really,
a money
really
reasons. It's money
well
reasons.
in warm, dry climates?
Potatoes and onions.
Potatoes.
Weed.
I've heard
That
about
too. Yeah, potatoes and onions and weed.
The old
You wanna
Afghan
start a
Kush.
weed farm
Anywhere.
out here, man? You'll make bank.
It does prefer some water though. You got to.
I mean, yeah, it needs some
little
water,
bit.
but not nearly as
I
much.
mean, everything
as
needs
alfalfa.
some water. I'm just saying.
Well,
like,
surely
You just-
not.
weed, you just leave alone. You leave it alone, it'll grow.
Yeah, I'm just
What are you,
saying.
a druggie?
Yeah, you just,
I don't know. I don't know that you're
Yeah,
right.
well,
it's
Sorry.
not. It's not like this isn't known.
Gross.
I come from the land of
Marijuana,
ditchweed,
hemp is a
so-
very versatile
Yeah.
plant.
Well, right.
During World War II,
Liz-
the state I lived
Liz-
in,
big
Liz-
industry
we
wants
wrote
to keep
we
it
have
down.
ditchweed, so it's not.
No, hold on.
not
So Liz is right. The majority of the farming in California is central. That's like Salina Valley and all this stuff with all the. But I'm saying that's not the only farming. There is a lot of farming in Southern California off the Colorado River area.
Okay.
Go look at Google Maps and just zoom in along the Colorado River, and you'll see tons of farms in Southern California.
I'm having a
along
stupid
that
one.
river,
Somebody spell
and the thing is,
alfalfa
like,
Well, and
for me.
Those farms take so much more water.
Alfalfa.
Those farms take way more water than
It's
they
like the guy
need
from
to.
the ship.
Yeah.
And
Al-
that is why the
what's
Colorado
so
River.
what's so disturbing about the Colorado River, though, and like once it gets past California, is
Spanky.
there isn't a river after that. Pretty much, like you look at the Colorado River Delta down into the Baja
It's barely
California.
any water.
It's dried up for the most
Yeah,
part. Like there's
like-
a bunch of waterlands there
Alfalfa
that are
bush.
marshlands that have just literally
Yeah, by
dried
the
up and
time,
died.
by the time it reaches the Pacific Ocean, it's the Baja California,
It's Baja.
Baja California. But sometimes there's certain parts of the year where I don't even think there is any water that reaches the ocean. It actually is just dried up before it gets there.
It's
Yep.
dehydrated. It's actually dehydrated water. So when it gets to the ocean, it rehydrates and becomes water again.
Exactly.
God damn
I mean,
it.
it works with milk.
But yes, that's.
Did you guys know you can freeze water to use later?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't want to boil water for
Mind
pasta,
blowing.
like
Yeah,
two or
just
three
just
times a week,
freeze
you
it and
just
save it
boil
for later. Yeah,
freeze it, and then you just use
Keep it in the freezer.
yeah. That's
And then when you defrost it, it's boiled
Obviously,
again. That's
store it
fantastic.
in a glass bottle because
Okay.
glass, that'll you don't want
Or to
That's
hold
the-
it in real tight, right?
you don't
So
you
to
don't
lose
you don't
it?
want to risk any leakage from something like plastic.
That makes sense.
right.
So
Right.
what they need
That's,
to do
that's how
is
I
water
always do my
coming into
ramen.
Vegas
I
is
always
just put it in a big
freeze. I was
freezer, and they can use it for the
Yeah.
swimming pools later in the year.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
What
I,
a great idea! I wish I would have thought.
I
of
would
it.
I was
I just solved
boil.
climate change.
I always boil some water to use for ramen later, but I freeze it so that it's ready to go when I need it. So
The water or the ramen?
You
the
just
water.
put it back in the
yeah. You boil the water, then you freeze it, and then you can just you take it out of the freezer and you just use it for the ramen when you need.
You let it
boiled
thaw.
Water. Yeah.
And then it's boiling again.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Just put it.
Fucking water magic is amazing.
These are good bachelor tips.
Yeah.
I'm glad. you
Good
guys are
life
sharing
hacks,
this
baby.
with-
Good life hacks.
with the greater community.
So
You
on that
guys
note,
ever had gummy
What's up,
worms
Mike?
before?
No.
Uh,
What's that all about?
I love gummy worms.
I don't know if you guys know.
I smuggled some THC
Are
gummies
those-
with me on my flight last year in a bag of
These
gummies.
aren't THC gummies. These are just regular
Are you
gummy
sure?
worms. But yeah, if you guys have never
How do
had
you know
gummy
what's in
worms
that
before, I
worm?
highly recommend them.
How
How do you know what's in
Manic?
that worm? Did you do
That's-
science on that worm?
What
Skyhawk
brand are they,
used
Manic?
worms?
I mean, I bought it at a Maverick, so I'm pretty sure there's no drugs in here.
There's
is that, like
Skyhawk
a-
Then
worms.
again, I did buy it at a Maverick.
What is it? A Top Gun movie?
Wait.
No, it's a gas station.
Oh,
Was
okay.
it, was
That
it
sounds
Maverick
weird.
1 or 2?
Don't you have Mavericks?
We have
No.
Mavericks here, but they don't sell weed.
They're like a national chain. No, I'm saying.
Mavericks is
I'm
not
saying,
a
of
national
course
chain,
there
I don't
weren't-
think.
Of course, there's no THC in here because I bought them from Maverick.
Oh.
But then I made the joke, But then again, I bought them from Maverick, so there might be drugs in here.
Yeah, no, we have Mavericks here. Yeah.
That sounds like one of those weird like remote state things.
It's probably maybe a
I think
it's a Western
yeah.
region thing.
Mavericks are pretty big of you.
Out in the desert.
Their whole
We're
brand
not desert.
is
There's
like
Mavericks all over
the,
up here.
you know, adventure, going on adventure in your Jeep, going rock climbing and surfing, and
As the kids
yeah,
do,
it's
yeah.
it's
So they're
very
a brand of cigarettes, is what you're saying.
well. I mean, it's like their whole brand is the
Embrace the
outdoor
adventure.
lifestyle. Which, yeah, if you live in Utah, Colorado, Idaho, these areas, you probably have an
Idaho.
outdoor lifestyle.
Do you though?
I don't.
Adventure's
know?
first stop. See, I'm not crazy.
It's
I
fucking
only
crazy,
go
yes.
outside for work. That's about it.
So did I never unlock the way to mute people? Was I just being muted unjustly?
We
before,
haven't
or-
implemented yet.
There's no such
Oh, rules for thee, not for me.
thing. Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's how we roll on open comms.
Makes sense, right? I get it.
Get a trial.
Hyper casual,
boys
hey,
and
buddy.
girls,
I
I've gotta
have to
go.
figure
I'll
out-
talk to y'all later.
Great.
I see it.
Be careful in that flooding casino.
Yep. See, man.
No, I'm on the other side of the country.
He's in Georgia.
Then how'd you
Oh,
find
well,
out
be
about
careful
that?
there
No,
too.
No, I'm
Did I
in
just-
Tennessee.
Oh,
Just
oh.
be careful.
Mace,
There's nothing wrong with being careful.
you gonna
That was
you gonna be
Georgia.
at Vegas this year, buddy?
No, sadly, I will not be at Vegas this year.
Oh,
Oh, that's
Sad. I'll send you pictures.
But
I'll send you
we
pictures
are-
of the soup.
Me and
You're still soup gang.
Torvald. I don't know how to say his name. Anyways,
Tor-
we're having
Torvald.
a meetup in yeah, we're having a meetup at Cherokee in North Carolina.
The casino?
Yep,
That's in
Nice.
trailers right now, I think.
but
in
what city?
trailers.
Yeah, it's
It's
not built
Cherokee,
yet.
North Carolina. We're gonna
Oh.
have one probably next month, September. Yeah.
So
Oh,
there's a
I
casino
probably-
being
I
built
can't
in
make that
Cherokee,
up.
I believe.
No, there's literally a casino there now, and it's been there for like 20 years.
Oh, I'm thinking of something different.
I still think we need a goddamn Chicago meetup, Dom.
I don't know. Chicago sucks.
Catch you later, guys.
Later,
You
bud.
see it?
The only reason I say that is just if there was somebody here that lived in Chicago, maybe it's just a pain in the ass to do a meetup where
I mean,
nobody lives.
well,
right?
I've thought about. I mean, I could also.
definitely-
We're not
organize
coming to
one
Michigan.
Chicago-
We're not coming to Michigan.
Fuck you.
Wow. Wow. Just get on your fucking
I just
bicycle.
thought
I'm
dude.
sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
Just
you're forgetting about the fact that I work in hotel sales. I have connections for
Well, then
this
why
year.
aren't you helping us out? What the fuck?
I have connections for Chicago and I have connections for here. I'm working with what I got, buddy.
Well, the only thing to say about Chicago is it's just hard to plan stuff when no one lives there, right? To get
Yeah, no,
fun stuff going on.
our corporate headquarters is there. So like,
and then where
finding
you
to get a
come
ho-
to in Iowa is an awful place, and we're not going to do it there either.
well, there's fucking nobody there except for when the fair's happening.
I'm talking about the Quad Cities, though, right? Yeah. No
Yeah,
one
I
wants to
mean,
go there.
Quad City is fun during the Mississippi Valley
What?
Fair, but
No, it's got
during-
Quad City
during the-
people.
You know what we need to do?
fuck those
Just
Des
fuck-
Moines
I'm
people.
just
Sound like
fucking-
awful landlocked places.
You know what we need
I
to
don't
do?
agree with them.
The Quad Cities are on the Mississippi River. It's actually
You
pretty cool.
you know what the
That's
best,
landlocked as
you,
fuck,
you,
dude.
no, all right, you guys, you know what the best part about being in Des Moines
Indianapolis.
and getting on the interstate is? No matter what way you're going, you're getting the fuck out of Iowa.
That's right.
I said we should have
Can't
a
hear you, Dom. Can't hear you.
we should have a Eve Coeur d'Alene.
I hate TeamSpeak.
You should try it.
Wait,
Jordan. See how
I
many
want to
people-
know what you said.
I think it'd
What
be
did I
like
say?
I think it'd be like
Thanks,
3 people show up that are probably within 2-hour driving of Coeur d'Alene, but
Does anybody show up in the back of a U-Haul?
yeah.
Sometimes.
About 25 of them might, but
I wonder how many of them were Eve players.
They're
At
probably-
least one, right?
the funny thing is like only two of them were from Idaho.
Well, yeah,
I
if they
don't
were
know that
local,
that's
they
a
wouldn't have had to
stat I
jump in the
wanna
U-Haul.
know.
Ah,
You should do
Lincoln,
a
you are
Cleveland
not
meetup.
incorrect. You must be from Nebraska because they're bigger there.
What's up, Elby?
You know what? Nebraska is proof that hell is full and the dead walk the earth.
Wow.
Who linked Cleveland?
I expected the Rocky Mountains to be a little bit rockier than this.
LB.
Cleveland?
I like Cleveland. I'm not gonna lie. I like
Never
the
been
Rock and
there.
Roll Hall of Fame. The place smells awful, but yeah. I know, Darwin. We don't hold that against you.
Sorry,
Is
Nebraska.
that the better corn
Or,
state?
I'm sorry, Darwin. I
no.
mean,
No.
I like 30 Rock has like a fun thing where they do a tourism video for Cleveland.
I don't know that Minnesota's much better. It's just like frozen 6 months out of the year.
Minnesota's
Who
awful.
wants to live through that?
Right? Like, Jesus, your
They have
balls
fucking
freeze off every
mosquitoes
winter.
the size of birds. It smells awful. I mean, it's terrible.
And all those lakes that you could get stuck or drown in.
Keeps
Ugh.
the bums out.
That's a hazard. It's a huge hazard.
It's a huge hazard, exactly.
10,000 of them? Get the fuck out of here. What am I going to stumble into one
Now,
every other moment?
You
Like,
come to
come on.
Michigan,
much, yeah.
though. You come to Michigan, we got more shoreline than in any other state in the lower 48. We
Why
got
is your
beautiful
state
Oh
scenery.
wow,
split up
that's
into-
quite the asterisk.
Why is
got-
why is the Upper Peninsula not a different state?
'Cause it's
So
bullshit.
have you ever heard of the Toledo War, Drayden?
No, why would anyone
Sounds
have heard
made
of
up.
that?
So it's a
Sounds
real
made
thing.
up.
So
That's not real.
back in the 1800s, Ohio was already a state, Michigan was a territory. But Michigan territory had a dispute with Ohio over part of the border over there, and we wanted what was called the Toledo Strip. Basically, we wanted a narrow strip of land that included Toledo and a river that entered onto Lake Erie. And Ohio was like, excuse me, fuck you, this is ours. We basically went to a mini war against them, and the Congress was not willing to let Michigan in as a state until that border dispute was resolved. So the truce that was offered was, hey, why don't we carve off this chunk from the Wisconsin territory, give it to you guys, that's the Upper Peninsula, and then Ohio gets to keep their shit.
Sounds
And-
like Michigan lost because it's Toledo, Ohio.
Well, so fuck Toledo though. That's place is a shithole.
Well,
if
I
you've
don't know
ever
why
been
you'd won
there.
it. I agree. Why
But-
you'd won it, but
but-
you
but-
guys lost. You tried to fucking
but
take
5
a shitty
years-
town and
Fucking
lost.
lost.
5 years after Michigan got the Upper Peninsula, they found iron and copper and a bunch of other shit up in the UP, and then Michigan made out like a bandit.
Oh wow,
then-
America
and
has
with-
natural resources. Look at us.
And
That
Wisconsin
shit's all
was
over
like,
the place, man. You're not.
well,
you're not
and
special.
Wisconsin was like, excuse me, fuck you.
Wisconsin has cheese though, so you can't.
Yeah,
This
come
is
on.
true.
Cheese.
This is, well, and you know who
And
feeds?
good cheese.
You know who feeds the cows in Wisconsin that make that
Farmers.
cheese? Iowa farmers.
I have to go with farmers probably. Yeah,
It's
I
no,
think it's probably just farmers.
I know.
it's
the corn.
most of the
You think
of
they're
the
all
corn,
driving in from Iowa?
most of the corn produced in Iowa actually gets used as cow feed, and a good
What
chunk
about the
of
people
it
who
gets
distribute
moved
it
to
and
Wisconsin.
feed their cows? Those are the unsung heroes. You're not even going to acknowledge them?
They
No.
can suck it.
They can suck it.
Oh wow, you're just going to let the cows die.
Yeah, I mean
The
that's
feed
all
doesn't
you know.
magically show up there. In
How do you
their,
know?
In their trough.
There's such thing as corn magic.
I have heard.
No.
of corn
Prove
magic,
me
that's
wrong.
true.
Have you not heard of corn pipelines?
Corn magic, baby.
What are they traveling across native grounds? It's bullshit.
We send corn kernels through pipelines, dude.
They just vacuum kernels through pipelines?
That sounds
yeah.
pretty cool, actually.
Like those things at the bank. You know those pneumatic things.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
it.
They just
Yeah.
all day.
Wow, make the noise again?
Calvin Rothschild, you are correct. This is garbage.
I'm trying to channel Rain here. I don't know if I'm doing well or not.
Oh no, we don't have the slurp.
We don't, but somebody in here
We do,
does.
but Manic
I know
snooze.
you get on kill mails.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
He's too busy showing off his mouth.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. What's this mouth eating thing? Are we doing?
Y'all
like,
are making me hungry.
You encourage this.
Kettle corn.
I've already failed.
Mustachio. look.
I ate all the pepperoni. I have to get more for the pizza.
After work,
Did you really eat
took
it all?
I took a drive
Yeah.
to my local theater, and I
Holy
was
shit,
like,
it's
"Can
a
I just
cheese
buy
pizza.
some popcorn?" And the lady was like, "Yeah, sure." So I just walked in and bought a tub of movie theater popcorn.
So I've got a funny story about
How
that.
many dollars
Actually,
does that
Manic.
cost you?
That cost me
$32.
$8.
So a friend of mine in college
But I can
actually
reuse the bill.
worked at the big movie theater in town, and we had our social org meetings like late Wednesday nights, and she usually worked Wednesdays, so she'd show up with a giant, and I mean, I'm talking like 4 foot by like 4 foot like bag of popcorn. Like the thing was huge. And I remember she gave a bag to me one night, and then I took the bus back to my apartment, and some guy that was either on drugs or just drunk out of his mind came
Or
up to me
both.
on the bus, and or
I think
both.
you don't.
I'm not judging. He came up to me. He's like, dude,
Give him.
that's a lot of
give him
fucking
credit for both.
popcorn. He's like, how much for it? I'm like, $20. It's yours. So I sold him a free bag of popcorn for $20.
Oh,
Good
was
on
high.
you,
He was
man.
high as fuck. Cause yeah, I'd spend $20.
I
on
was
a
like,
popcorn.
sure, like here's this giant ridiculous bag of popcorn. Pretty sure I used that for booze.
What happened? Some fight in Imencia or something?
Which one? Tonight's?
I don't know. Calvin's
Which-
talking about it. He doesn't know how to spell Imencia, which I'm not gonna knock because some days I don't know.
There's two
You
M's.
just spell
He
it
said
like
Jita. He didn't say Mincia.
He did use two M's. He just didn't spell the end right, but it's not a big
you
deal.
just you. It's literally just immense and then an A at the
C.
end.
I unfortunately should have been there, but I wasn't, so I don't know.
Immense.
Imenci.
Immense.
It's immense. Really?
It's,
So
wait,
we can talk,
it's
we can
not-
talk about
from
we
a
can talk about
spelling.
Eve again
is
if
it
you want
not
to.
Immensia? I thought it was Immensia.
I've always said it as Imencia, yeah.
Is it Immensa?
No, it's not.
Is there an
It's
L in there?
IA.
No,
Sia.
it's
Imencia.
from a spelling standpoint. It is
You get
literally
the fuck
word
out of here with your
immense
spelling
and then
standpoint.
an A at the end. There is no I.
Oh,
There
there's
is
not.
no other than the I
Immense.
at the very beginning.
Immensa.
I think it's
Should be, yeah.
Immensity.
It's. Oh my God, you're right. I thought
It's
it was with an
Immensia.
I.
I always
No,
thought it was
no
too. I
I.
just assumed it was. Yeah.
Nope.
So wait, now I think it should be pronounced Immentia.
Immensi.
Like dementia?
Like
I
dementia,
think
but without
it's-
a D.
Like
I think
Sean.
it's
Like
I think
Sean.
it's
Yeah.
Like Sean. Which one?
Yes.
Seamus?
thermometer.
SCA.
I like it. I really like Immensi.
Fucking
I've always
like licking
pronounced
up
it
his lips.
Immensia, but I think that's just because I assumed it was SIA.
Or
How
you
have
heard
I
it.
never
You
noticed?
heard
This
it
is
that
like-
way.
You heard it that way and just went
This is
with
like
it,
a Berenstain Bears kind of thing.
Manic, when
What
did
do
you
they- what do
realize
they
you
call
were a
it again?
noob?
Like, what do they call it where you remember it a certain way, but it's not true?
It's
False memories.
no.
Politics?
There's a term
Oh,
for it.
well.
Oh shit! Hold
Gaslighting?
on. Oh, you're
'Cause-
right, Drayden.
Yeah.
Well, no,
'cause
well,
I,
that,
like,
that
with-
false memories is a thing.
No,
that's
'cause the thing is,
actually
like,
been
when
shown
they-
well, no, it's been shown it actually to happen at scale. Like shared fake
I know.
memories is a thing.
No, it's weird because like with the Berenstein Bears, because I used to read those books when I was a little
It's
kid.
a psychological.
Yeah, no, I read
kind
those
of-
books as a
The
little kid.
Mandela effect.
Mandela effect. That's right. So
Like Nelson Mandela?
Yeah.
yeah,
No, Walter Mandela.
No, it is named after Nelson Mandela.
Bucky Mandela.
Right. Walter, I think it is.
No, but it's a thing where
Archibald
you
Mandela.
remember it a specific way, and you're like,
It was Winston
you
Thurgood
like
Mandela, and I love
I
that you guys are trying to
swear
reflect
I
on that.
swear it's this one way,
The third.
and then it's like no,
So-
that's actually not how it was. It's
The-
been
the
this way the
Mandela
whole time, and
effect-
you just like wait, that's not true.
The Mandela effect is basically a mass false memory.
Yeah,
So it's a shared false memory. So the example always given is
the Berenstain Bears.
Berenstein Bears. Some people
Berenstein.
remember it as Berenstain, like Stein. Others remember it as Berenstein,
remember-
Stene.
That just sounds like local.
No, I remember it.
vernacular,
INE.
but it's not
is
indicative of-
I
think it's the
I
Berenstein
no
Bears.
IEN.
Exactly. It also-
Berenstain. Berenstain.
Anyway.
IEN.
So,
That's
okay,
but it's
hold on.
wrong. It's not
Hold
that
on.
way.
That's creepy as fuck.
This sounds incredibly
Wait, wait, wait.
anti-Semitic.
Time out.
I just want to explain why it's called the Mandela effect.
We're in a timeout, mister.
Hello?
Shh.
Waiting.
There we go. Did it. Yeah, you're good to go.
Are we okay?
Are you okay?
Oh,
We were never
I have to fix your
wrong.
name now. You were Mouth Velocity for a while.
What happened?
Mouth velocity.
Did we
I
have
love
like an
it.
actual
So many
timeout?
jokes to be made
No,
there.
we called timeout, and then it all got quiet, and you were going to explain everything, and then you just stopped. You froze.
Oh,
the spotlight
thought
hit
he was-
you, and you
I
froze
thought
up.
I thought
I thought he
something
was also
happened
supposed to be
'cause
quiet.
everybody
Performance anxiety.
You ever
Okay,
get a
the
little
phenomenon was
gunshot?
dubbed the Mandela effect by paranormal researcher Fiona Broom, who reported having vivid and
Brom.
detailed memories of news coverage of South African anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s. Mandela actually died in 2013 after serving as president of South Africa from 1994 to 1999. Broom reported that since 2010, perhaps thousands of other people had written online about having the same memory of Mandela's death, and she speculated that the phenomenon could be evidence of parallel realities. So this is like very pseudoscience
Yeah.
BS.
Like
So
the
that-
multiverse?
It's the multiverse.
That's so. Here's the thing. Like,
So
I get
it's an instance of shared false memory.
I get the Berenstain Bears because
That's what I was talking about. That's what I was
written in
mentioning
cursive,
earlier.
When it was written in cursive, and a lot of people that remember it falsely these days were very young kids back in the day, and they probably just read it wrong or didn't remember it.
We
right.
know how to read cursive. We're old.
Yeah, I mean, I did too,
Lincoln,
but it's
you're
like,
correct.
I remember Berenstain Bear, like Barons.
It's just-
STIEN.
it's local vernacular.
So one, well, no,
It's not that way, though.
One of the other things that can happen with this though is like there's a difference in your and with how your brain stores short-term versus long-term memory, and when you have that kind of a transition between something moving from short-term to long, or from short-term into
But-
your long-term memory, if you've like simply just heard something or picked something up, especially if you're at a younger age too, over time, those
our
perceptions
brains-
of your memory can get warped.
But here's the thing:
essentially.
the Mandela effect. It's not just like a person has a weird because everyone has those things of like memory. Where your memory gets a little shifted. This is a mass effect. The majority of people remember the
Good
Berenstain Bears being spelled STIEN, and that's not how it was spelled. It was not the Berenstain.
Here's the thing
It was
you
the
have to consider, Drayden.
Berenstain or whatever. Like the
This-
thing is, like the
it
majority of
spreads.
people remember
Berenstain
it
Bears.
wrong.
It
The-
spreads because people talk about it.
Right, but
So that's where the shared false memory comes into. Like it
But it's so-
there is an objective truth. There is an objective truth, but because there's been people start second guessing themselves when they hear other people start talking about this. So you hear somebody talk about the Berenstain Bears, and then you start thinking, oh wait, well, what was it? I don't know. And then you mention it to somebody else, and then they mention it to somebody else, and it turns into this web of discussion.
right.
And so just the thought is suddenly implanted, but there is an objective truth here.
But the thing is, like the first time I saw this, like the Berenstain Bears things was the example, and they're like, "This is how people remember it." I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "This is how it really was." I'm like, "No." And then I looked into it, I'm like, "Wait, no, I remember these books. I remember there being an I in there, and there's no I in the books." I think it's the way it's like. I was like, no, that's fucking bullshit. No, that's bullshit. I remember an I. I specifically
brains-
remember an I, and it's like, no,
Our
that's,
brains
the I
are
never
so
existed.
stupid.
Yeah, and I was just like,
We like to think of ourselves as smart, but our brains
I know.
are really fucking
But the
dumb.
thing is, like, it's not just a me thing. It's like millions of people are like, no. There was an I
Millions
in
of
there,
people's
and
brains are
yeah,
dumb.
millions of people are like, there was an I there, and it's like, no, there was no I there, and people are like, what the fuck?
Our brains are so
And
dumb
there is an
I
that
in
they,
team.
they try to find patterns
That's right.
where none exist.
Yeah, so that's the thing where it's weird. Is it's not just like a weird one-off thing. It's like it's a massive thing, and that's the Mandela effect. Is that it's a mass misrepresentation of memory,
Yeah.
but also, but I find it weird with
Is
the
that
whole.
just saying we're all sheep though?
No,
That
with
we're
the
all
whole.
just listening to
So
each
with the
other
whole
and following?
start of the
And
Mandela.
somebody's like, "Where are we going?" And they're like, "Oh, I was following you."
Well, hold on. I'm saying the weird, because the name, the Mandela effect, is because of the situation that Manic said earlier, and that's so weird because it's one thing if you don't remember the precise spelling of a word. It's another when you don't remember that your leader of your country didn't die. That's like how do you
I don't
not?
think.
How do you
I don't
not
think
know-
there they were having.
How
it.
do
Yeah,
you
I think
not-
outside
I don't
of
think.
there.
I don't
How do
think
you think-
people
I'm pretty sure in
South
South Africa they knew
believe
exactly
that
I'm saying, like,
Mandela
how do you
died.
think that
No.
the leader of your country died when he didn't? Like,
It's hard to wrap your head around that when you live in a country
That's
where
a harder
the rest of
one
the
for-
world obviously just lives in our orbit.
yeah,
You
like
know, as we know.
Like that would be one thing where I feel like that would be
gonna-
much more
I'm
of a
gonna
mind
go
fuck.
out on a limb. I'm
Yeah.
going to go out on a limb and say the Mandela effect specifically about Nelson Mandela's death or non-death. I'm gonna say, I'll bet dollars to donuts, the majority of people who believe that he died, who don't know the truth of the matter, I'll bet they're all American or
There's a good chance.
mostly American.
What are you trying to say, man?
I'm
Probably.
We're dumb.
I'm saying, and
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
saying this as an American. I'm guilty of this as well. The
What are you trying to say? We're
politics,
uninformed?
the politics of
What are we,
other
dumb?
world leaders, the politics outside my home country, I am not very clued in on.
You remember when Russia invaded the country of Georgia and people in
I do.
Georgia were like, I don't see no tanks.
There's
I hope that
nothing to
happened.
worry about. Stay calm.
You know, that
That's
would have been an
fantastic.
interesting, tanks and like tractors hauling them equation, but like a different scenario.
Yeah. God,
Bunch
it's
of rednecks, like with like jacked up pickup trucks.
God,
the whole
it'd be
Russia,
awful.
the whole Russia thing in Ukraine now is just it's getting weird.
Is it getting weird? Chris?
Well,
It's turning into a grind, really, at this
here's
point.
the weird is the wrong word. I like that it's not a slug, or not just a smash fest that Russia's smashing Ukraine, which is what the rest of the world probably thought would happen, and also what Russia
That's
thought
what
would
we
happen.
thought would happen.
It's
what
not what's
everyone thought
happening.
would
It's the opposite
The
of
the
what's
stuff in
happening.
Well, it helps when we
Crimea-
give them arms and a bunch
Did you
of other
guys
things.
see what happened in Crimea this week?
I did not.
Yeah,
So-
back that
so-
airbase.
Yeah, so basically,
Oh, the air base. Yeah, they took all of those fighters and choppers.
Ukraine, as far as I've seen, Ukraine has not officially said anything or like claimed anything about it. And Russia, all they've said is
Which
that
means we did it,
some
as
things
America.
exploded, but basically it looks like some possible like anti-ship cruise missiles were fired at a land target, and it did a shit ton of damage. And then there were actually a bunch of Russian like civilians that were seen like on satellite cameras fleeing the peninsula, basically because there were a bunch of vacationers there, and they're like, "Oh shit, this
Are
place
they
could
running
actually
across
get
that
hit."
super long bridge?
Yep, yeah, that bridge had like a
Yeah.
4 or 5 hour backup earlier this week, is what I saw.
They should always make more lanes. That's what we know.
The
Right?
well, the thing is, like, apparently,
Just one more lane, bro.
apparently,
Just
the
one more lane.
One more lane's all you need.
Yeah, I could be getting biased information. I only see the news that I see, but like apparently the HIMARS we've been giving them is been doing some fucking work.
Kicking ass.
Been
Kicking ass and taking names. And then
Fucking-
throwing those names away.
Fucking
Fuck 'em.
kicking ass, and like we only
They'll
give
be
'em
trained those people, so he takes it as like a
and,
direct
like
reflection.
I was
Okay,
sitting
never
like
mind, sorry.
when I initially heard that I was like, okay, what did we give them, like, like 100 of these things? We gave them 12 HIMARS, and they've been
That's all you need.
They've been fucking shit up, and we're giving them 6 more. Like, either we just did or they're coming up soon. We're giving them 6 more, and it's like, damn, and they've been really doing some fucking work. Which
Get on them. Which, if we're touching on this, if we're going this
the war
meta,
is hold on, let me
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, do your thing.
spout some stuff. The war is an artillery war.
Yeah.
But the key is there's artillery fire, and then there's counter battery fire, and then there's counter battery fire. So you have to like pick and choose when you
Escalation.
fire your artillery, right? Because if you just fire it willy nilly at whatever the fuck is out there, the counter battery fire will take out the guns that you just fired. Now you have to fire counter battery fire to destroy those guns that just killed your guns.
oh,
So it's a big escalation of like back and forth. So you really want to pick and choose. But the key is long range. If you fire artillery and it's out of range of their counter battery fire, now you have the advantage. So now you can just pick whatever and fucking blow it up.
well, what
So the HIMARS gives them a huge advantage because it has such a long range that they can just like fire it, whatever. But
Oh,
the
no
key
shit.
is the ammunition stores is that they have in the rear, which were previously out of range of Ukrainian artillery. Now they're in the range of the HIMARS. So
And,
that's how they're starting to turn. Starting to turn it around.
what's HIMARS stand for again? I forget. It's like
It's
I'd have to Google.
God,
something.
I saw it
multiple
yesterday. I saw it yesterday. I can't
Rocket.
remember.
High
System?
mobility artillery rocket system.
We got like 3
Yeah.
out of 6.
Okay. I was like, I knew it was something. So the HIMARS.
High altitude multiple rocket system.
No, that'd be HIMARS.
You just said it. High mobility,
High
artillery
mobility.
rocket system.
Yeah,
Oh, gotcha.
HI is part of high. But so the fact that they're like trucks with these rockets on the back, like they could launch. So you're talking about like there's like the artillery, then you have the counter artillery. So like you launch your artillery and they fire back. These HIMARS could probably just be like already moved out of place by the time your targets. They launch other
Yeah.
missiles and then they drive off. And like now, if they want to try and they're like, oh, we saw where these came from, and they hit that spot, you're gone already, right?
Yeah, like that's the Western Army's trick, is that when we fire our artillery, we're supposed to be able to pack it up and scoot away.
Yeah, it's like by the time it hits you, we're not there anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what the HIMARS does. Because it's all on a little truck, right, with a big rocket pod on the back. They just pull up. It's all GPS. They fucking punch it all in, fire off the rockets, drive away, load it back up, drive somewhere else, do it again.
And I saw an article recently that we're not giving them F-35s, we're not giving them 22s, but we're giving them tank busting planes, apparently. Now, not A-10s.
Not
but
A-10. Oh, come now.
Not A-10s, but some other, like, it's a plane. I don't know. I didn't see what the actual plane was, but it was a jet that had anti-tank, like, air to surface munitions of some kind.
If it's anything like any of the other stuff we gave them, there are former Soviet bloc countries that still operate Soviet equipment, like Poland, all the Baltic countries, like, you know, those countries and stuff that used to be USSR but now are in the European Union. They're probably still operating Su-25 Frogfoots, which is the Russian version of the A-10.
Okay.
So they're probably going around gathering those up, and then they're gonna like park them near the border and then leave the keys in them and walk away, and like, oh, where did the Frogfoots go?
Yeah. Well, so Alteri is saying we're giving them F-16s. I thought I heard that we were not giving them F-16s. So here's the weird thing with so I saw a thing where like Zelensky refused A-10. We offered him A-10s and he said no. And everyone's like, well, he's like, we don't need these. These are not going to help us. And everyone's like, oh, the A-10s are fucking awesome. It's like, the A-10s are not very good air.
Don't you say they're not awesome. Don't you say that in your words.
Listen to my whole statement. The A-10s are not good air to air. If you have air superiority fighters, they will fuck A-10s up. The A-10s are not very fast. Now they can take a beating, but they're not very fast. They can't dogfight. They are literally ground. They are excellent ground support, close ground support aircraft when you have air superiority. Ukraine doesn't have air superiority necessarily, and therefore A-10s aren't going to help them because they're not going to send A-10s in where they're just going to get shot the fuck down by the Su-36s or whatever the fuck they have.
You just fly them behind your lines and you go bird.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, but behind your lines, they're not helping. You need to bring them up to the front lines.
Depends on where the tanks are.
But if you bring them up to the front lines, they're going to get shot down by the Russian aircraft. The Russian aircraft have air superiority. Now, the Ukrainians have given a bit of a fight in that, but the Ukrainians do not have air superiority on the battlefield. And so, if you don't have air superiority, A-10s aren't great. They're like. They're great for us when we use them because we have very solid Air Force power, so we can get air superiority in the region to where like we're not worried about other fighters coming and shooting our A-10s.
So what if we give them
A-10s have free reign in the air, and therefore they only have to worry about like surface to air stuff, which they can usually handle, and they are great at close support stuff. So things like when you don't have air superiority, A-10s aren't good.
Drayden, what if we give them air superiority and ground superiority via A-10s?
But we'd have to give
them
air superiority.
What if we just give them a little bit of both?
We'd have to give them F-16s and F-35s, and
what if
we've already decided that we aren't going to do that because Russia would be like, that's the last straw of fucking war. And we don't want them. We don't want buttons being pushed.
Nuclear winter, perhaps.
Because here's the thing.
Russia
is having a hard enough time in a conventional war versus Ukraine. If they went to a conventional war versus us,
Russia's doing great. What are you talking about?
Well, no. Here's the thing: if Russia went to a conventional war versus us, that would mean that they would have to go into a conventional war versus every other NATO nation because of the NATO treaty, and therefore it'd be Russia versus the entire West, which means they'd probably have to call upon China and North Korea to be like, "Yeah, let me in." So North Korea would be in there.
Can we do a shot towards what was it? Sweden and Finland, I think
Sweden and Finland were brought in.
Given the nod.
Yep.
Given the nod.
Yep. Shots to Sweden and Finland.
Welcome to the treaty, boys.
Welcome to the
team. Welcome to the team, baby.
wait,
I hope we
so-
give them A10s because they're cool. as
But what
fuck.
I'm saying is, so
They're very old at this point. I'm sorry, but A10s are.
Oh,
the-
Zippo
the-
Zap Zap might be
the
right.
reason that we have been avoiding an actual
Oh, good
full-on
point,
war,
good
like we're
point.
trying to pull this
Let's try to
like
see the positive.
we're trying to pull this like proxy
Glass half full
war
thing, right?
thing off in Ukraine because if it came down to Russia declaring war on us, that would be Russia declaring war on most of the Western world, which would mean that Russia would need help and they would probably call upon other allies like Iran would join
Sure.
Russia. North Korea would be happy to join Russia. China might
Oh, look out for those guys.
China might join Russia. Well, here's the thing.
What am I gonna have to pay for my party supplies?
No, but,
And, like,
but no. Both those sides, both those sides have massive
who's
amounts.
gonna make our fireworks?
No. Both those sides have. Our side and their side would have massive arsenals.
What
of
if I don't buy 4 new TVs for my house next year?
Listen,
Let him-
stop.
Let him finish the fucking sentence.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so both those sides have massive stockpiles of thermonuclear weapons. And here's the thing. Look at the conventional war that Russia's been having with Ukraine. They've been having a lot of trouble with Ukraine by itself. Now, yes, other countries have been giving them technology and hardware, but we're not giving them troops. There has been volunteers from Canada, U.S., and all across the world that have gone in there volunteering. So there are volunteers, but they are like not official troops of those countries. They don't officially represent those countries. But if the actual nations of the West were at an official war with the nations of Russia and China and all those groups, in a conventional war, we would smash Russia so fucking hard. Like, if you look at the trouble they're having with
Them's
Ukraine,
fighting words.
the trouble they're having with Ukraine, we would crush them. Absolutely crush them. The only hope they would ever have of having even an inkling of success in a war against us in the West is to do a nuclear bombardment. And they would probably have to resort to that. And therefore, we would have to resort to retaliation. And therefore, that's why we have been avoiding this war in an official manner, is because if it comes down to the U.S. at official war with Russia, hopefully nukes wouldn't fly. Hopefully there would be some kind of coup in the Kremlin where maybe people just depose Putin because, like, we're not going to all die to a nuclear war because of your crazy schemes, and they might depose him. That would be our best hope. But if that didn't happen, and you have an actual full-out war between these groups, it would probably, the only way Russia could even possibly think to win is to nuke us, and then we would nuke them back, and then the whole world would fucking nuke each other.
But when they solve global warming, like, how do we look at them then?
So I'm just saying, like, we want to avoid this war in a direct war at all costs because it would probably end up in a nuclear war.
That's
Want
some
to hear
Joan
my
of
crazy
Arc
theory?
shit. Go ahead.
So, a lot of the problems Russia has is because of the incredible corruption within the military,
Big time.
right? Like they would imagine like somebody's like, "Hey, Akaroth, here's a duffel bag of money for you to maintain your tanks," and you just took that duffel bag of money and went, "Yeah, I'll do that."
Yep.
And then
32
you went-
tanks still out there. They're looking great.
Yep, and then you went and bought a super yacht instead. That's
Now it's
basically
like
what
2 more
every
tanks.
yeah, it's
being
basically
maintained.
what every Russian general did for years and years and years and years. So I have a theory that the Russian nuclear missiles are maintained in the same manner. Here's
a
a
lot of them
duffel
might be
bag of money.
defective.
To maintain your missile, to fuel it up, to make sure that the lid on the silo can still like pop off when we need it to.
Sure.
And I think all that money has gone into super yachts and like Dogecoin and like stupid shit like that.
Right.
So when they do push the
My-
button, what you're gonna see is like a little puff of smoke come out of that silo and like nothing.
Yeah, but
flying.
so even if that happens to
That's a-
most,
that's a risk, I get that.
Even if that happens to most, it's not going to happen to all. There'll be some that will work, and
Yeah.
our anti-nuclear capabilities are not. Like, I've looked at them where you have each of these big warheads that have 10 warheads and 10 decoys, right? The MIRVs, well, they're MIRVs, whatever they call them. Our missiles are about 30% effective, which means that we're gonna have to send at least 2, but generally we send 3 per target, but you have to send them at the decoys because you don't. Now there are some techniques where we might be able to detect the decoys, but let's just say 10 missiles, 10 decoys. You got to send 30 missiles at each one. I think
Where our tax money goes, man.
I think the U.S. has 60 or so.
At least 8 times that much.
60.
If you know about it, it's at least 8 times that much.
Okay, but we don't have an. If Russia launched everything, we might be able to stop half.
You know who has the world's largest air force?
Who's that?
The United States.
Yeah.
United
shit.
States Air Force. You know who has the second largest air force?
Who's that?
Britain.
The United States Navy.
Oh shit!
Well,
I did
The
know that.
Navy has its
But
own
the
air force.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently
yeah.
we just
This is true.
discern
This is
between
fact.
them.
What aircraft?
Yeah.
carriers?
So that's all
Does
the
the Air Force have its own Navy?
no.
no.
Wait,
Oh,
So-
they might
so-
have
that's
some
not how
boats
that
for,
works.
So when you're looking at Top Gun, those planes on the aircraft, what F-18s, are those Navy or F-15s?
F-18s.
They used to
Yeah.
be
So
Tomcats.
all the F-18s, those are designed for aircraft carriers. Those are Navy. Those are not Air Force. That's Navy. Those are Navy
Man, Nick
planes.
knew that. He's fucking with you.
No, I seriously did
the
not know
Top Gun
this.
program is.
Yeah,
is a
and I
naval
think
program.
F-14s.
It's not
I
Air Force.
think were Navy as well.
So
Anything that flew off an aircraft carrier was either United States Navy or United States Marine.
Yeah, F's.
Yeah, there's Naval and Marine Corps pilots.
Which is technically a department of the Navy, so it's still Navy.
Yeah, so
And technically
That was
right is the best
taxi.
kind of right.
F-16s is Air Force, F-22s is Air Force, but F-18s is Navy. F-14s are Navy, but those are old. They don't use those anymore.
So what are you saying,
They don't
LB?
use those no more.
Yeah.
Are
What
we worried about their
what about
nukes or not?
F-15s? What about the 15s?
The 15s are Air Force.
Air Force? Okay. Those are the
what do
whole-
the numbers represent?
just
The model,
just
like a
model
Ford
numbers. Yeah.
F-150,
Right,
Ford
it's-
F-250,
So are
It's
there,
towing
are there-
capacity.
Is there
Raptor.
It's a towing capacity,
F-14
right.
down to F1?
Yeah.
So Formula
like,
One has a
they-
very
they
high
skip-
towing capacity.
they skip
And
around.
there's a lot of carbon fiber.
They
which
skip
is
around a lot. So
impressive.
F is just the designation. Like it was Lockheed Martin is the main manufacturer of most Air Force planes like that.
For
Jet
example, when they made the F-22, there was a competition. And during the competition, it was between the YF-22 and the YF-23, both made by different companies.
One of
If
them's
the
a higher number.
YF-23 had won, you'd have an F-23. But since the YF-22 won the competition, you have an F-22.
Wait. Okay, now I'm
But
even
but
more
the numbers are
confused.
not
So
always.
two separate companies made two separate vehicles.
Yeah, it was like Raytheon and Lockheed or
but they
something.
named them chronologically. Did by happenstance? Did they name them chronologically one after the other?
It's probably
Well,
based
because
on the project.
because
No.
the programs are partly funded by taxpayer money than the government.
But
does.
also the
If we got-
numbers,
if
Manic.
we had a book with like the raptor and the eagle and the tiger fang and the fucking
Yeah,
whatever,
Dragon's
those
Blood.
are cool fucking yeah. But like for documenting purposes, it's like F-22, F-23, F.
Federal
Okay,
Project
so it
22.
has nothing to do
But
with like.
they-
So I'm
they're
thinking
totally
of it in
at-
terms of.
They are totally out of order because here's the thing, Manic. Before the F-35, which is a very modern, that's our most modern semi-stealth close range fighter support. It does everything. It's like it's like an all-purpose fighter essentially, but it does a lot of close range bombing. F-22 is air superiority. That's our That's the what's the F-22? The Raptor.
I want to.
Yeah.
I want to
Raptor.
explain.
Yeah.
I don't know
But
why.
here's the thing. So those are lower numbers, right? But then back in the day, 30 years ago, you have the F-107. So there's no chronological. They don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
111
Okay, I understand that the naming convention.
How come the
here-
F-99 hasn't?
Here's-
you know,
Jump around to the 100
Here's-
this, and then back to 50, and then
I
over
wanna-
to
I
70,
wanna
and then
rescue
explain
the
my
entire
thinking.
one.
I would like to
Jersey.
explain
that
my
makes sense.
thinking.
Okay,
I would
okay.
like to explain my thinking.
Okay, go for it.
I like that I can hear.
Manic laughter.
I would like to explain my thinking. Okay, so I don't know why my brain went here. I was thinking that the letter F and the number 22 had something to do with the functionality of the ship in the same way that Eve modules are named. I don't
No.
know
Function-
why. I assumed
functions?
that.
22
F-
functions.
The F stands for fighter, and the A stands for attack. So if you have a plane
Yeah.
that starts with an A,
So then
A10
does
is an attack.
the number
kinda
apply
haphazard.
to anything?
It's haphazardly
gotta.
assigned,
It's,
essentially.
The
it's not
F-35
like
is
a,
way
it's
better
not
than
like
the
the
F-14.
caliber of a rifle.
No,
where
no.
a number is a very specific refers to a very specific thing.
No. A certain
Okay,
number of
okay.
designation is given to a certain model that it's designed, and it's designed for a specific purpose, and they're not always in order.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's
fine.
just
it's
fucking
weird
random
and fucked
because
up.
the
I'll just
milita-
accept that it's weird.
Yeah,
and
the
fucked up.
military's like, you know what? We're gonna go from like
Wait, real quick though.
14 to 18 to 14 to 15. They did 14 to 15, and then they're like
It's
18.
not
15,
random.
16.
It's not random.
And
14.
It's
it was
not
a
arbitrary.
17. Same thing with the F-22 and the F-23. There was an F-17 and an F-18 that competed.
Yeah, some
It's not
get,
random
some
or
get
arbitrary,
discontinued.
though.
Some get discontinued, but then like also they're like F-35. It's like, oh.
where
What about
did that come
the
from?
what
Why
about
do
the
we have a
what about
35?
the 23, the 24, the
It's like, wait,
25,
you're-
the
you're
26?
going too fast.
Yeah, it's like, no,
They've got a ton of
35.
iterations.
Just in case we need to like downgrade, or what if we make an? But that's the thing, like the F-22 and F-35 are different roles. F-22 is more air superiority, like it's a new age fighter. It's meant to. Now, it could probably carry munitions to hit ground targets, but that's not what it's for. If you're gonna hit ground targets, F-35 or F-16. F-16 is a multi-role. It's like a versatile, like jack of all trades thing. It can
Master of none.
It can do. It's great.
Still
It's
better
great.
than a master of none.
It's great at dogfighting. It's great at ground support. It's great at bombing sorties. It can do everything. But the F-22 is like this is an air superiority fighter, and it is like out to beat all other dogfighters. It is meant to beat anything in a dogfight to gain air superiority, and then we can use our other planes that are meant for other tactics to come in after them. After they've secured the air, they can come and hit whatever targets they need to hit. And F-35 is like, it's stealth. Now it's not like pure stealth like the 117 or whatever it was, 119. I can't remember the
F-117 Nighthawk.
Nighthawk. Yeah, so that was like a pure stealth fighter. But the F-35 is like, it's mostly stealth, but it also is very fast. It's not great at dogfighting, but I mean, if it had to, it could try, I guess. But it's meant to be ground support, where it does bombing runs to like hit ground targets. It's meant to come in stealth, out of the radar, hit ground targets, knock out anti-air support, and then the F-22s come in, establish air superiority, and then you have other shit come in, and then ground forces come in and do shit
Right.
like that. So now I'm not an army guy, so
So-
I could be fucking wrong on that, but I think that's
Drayden,
like
tell
generally
me-
what they do.
Tell me why you're shilling against the A10. Just make that clear.
No, I'm
Show us on the doll with the A10 texture.
I'm not
That's all we
shilling
wanna
against
know.
the
Why
A10.
do you
I'm
think-
saying the A10
I mean, I
without.
have some friends who can show
I
you
know
that.
it's aged.
Well,
It's
Yeah,
dated.
unfortunately, you probably do.
no.
I know this.
No, I know the story with Elby's thing, and it's actually fucking sad. The A10 is not infallible, and the A10 has fucked up in the past. On
Everything's
Operator
fucked
error.
up.
It's operator error. It's all right.
operator.
Everything's
yeah,
fucked up.
like,
We're all
it's not that the
human
plane.
machines
Yeah,
made by
it was. Yeah, I mean, we've had A10s strafe the wrong fucking line.
We've had everything shoot the wrong thing if you can shoot.
Well, no,
Like,
but
that's,
like,
that's
they
how things work.
Strafe the wrong line and killed a bunch of friendly troops in the process. So,
Yeah.
but the A10
Tools
is.
of war are not.
I'm saying.
perfect.
I'm just saying.
America.
The A10
That's
is,
right.
is a great vehicle. It's a great plane, and there's a reason it's been in service for like 50, 60 years, and it's not retired yet. They extended it for like another 20 years because they haven't had another plane that can do what it does as well as it does. But the thing is, like, the A10 requires air superiority. If you do not have air superiority, it's
just
a sitting
establish
duck.
that.
It's a sitting duck
And
in
then
the.
do that.
That's what I said. It's a sitting duck
Not
in the
just
air.
air superiority. You have to have suppression of enemy air defenses.
Right, because it's slow.
Do that
It's-
too.
It's slow and low flying. Like now,
Sure.
it can take a bit. There's been
They're loud.
well, hold on. A10s have been hit by anti-air shit. They've been hit, and they've had like half wings blown up. They've had like engines go out. Like those things can cripple themselves back to base under a lot of fire, but they're not invulnerable. They can't
Nobody
get shot.
suggested that,
They can
though.
get shot down, but the thing is, like, if you like, here's the thing. Like I said, Ukraine does not have air superiority, and if you don't have that, enemy fighters will fucking take those down. Like they're
That's-
kind of
I don't think anybody suggested
They're
otherwise.
kind of sitting. Well, you're talking like, why are the A10s bad? They're not bad. They're bad
Well,
in Ukraine's
right.
situation.
You're talking
because
shit on A10s.
No,
that's
you-
the thing. As I was saying,
That's
if you
not
give
what
them
I
the
was
support,
saying.
you said they were awful. Everybody
what?
heard you.
You guys should fight.
I didn't say that. I
Duel.
said no.
Right
I,
now.
10,000
Duel in the
points.
chat.
Duel him.
10,000 points.
I didn't say they were awful. I said
Everybody
A10s
heard you, Drayden.
are bad in the hands of Ukraine because Ukraine doesn't have air superiority and therefore they can't protect them and therefore the A10s will get shot down before they do any effective damage. That's what I said.
Throw down.
You had to
Gloves.
11
T
deep.
points.
The duel has been said. Yeah, come on. Didn't work. Get to 0.
Do you accept the challenge?
What if the prophecy is true?
Wait, how does that not work?
No, you have to do it with 0 points.
Oh, because the bot.
That's what we're saying. No,
What-
you,
what
so
do I
you have
want?
to
Nothing to
at
lose?
Akaroth. Do
Oh, you have to
exclamation
at?
point duel and duel with an E, not an A, and then at Akaroth. But
That is not
if you do
tool.
it with points,
I was
it
trying to
won't
do
work.
it too, though.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. That's it.
Liz.
No, Liz, I want them to fight. Fight for your parents'
It
love.
says I have 0
Pull
points.
over
Fight.
and spank this.
It says I have 0 points. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I feel pretty cheap here.
You know what happened right there? Do you know what happened right there? They both lost.
Yeah,
They got
no-
in a duel.
Oh, what?
They stabbed each other in the face. They both fell over.
Well,
they both lost.
that's all.
Oh, it's over now.
No,
It's
Many,
too late.
many samurai duels would end that way. They would
no,
both-
no. See, Shuffle's wrong. The Warthog is actually not the right name. It's actually what the Thunderbolt 2, I think.
That is
Sure.
correct.
Yeah. So
So
it's a
35 is the lightning too. Which is
Yeah. So it's the a 35. Not Raptor.
lightning 2.
Lightning 2. Okay, yeah. But anyway, so everyone calls it the Warthog, the A10. It's not the Warthog. It's the Thunderbolt 2.
Because
But,
it goes.
It is if I believe it is, though.
but the Warthog has just become the name that people gave it, and I don't know why. But
But I just did it. Like it's real now. I spoke it
yeah,
into
the
existence.
F-35 Lightning 2. I didn't know it was called Lightning 2, but
I'll die on this hill.
but yeah, it's the thing is like yeah, Thunderbolt.
That's a
People,
stupid hill to die on.
Thunderbolt 2. No one knows that Thunderbolt 2 is.
Nice
but
job,
you told
Liz.
you told me Warthog. Like,
Murph,
oh yeah,
Come on,
that.
man. Do better next time.
Although I love watching videos of the A10 because I just love the fucking sound of that gun. It's like.
So how about the C-Ram?
Well, you know why they do it in such short bursts, though, right? People are like, why don't they shoot it longer?
Because you can melt
Because they would
barrels?
crash.
No,
No, you'll
it's-
stall the plane.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
that.
they do
Yeah.
get negative.
It's this. Yeah, it
Bullshit.
has nothing to do with the heat. It's
I do
because the recoil of the gun is so much that it will actually overtake the power of the engines if they run it too long. So if you hold that cannon down too long, you will actually stall your plane and crash. Because
Do you know how they designed that plane?
they built the cannon and they're like, how do we build a plane around this?
How, put some wings on this thing and get
Yeah,
in the air.
put-
Let's
yeah.
go.
And then they put like a million different redundancies. So like, okay, if this gets shot off, this will work. And this gets shot off, this will work. It's like they've had those planes limp back to base, like basically nothing but like just shreds of.
The engines are designed to, if one gets blown up and the other one sucks in pieces of the blown up engine, it'll still work.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's probably one of the most durable.
Whereas like any other like modern jet fighter, if you like left a fucking
Throw a fucking
twisty
pretzel
tie
in
on
it,
the
it
Bolt,
dies.
Yeah,
runway,
a
Yeah.
nut gets in there.
You
Yeah.
throw a
It's
pretzel in
fucking
it, it's
cheese.
fucking done. But
Wow,
yeah,
so very resilient.
yeah. No, the A10 was designed where it's probably the most durable aircraft we've ever built.
And yet you've been talking shit about it for 2 hours now, Drayden.
Oh my god.
Fight.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't even figure out how
no.
to duel based on your rules.
Dude,
We're
the-
gonna
no,
book a
these
ring
up-
in Vegas.
No,
I've
the-
been using exclamations and all sorts of
no,
shit.
it recognizes we have 0 channel points
But why can't we fight as peons with no points?
because it doesn't seem to be
Liz
channel
and,
points.
and
No,
Valvo
it doesn't
does.
respect it if we haven't
Oh my
earned the
god!
points?
Watch.
How do you
You're
do
just
it?
doing it wrong. You're doing it.
Show us, Manic.
Okay,
But see,
Akaroth
you're
is
already dueling.
Okay,
But
so
you just
she,
don't
she
put any
dueled
points
me with
in.
no points.
you don't put any points in, and it works. But we want to get it to a point where we use points that it works.
Well, yeah, we better swing those
I
around.
want to duel people. For
Oh my god, you
points.
beat me.
Of course I beat you.
You don't know how to do it. Yeah, I mean,
What?
come on.
No, okay, so I have to figure out how. So basically, it's literally Stream Elements doesn't know how to look at how many points people has. So I have to figure that out. I'll figure that
Oh,
out.
so Stream Elements has its own point system.
Yeah, so all
That's how it
all these
works.
commands in chat that you're doing, those
Yeah.
are all through Stream Elements chatbot, as opposed to clicking the thing below the chat for the actual. Because the Twitch points,
It's not channel points.
right? I can set up the clicking on the channel
That was a
rewards.
salty piece of popcorn.
Yeah, check
Holy
it.
fuck.
Clicking on the channel rewards below the chat, that is through Twitch itself, through the channel points. So it's automatically set up in the process there. But apparently, the commands in chat, those are Stream Elements, and Stream Elements apparently doesn't know how to see people's chat points. So I'll have to figure that
Sweet
out
and
for next
salty.
week. Yeah, I'll look it up this weekend.
That's me.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I believe that.
I'm eating this whole fucking bag of popcorn. I'm gonna be so sick.
I know you can. I believe
feel
you.
like
I'm
shit.
confident in
Did you put some cheddar powder on it?
I believe in you.
Absolutely not. It's kettle corn, sir.
It's gross then.
You
It's
don't
not
put
worth it.
onion powder on sugar?
It's sweet. It's
It's
sweet and
sweet.
salty. Like
You
what would
need
you
salty.
need?
No,
You don't have to do
you're fine.
anything to it.
You either add cheddar or you add copious amounts.
What kind of
butter
fucking
to
northern
it.
state are you from?
I-
that you're
No,
just
I'm not
adding cheddar to
claiming you
everything?
don't put cheddar
I-
on kettle corn. You're wrong.
I am that person when I go to the movie theater and they've got that whole butter dispenser to like put over your
Do
popcorn.
you ask to use
I'm
a
there and I'm
microwave?
like push the
Yeah,
button. It stops
you're
dispensing.
there for like
push
2
the button
minutes.
again. Yeah, I'm that guy.
I'm that guy. as
Totally
well.
admit.
Yep.
How's your heart doing, buddy?
Jesus.
My doctor recently told me that I am healthier than I should be. Thank you very much. Good
doesn't know shit.
sir. She.
She doesn't know shit. I'm gonna magic school bus through those arteries, and I'm gonna let you know. It's not looking good.
Zap the.
I recently did visit actually a place where there is a pipe big enough for a school bus to drive through.
And you role played the magic school bus with that fiery red
No, I
head?
did not. I
Yeah,
did not
oh,
roleplay
right,
anything other than I roleplayed hiking up a hill in real life.
I saw a pipe. I hiked up a hill.
No, so along Lake Michigan they have a couple pumped storage places where basically
boat
we've made it
storages?
we
You
we've
pump
made a
them
we've made a man-made reservoir where during the day they allow water to flow out from the reservoir into the lake through turbines generating electricity, and then at night they reverse the flow and use electricity to pump water back up into the reservoir. And which allows them to basically use a reservoir effectively like a battery. It's called pump storage, and it's used for load balancing on electrical grids. It's a really, really interesting topic. Actually, great thing for Science Hour.
Whoa, we've already mixed that out. Don't do
Well,
that.
I'm on the fucking panel. I was told
Buy
I
it with
didn't
your
have
damn
to
points.
worry about that. I was told I didn't
You
have
pay
to
the
worry
damn
about that.
points.
Damn it!
This is egregious. This is egregious.
Egregious. Yeah, what the fuck? Don't listen to
Stop
what we
using
say.
the big words around. We guys,
So
I
Drayden,
told you not to use
This is
big
an
Brayden.
words
American
around me.
audience.
teach us about pumped storage.
Pumped storage?
Yes.
You don't know.
You say that like I know what that is.
Damn it!
Oh my god.
I thought you were an expert.
You just
Well, I mean,
told-
like I don't deal
Aren't
with.
you a water
pump-
guy?
Well, yeah, but I don't deal with.
I
Storage.
love
well,
how ignorant you look right now.
I know how we pump
Fucking
water
idiot.
into storage tanks. What do you mean pump storage?
It's a good thing this isn't a publicly traded company.
Give me more examples of.
Aren't you a fucking VP of this
So-
company?
This guy's a fucking VP of a water
We-
company. Doesn't know
Yeah.
about pump storage.
So the basic idea for
we
pump.
pump water
so-
into storage.
So the basic idea for pump storage is at night you pump storage from, or you
We need
pump
to take a
water.
drink.
You pump water from big reservoir uphill to little reservoir, and then during the day when the grid has a higher load, you allow water to flow from that higher elevation reservoir through the turbine, powering electricity.
Oh.
And then so because during the day, obviously higher load, you need that
Yeah, it makes sense.
This would have been
Creepy ass
common
picture,
knowledge at
Darwin.
like a board meeting, but like obviously you skipped out on a few
No,
of
no,
them
no,
straight.
no. I no that makes a lot. I get what you're saying now. That makes sense.
He said one of my assistants recorded this. Like,
No,
So in modern technology, for net efficiency, you're looking at 80 to 85%. So they net for the day cost electricity to run, but as far as profits for electrical companies, they actually generate a net profit.
It's all about profits. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
I
big
yeah, no,
reservoir
it
wants.
makes sense because you're gonna generate the power anyway. Might as well use it to pump stuff uphill that you
reservoir.
can generate power off later when you need it. So that I get it. That makes sense. I was like, yeah, I do with water, but like we pump, like it's already pressurized water coming into our machines,
It's
pumps
only an
into
option.
it pumps into a reservoir through pressurized stuff, and then it has a float system. So like as you use the water, it's like, oh, this tank is no longer full. Pump more in here, but it's already like in a pressurized environment because it runs off the building.
Yeah,
pressure,
here
so.
the specific example I'm looking at is the Ludington, Michigan pump storage facility. I almost said Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, that makes
it's
sense.
only like it's
yeah, it was
'cause
almost Wisconsin.
Yeah, it was.
Except
It's
that
right.
bullshit war.
Well, yeah, that
Fucking
also
Toledo.
that. But no, it's
Who
literally
the
a
fuck
man-made
fights over Toledo? That's
man
like when it-
man-made
I like when it comes
reservoir
full
right
circle.
along Lake
It's my
Michigan.
favorite.
It's a pretty ingenious concept. I remember when I first discovered it, I was like, "Oh, this is kind of crazy
Yeah,
and
it's
cool."
pretty because during the day you're gonna produce a certain amount of power anyway, and if you don't have a use for that power, I mean, you can either just like let it dissipate into the ground, or you can use it to pump water uphill that will generate more power when you have less power coming through that you need later. So
Yeah.
it makes total sense to me.
Well,
I wish I was
because
there when this was pitched.
one of the crazy things about the grid that I think one of the electrical grid is one of the things in like our modern day-to-day life that we use a shit ton, like literally for everything. But I really feel like
I'm
the
using it right
average
now.
person,
I'm using it right now.
the average person doesn't actually understand how it works, and like it's crazy to think
I don't
about.
understand
but,
how most things in my life
but
work. What are you
but
talking
power, electricity on the grid is literally
kills you.
it's literally generated as needed. It's completely just on demand.
On demand?
Zero storage.
Can I
Yeah,
like
you're-
hit it on my
you are-
remote? Like
so
I just want a
what
little
that
bit of power.
means what that means is as electricity demand goes down for the grid going into the evening, they need to generate less electricity, otherwise the grid ends up overpowered, and then all sorts of bad things happen, like your shit
Well,
can
they
end up
have
fried.
groundings, so like, if they're generating more power than what's being used,
Just
they
drive
can
it
ground it.
ground.
They can ground it. So, but then
They've
that's
got
just
fail
it-
safes, yeah.
That's right, Lincoln.
Just bad
Magic
things
rocks.
can
Well,
happen.
no, but the problem with that is it's wasted power. You're generating
Oh,
all this power that's literally just going into the dirt. So,
Yeah.
but it's like you have to send it in the dirt because otherwise it's going to blow up your transformers. So
What if we just build bigger batteries?
We
but
don't
they
have
they don't
batteries on the
have
grid.
We
That's
don't
the
have them.
problem.
I said, what if we build?
They do have like capacitor
explain
banks.
what
they
if.
do have capacitor banks to a point, I think, but they can't store like battery like they don't store
then
power
fuck
like
the sun.
batteries.
It's being an asshole.
It's more of like temporary. It's more of like allowing buffering up and down.
It's load balancing stuff.
Yeah, it's load balancing. It's not meant to like store power like a battery and use it when you need it. It's more meant to like
Sounds awful.
okay,
How
you got
balanced
this.
is it, though?
You
Come
have
on.
this many megajoules
Right, exactly.
coming
Fair
in.
and balanced.
Let's say you got 9 megajoules coming in. All of a sudden, oh, you just used 8, but you didn't use 9, but you had 9 come in. It's like okay,
Sounds
but you
biased
have to
as fuck.
store that extra bit, but then now
Towards
you
the
used
sun.
it. So
I think we do it.
it's more meant to like just
drinks to fucking
account.
biased.
It's meant to
monkey.
account
What
for
was
like
it? Rock
the.
stuff, rock magic.
But anyway, so
Do science.
well,
I guess.
that's the thing with dams is dams have
The dams leaks. No, that's dank leaks.
well no, so dams produce power, but the thing is like they have to produce power based on the load that's needed, and as the load goes down, then all of a sudden they have to run less through the turbines, like the turbines for the actual power generation. But sometimes it's like, oh, but you know the reservoir's full, or we have to let this much amount of water out for downstream usage.
Remote
So
dam
we'll run
governors,
this
dude.
much through the power plant, through the turbines, to generate power. But if we have to if we don't need that much power generation, but we still have to let more water out, that's why you see the floodgates open or the spillways open on dams, where it's like, oh, just a bunch of water pour. The things like the power generation plants in dams is like through a building, and the water comes out under the part of the river. You don't see the water pouring out through a dam, or you see the water.
Who's ever going to say they don't want more power? Drake?
Well, I'm just saying, like, when you see the water spilling out through the spillways in the dam, that is generating zero power. That is just them saying, we're generating all the power we need, but we still have to let more water through the dam, so we're just going to open up these floodgates and just let it go.
So they're wasting it.
Plus, it looks.
They're not wasting it.
They're wasting it.
They're not wasting it. They are.
No, that's
Are they
absolutely
getting power from
wasting
it?
it.
Waste.
They're
No,
not
wait,
wasting
absolutely
it.
wasting
They're
They
not-
are not wasting
This-
it.
that
They're
is the
trying
most
to waste
ridiculous
the
thing I've ever
X-Men
heard.
that are in the tunnel.
That's ridiculous.
They are letting.
They are just trying to kill
That's
the
waste.
X-Men
They are
that are
letting
in
the
tunnel.
water downstream that needs to go downstream.
They're saying my cup runneth over and fuck all y'all.
No, they're letting
This
the water
water
downstream.
here could be creating all kinds of electricity, but fuck
But
you,
here's the
we're
thing,
gonna
but-
This water could be putting kids
No,
through
but
college.
here's the thing. It's
Could be putting people in
It's
college.
They're
creating.
taking out Dark Phoenix with that water, guys.
It's creating all this electricity, but it's like if you only need 10 electricity, but you're making 15, you're gonna blow shit up if you
Who
make
only
15.
needs
So you
10 though,
drop
Drake?
it down to
I
like
need
we're,
18
we're
electricity.
we're gonna make 10 electricity, and we're gonna let that other 5 electricity go out these gates that make no electricity, so it doesn't blow our shit up.
It would only
Can't they send
blow
that
your
extra
shit up.
electricity to poor, impoverished people?
You'd think so.
Exactly.
Mexico or Canada, yeah.
But
I'd
that-
like to buy
that's-
one
that's-
electricity, please.
That is where bureaucracy.
This is the monorail song.
That is
I hear
where
it.
bureaucracy and capitalism comes into
Monorail.
place, is because
Monorail.
you have power companies that are like, yeah, we're making excess electricity, and we could
What if the batteries
send
are
it
at
down.
capacity?
We could send it down the lines
Is
to this
there a
other place,
chance
but you know
to
what? This
track
other
advantage?
place is not willing to pay us the amount that we want them
Not
to.
on your life, Mike.
And therefore, you know what? If you're not going to pay us for the power that we could give you,
We're going to waste it.
for the price,
Exactly.
yeah, it's capitalism.
Top of
at-
the muffin
It's
seat.
capitalism at its finest. It's like
Well, I was right.
we
from the very
could
beginning.
send
Waste
this
it.
power down these lines, but you know what? That power company is not willing to pay us what we want for the power we could generate for them. So we're gonna send it to the ground instead.
that's why
then
we're gonna
sell
blow
it
up
to
the
them
Hoover Dam.
for.
Oh, we send it to the mole people instead. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous. They're
Yeah,
not paying
so-
us either.
It sounds
They don't even
stupid.
use the same currency.
It sounds
Fuck.
stupid. It
Mole
is
people are
stupid.
sovereign citizens, and they have a
But
right
they
to
don't use the
travel.
same currency. You know they're not paying
I'm
for
saying
that fucking
it
electricity. we're
sounds
sending to
stupid.
them.
It is
All I
stupid,
see is
but
silly
it's
videos
how-
about them,
it's
though.
how-
They're getting arrested left and right.
It's how money works. Corporation, because these things are, some of them are government owned. There's a lot of public utility districts that are owned by the local or county districts
Trading.
or whatever they are. But there are
Trading.
other power companies that are privately owned corporations.
You need a drink.
Well, I will drink, but I'm saying
Take a drink.
and they will
Drink
be
to
like
that.
you know what? We're not going to give you free power, even though you could use it more than us, and we're just going to send it to the ground. You have to pay us. And they're like, well, we're not going to pay you. It's like,
Damn
well,
right.
then you don't get it. We'll send it to the ground. That's what they
Fuck
do.
That's-
those poor bastards.
that's
Don't
America.
be poor. Don't be poor.
That's America for you kids.
Buy the electricity and fucking
Thanks,
yeah.
Obama.
Or
Nothing's
is a life
free.
choice.
Nothing's free. If you want power, you got to pay for it, and you have to pay what the other public utility.
Oh, unless I
district is
rub my
willing to
feet
sell
on
it
the
for.
on the carpet, that's free power.
That's right.
Didn't cost anybody anything. Well,
Once you touch the doorknob,
What you
yeah.
can do is you can take a surge protector and or a power strip, plug the power strip into itself, and then plug other things into the power strip, and there's your free energy.
oh my
Yeah,
God,
that's
that's
how it
fucking
works.
brilliant. That's
And while you're at
brilliant.
it, download some
Hey, you know what?
while you're doing that.
I figured this shit out when I was 8 years old.
I'm gonna try.
I think
it.
that's very anti-American of you to put out there, Minnick.
Oh, that is pretty
Sharing
fucking
the
Sounds
knowledge.
like-
You shouldn't be
It sounds
sharing
like
this.
socialism.
I need to
Does
patent
sound like
this, is
socialism,
what you're
yeah.
saying.
That's
Yeah,
right.
That's some.
Don't be
Gotta
sharing
make
this
some
with all
money.
the people.
Gotta make some money.
Yeah,
Damn it.
If
Well,
you want,
it's too late now.
If you want
Too late now,
commie
it's out there.
power, if you want commie power, listen to Manic.
Yeah.
commie
Beta,
You want
beta,
American power,
beta,
listen to
commie
Drake.
power. What do you want your alarm clocks
Was
and
it-
your oven resetting every few
Free-
hours? Come on.
Commie power.
It's beta
free,
power.
free power for the masses provided by the underworked.
How do you know they're underworked? Maybe they're overworked.
That's probably true.
They're very likely over.
Provided by the proletariat.
Maybe they're perfectly worked. We don't know.
Are they though?
I don't know. I don't. That's why I said I don't know.
Exactly. I appreciate your.
You know what though? We got Comrade LeBlanc with that mustachio of pristine condition.
Comrade LeBlanc.
Somebody said
Mustachio
it in the
LeBlanc.
channel earlier.
Change his
that
title
LB's
to
face would be
Comrade
perfect for a milk commercial, and I think they're right.
It would be. Put a milk
That
mustache
was
in there.
Ziggy,
That was
and he went to
fantastic.
bed like 2 hours ago.
Well, I just acknowledge it now. It takes me a little time sometimes.
That's
I'm a
okay.
little slow.
I'll let him know you noticed.
Some of you
He's
caught
in my
that.
corp.
I liked it. It was funny. Lincoln S. Stern is probably the greatest name in Eve. That scene for fucking heavy metal has made me laugh probably 100 times.
I haven't watched heavy metal in so long.
Heavy
Oh,
metal.
Never seen it.
Gotta rewatch. It's
Oh,
good, man. It's a
It's
trip.
great. That
Like,
scene's the
With like a
best.
mushroom trip?
I've done it on
Yes.
that. I've watched
Like
it.
like
Oh,
a
okay.
music video.
Yeah.
It it's like a feature length music video. Yeah.
Like Fantasia.
Like 100.
It's-
No. It's like
it's-
6 different stories that all tie into
yeah,
one
it's an
thing.
anthology kind of thing.
There
but
used to be
yeah,
a magazine called Heavy
it's
Metal.
fucking yeah, it's based on a magazine called Heavy Metal, but the Fantasia analogy is very apt. It's like
Fantasia was
for
phenomenal.
it's
But good.
Fantasia for metal heads. Yeah.
Fantasia
like-
was
like-
phenomenal,
like,
and then I
what-
saw it
what-
when I was
what kind
3,
of-
and then I
what kind of
started
metal
doing
has, like,
drugs in my later life.
I'm
Never seen
already
it.
I'm
Oh,
already
like
imagining like a
hair metal. 70s, 80s.
Oh, like Metallica,
Black Sabbath,
Yeah,
Cheap
yeah,
Trick,
Black Sabbath.
Metallica.
Devo. Who else? Did they
What's the
Devo, Don
Christina
Felder, Sammy
Aguilera.
Hagar.
what's the what? We are the youth
Ariana
gone
Grande.
wild.
No, not that.
Yeah, that's the one.
What's,
Wait, what?
what's
Justin
what's-
Bieber.
What's
Ariana
the
Grande?
youth,
With Ludacris, he was
Youth
in
Gone
mid-20s.
Wild.
Skid Row.
Duran Duran.
Skid Row. Yeah.
Oh, Bullet Boys.
I'm
actually
hungry
played
like a
free
wolf.
tonight in Des Moines.
Twisted Sister.
What about Warrant? Cherry Pie.
Warrant.
That's a good one, right?
She's
Pie,
my cherry pie.
That's all the
Fucking
word.
movie night and play fucking heavy metal.
Motley
Um,
Crue. Anything by
Motley-
Motley Crue.
oh, yeah, Motley-
Anything,
oh.
dude. The
No,
crew.
not
were
anything,
always
but
rules.
something.
When it comes to
They didn't shower before all those.
no
girls,
like
which is pretty impressive.
Then that's how your balls get
I'm
itchy.
on my way.
That's how your balls
now
get
we've
itchy,
and
exactly.
now we've
I'm
come full
on my
circle.
way.
I think of all the '80s hair. Like, I love
home.
Thank you for that
Metallica.
album.
I love Metallica a lot, but honestly, I think Motley Crue.
Do you? though?
What's
Motley
the Kickstarter?
Metallica shut down Napster. Let's be honest.
I think overall, I like more Metallica
were
songs
heard.
than Motley Crue songs, but honestly, "Kickstart My Heart" I think is probably my
Kickstart-
That's a
favorite.
fucking great
Fuck.
song.
It's my
Yes.
favorite '80s song of all time,
That is
by
a-
far.
such
goes
a
with
fucking
anything.
banger. Yeah,
Goes
man.
with anything.
It's so like it. Nothing comes
You can
close.
play that on at
Nothing
a
comes
wedding
close.
and a road trip, probably somebody's funeral. Like
Sure.
Kickstart My
the
Heart
right
and
right
Thunderstruck.
person.
Man,
I think that's probably poor taste at a
Manning,
funeral,
now-
but
the octave might be
that's
rough.
mainly because of defib.
The octave might be rough, but Manic, you want to do that at Google Karaoke in Vegas?
Yes.
Can
Don't
we do it?
kickstart their
Dude,
heart
it-
at a
it'll-
funeral.
You're right. It'll hurt like hell,
It'll-
but I will do it.
like, but we have to get the crowds. We have to get them like, whoa, yeah. We have to get
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah.
We have to get everyone to help us with that, and then we'll do the rest.
Audience participation.
Yes, because that makes it. Because even if you fuck it up, that will make it fun.
Yep. Yep.
All right, so yeah, we'll plan that. Now I have to
Fucking
practice
A,
that
man.
on. Now I have to
Okay,
practice that
there's,
at work
there's
on the
our
road.
Vegas talk.
Now I have to practice that on the road for the next month.
Yeah, I gotta
like,
start
just
learning it.
Trying to like.
For the next 69 days.
69 days.
That's all there
It's
is.
probably
Nice.
68 now.
Nice.
You guys ever see
I
see the
60.
movie
Okay,
Planes
yeah,
2?
actually 68 days. 68 days.
Which,
68 days isn't even funny.
which
What
movie?
LB?
Planes 2.
No,
Planes 2.
It's
No.
like snakes on a plane too.
Was that like
Pixar.
They
Cars?
made another
no,
one?
It's a kids movie.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
like Cars, right? It was
So-
planes.
Cars, yeah, and then you had planes, and then the premise of Planes was that a crop dusting plane named Dusty Crophopper, voiced by the comedian
Owen
I think his
Wilson, I
name's-
assume.
No, it was Dane Cook.
Oh wow,
Oh
That guy?
no.
I do.
Yeah, he was the
Dane
voice
Cook.
of
He
Dusty
married his
Crophopper.
24-year-old girlfriend recently.
So and he was trying to win like air races, right? So he'd always be practicing. Anyways, you know, it's total underdog story. Whatever, wins the air race at the end and is a big hero. Planes 2, he's on the mend because he broke some parts and he has to go and get trained up as a firefighter because the regional airfield that he lives at doesn't have a fire department. So he goes to this like smoke jumper place in California. He's there and he's meeting all the fucking people, right? And the alarm goes off that there's a fire. And you know what they play to get ready to go fight the fire? Thunderstruck.
Ooh.
Thunderstruck.
Yeah, it was so good.
Yeah.
Best
Oh,
part of the
yeah.
movie. You can turn it off after that.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I actually like a lot of AC/DC. AC/DC.
AC/DC is
pretty
way better than
fucking-
Metallica.
Although what's my favorite song? It's the one.
The whole
It's-
lot of Rosie.
No, it's
She got
it's
the
Shoot
Jack?
the thrill.
no, it's
Once upon a time,
no, it's like
If You Want Blood?
they're on the
School of
sidewalk.
Rock song.
no, it's the
Here they lie.
We
Black.
salute
I'm just making up song
you.
names.
We
Oh.
salute you.
We salute you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. For those
Yeah.
about to rock.
Those about to. Yeah.
That's
So
wrong, yeah.
here's the thing. Because like my dad was in the Air Force, and there was an Air Force recruiting video.
I
Where
saluted all you.
It was basically a bunch of like
course it was.
Air Force planes taking out
Sure.
targets in like Desert Storm.
The 1991.
It was
Gulf
actually
War?
in New Mexico.
Yeah, because it was
Those
like
were-
right after
those
the
were
Gulf War,
Target.
and like he had a VHS tape, and it was a bunch of like Air Force
promotional
hitting
recruitment
targets in Desert Storm, and it was just like for those about to rock, we silent. And it was like all these things. And now that I think about it in the past, I didn't know the plane, but there was a scene. It was an A-10 Warthog. Go figure. And it was a scene
Those pieces of shit.
It was
You
a
hate
scene
those
where
fucking
like this
things. I know
plane
you.
was
I've
like
been trying to tell people to retire them
it
for
didn't
years.
like it must have been had a bunch of like issues with like landing gear not functioning or whatever, and it came down and it landed into a net, like a catch net, and it's
That
like
may have been fake.
no, it's all Air Force footage. It's like came down instead of landing on a runway because that's why I'm guessing like the only reason it did that is because
Skydiving,
it had
aerobatic.
had
It may have
function.
been that it landed on an aircraft carrier.
No, it was a net. You could see the ground. It was not
Rest
on
of the ground.
Yeah, it was.
That was Photoshop.
You could see the ground. It was like a big air net, like 4 big giant poles with a net. And
They
you
had
could see,
defense budget.
you could see like the desert and like tarmacs and all that. So it was a big airport. It was not on the sea.
So just an A-10 that was all shot to shit, landing in a net.
It was an A-10, I think, and it just like into this net and just got caught.
I
Basically, they were probably like our landing gear's fucked, and they had a catch net for it. Apparently, I didn't know they had stuff like that for the Air Force, but apparently they do. So that was kind of cool. And they had all these targets, like like you see like the just the display targets on the
Grainy targeting pod footage. of the
grainy
square
targeting of like the hood
And a
of like
fucking
target
some rocket
fighter
flies in the
aircraft,
window
just like and it's like from the side like you see nothing. Also like from the sides like and like billowing smoke and. I was like, oh, dude, this Air Force video fucking rocks because they had a bunch of cool music on it. It's like it had that. It had the
Danger Zone.
Van Hagar,
Like it.
not Van Halen, but like that's what dreams are made of. They had that song on it because
Wow.
they do, and like they played that song when there's a bunch of like people coming home and like reuniting with their wives and stuff and so like that. It was like a really well done music video thing for the Air Force. It was like, oh man, that's a cool fucking video because they just they found like, oh, this is cool scenes for this type of music. And this is like, new shit of the day. Because it's old shit now, but, back when this video was made, that was like kind of like new shit. So it was just, like I remember watching that shit as a kid. Because my dad was like, oh, I got this Air Force video. You can watch the Air Force video. I was like, well, I'm not joining the Air Force, but, that's kind of like what it was for. It was like a recruitment, like, look how cool the Air Force is. But, ever since then, like, I like a lot of AC/DC, but like the who what for those about to rock best fucking AC/DC song ever.
I like
it.
that this long-winded story was just to explain why you like a particular song.
Do we? When I'm
Just to let
And
y'all
yet the whole
know,
time he's
we
been
invaded
saying
Kuwait.
A10s.
No,
we listened to the trooper over.
that's the
speakers
thing. Like
as we flew across the desert.
it's weird when I storytell because like here's this one point of
No, it's fine. It's
Here-
fine.
it's
Ray,
weird.
Don't. I didn't mean that in a
no,
negative way.
no.
It was- it was
I
funny.
didn't take offense. I'm just saying, like, I have this like one point of execution. I'm like, but the road there, we have to go on this side trip because
Honestly,
I have to let
my
you know.
daughter is the exact same way.
I can't just let you know the simple answer. I have to give you the whole background of why we are.
I watched a super cool Delta Force video where they use Shoot to Thrill on it.
Hell yeah! Do you have it?
Is it real?
Throwing flashbangs in the rooms and no, it's not real. It's a fucking propaganda video.
Oh, nice.
I'll find it and I'll show it to you.
Those are pretty fun.
Yeah, AC/DC. We get it.
What's AC/DC?
Alternating current and direct current.
Direct current. Yeah, that's right. It's powerful stuff. Hey, that's
My,
okay.
my mother would probably like castrate me if she actually heard me say
It's
that.
important that
statement.
you know that that's what they
It
are.
is important you know. Yeah.
I
What are
know
we waiting on?
AC.
We're waiting on
I
something.
know.
here.
I
Got
know
to-
I put it in the
ACDC.
chat. I put the
Thank
video
you,
in the
thank you.
chat.
I know ACDC primarily as Iron Man theme songs.
What about the
That's
dude
Black
dressed
Sabbath.
as like a schoolboy? Like you don't know him as that?
I thought there was some ACDC that they used for
Maybe,
the Iron Man
but
stuff.
Iron Man's Black Sabbath, and I believe that was in the
Really?
Iron
first
Man is Black Sabbath.
Fuck. God
yeah.
damn
What are
it,
you even
I
doing
suck.
with your life?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna go walk off a cliff now.
You know what? Black Sabbath is the greatest band ever to.
That's
grace
not
our
true at
planet.
all.
Ever. To
No,
grace
it's
our
Eve
planet.
6.
Yeah, that's right. I've read that about
Black
them.
Sabbath didn't write the Heart in a Blender song.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
they did and
he-
sold it
he
to
read
Eve
about
6. He may have. You don't know.
He did.
Tommy
we were
Iommi is
talking about it
pretty
before the
fucking
show.
amazing dude. Yeah.
No, it's that one band like Hard in a Blender, something Thunder, turn
Manic
around,
and I were
once
discussing
around
this
to
before the show.
oblivion,
Oblivion.
rendezvous,
Rendezvous
and
and
I'm through with
with
you.
We discussed this at
Yeah,
length.
that's who made it.
Those guys actually tried to sell it to Black Sabbath and they passed on it. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
That
After
could have
listening,
been-
after
that could have been
listening
their
to you guys
biggest
sing,
hit.
Imagine.
yes.
That could have been their biggest hit of the late '90s, early 2000s for all the coming of age films.
They passed. They big missed
And
opportunity.
they passed.
You know what? When they had Ronnie James Dio, that would have been perfect for him.
That would have made
They were
sense,
shitty
but
then,
they did
so that
not.
makes sense, yeah.
They passed on it. Sharon was trying to tell Ozzy, she was like, "Come on, give it a
Ozzy
listen."
was
He
long
was
gone
like,
by
he
then.
was like, "No,
Long gone by
I
then.
won't." He said it. He said it very vividly. No, I won't. And she was
18
like,
months.
"You mumble through most of
We
it."
told
I
you.
was just gonna
Because
say he
I'm
didn't
gonna
say
make it
anything
clear.
very vividly.
No, he did that time though. That was very clear, and that's why they passed on it. They were surprised.
That makes sense. It probably just didn't fit with the like Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. It might not have fit on that album.
It might not have fit. Yeah, it might have been out of place. That's true.
He was waiting for a solo career and then forgot about it because he did do a lot of drugs.
He did forget about things.
Black Sabbath, once again, greatest band ever.
No. The greatest bands ever don't get.
AC/DC was around.
They don't get
I hope
banned
you mean
from
the movie,
Texas.
not the song. So
The greatest bands ever are allowed in Texas all the time.
he's allowed back. So,
He's allowed back now, but the greatest bands ever never got
but Black
banned.
Sabbath didn't get banned. Just Ozzy.
Well, they did because Ozzy was
Here
leaving.
at 1:30 in the morning.
No, he wasn't. He's long gone by then. That was
No,
a
no,
solo career.
What about
maybe.
Viking
I
music?
don't know.
That's pretty good.
Ronnie James Dio was leading them then.
I'll take your word for
Viking
it.
music is very good.
What kind of music?
Viking
Texas?
music.
The Minnesota.
If you need to get pumped up for something, the Vikings have you covered.
That's true.
I can agree with that. It is good,
They
yeah.
figured it out hundreds
you,
and
guys.
hundreds and hundreds of years ago that all you got to do is bang on a drum and clank some swords together, and
and then
man,
you go and rape and pillage, and you're
We're
good.
Yeah.
guessing. We don't know that for
Fucking
sure. They
pump.
didn't record any of it, so we're just guessing.
this was
They
before
wrote down a
iPhones,
bit.
so we don't have any
There's no,
photographic
yeah, I mean,
evidence.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's on YouTube.
It's on
Oh,
YouTube.
okay, then it's true.
Yeah, there's series
that's fair.
about this. I've seen basically body cam.
Do you guys?
I
put a link in
Seema,
chat.
That's funny. They sing themselves horrid. every
Trying to
night.
find this Air Force video, I can't find it. It didn't just have AC/DC, it had Joey Satriani on it. Just fucking shredding on the guitar. Just saying.
Probably under him, right? Summer.
I tried to find that too. It's not on YouTube.
That's funny.
It's sad because it's like
Sang themselves Norris each night. That
it was the
fun as
Joey
hell.
Satriani song, like something with the alien, whatever it's called. Damn. What a relic. Relic lost to time. Maybe I pay
yeah?
myself on VHS. I'll have to convert it over and just have shitty quality because it's VHS.
I must bid you adieu.
Got to call it.
All right.
Gotta go blend in
Hasta
with
la
the bush.
vista.
See, Albie.
Goodbye. Bye.
Later, bud. Have a
Yeah,
great
buddy.
night.
Bye.
I'm actually gonna drop off as well. I'm winding down.
Bye.
All right, see you,
I'll
man.
talk to you
I
guys
wanted
later.
to see some fucking
I
art. You didn't do
I
it.
added a channel in the server to the Mid Journey bot, so people can
Thank
play
you.
around with it if they want. All right, peace out.
Yeah, bud.
See ya.
I'm actually surprised that I am still alive right now because I donated blood before getting on the stream. Like I literally was home for like half an hour from donating blood and then got on the stream and
Did you eat
started
the cookie?
drinking. I ate the goldfish they gave me.
Okay,
There you
well
go,
then you're
that's why.
fine.
Yeah.
They gave me a bottle of
That's why
water
they
and
give
some
them to you.
goldfish.
Right.
And then
That's to keep you alive. You're fine. Like this is completely expected.
Surfing
They were
with
like,
the
if
alien.
you
is
want
what
to
we're
go
talking
and
the vodka
if you want to
helped
go and
replace the
broadcast
blood
after
volume,
this,
right?
then like just do your thing.
about. Drayden, surfing with the
your
alien.
doggo
Jeff
supports
Beck,
the
Steve Vai.
Smush
Yeah,
Guys.
surfing with the alien.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the name of it. Surfing with the alien. It's Jeff Beck and Steve Vai with Joe Satriani. I don't think that's true, Sadis. Wasn't EverQuest be first? Or no, what's the other one with the numbers?
I love it. World of Warcraft is the first MMO. That's the saddest thing I've heard like in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I can't find the Air Force video, but I can play. You know what? That's a good song though. Like, Surfing with the Alien.
It's a good
Oh,
song, yeah.
Did we ever play the
What about
Javelin
surfing on a rocket?
drone video?
The
we
what?
did not. But you know what? I'm gonna play this one because, oh fuck. Let's live. Let's go with the. Maybe live is good. Maybe let's go with the live. Or no, let's go with this one. You know what? No, we're gonna go live because I think he's actually.
baby.
I think I've watched the live. I think I've watched the live one. And he's just as good live because he's the guy that most people don't know about these days. But back in the '80s, this guy was like, he didn't sing, he didn't have any like vocal songs, but like he was just like, I'm gonna sit here and shred on my fucking guitar, and it's gonna sound great. It's almost like if you've heard like Rat-a-Tat, but Rat-a-Tat is more melodic and like it's just kind of fun to listen to. They're
Maybe
not like,
Schmongle?
Rat-a-Tat is not like showing like technical skill as much as they're just like showing that we can make cool sounding music from simple riffs and you'll listen to it. Satriani is like, you're gonna watch like a 7-minute guitar solo and it'll be cool. This guy was, yeah, it's from the 80s, so I'll put it up. Hold on. It's pretty good.
I don't know if you will. Ultima, that's the one I was thinking over the top. Ultima was the first, I think. Yeah. Oh, what's gonna happen now? You can push play, push play, push play, push play.
I've just sized so people can see it, but here we go. It's pretty. Oh, dude, yeah, I would recommend you watch the stream and like unmute it just so you can hear it. But yeah, the Satch.
He was fantastic. There's no doubt about it.
So I didn't know who the hell that was until I saw that. I wish I could find that Army Recruitment video because it's actually kind of cool because it has a bunch of old good songs on it. But apparently it's just not on YouTube, or at least not easily found. I might be able to. I swear I found it before. I remember finding it like 5 years ago on YouTube, but maybe it's been taken down, or who knows. Might take a little more thorough searching.
So you want to be impressed with guitar playing? There's a video for you. Watch it on your own.
This is me on my Fisher Price. Don't forget
Yeah.
to like and
Why
subscribe.
the shit? Fuck. Did we lose Drayden?
No, I'm still
He's
here.
frozen.
Oh,
His camera's frozen.
Oh, sorry. I have
Oh, mine is too.
one window on top of the other. My bad. Oh, we lost.
Skyhawk left, yes.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Alphabetical. We're using the last 3 left, so these are already fixed.
Not quite alphabetical, but close.
Here at 1:30 in the morning, like I said.
I should be on top because mine's better.
Here at 1:30 in the morning, like I said.
Oh, you meant real alphabetical. I thought you meant cool alphabetical.
Yeah, no, it's alphabetical.
All right, no, but I should still be on.
It's actually how it works based on the Greek alphabet.
On the alphabet, yeah. So, how y'all doing tonight? I think we should have another
I'm
drink.
not good. I still I still have a drink.
I tried to buy a shot.
I'm-
and wouldn't let me
I
because
wanna
already
find
fucked it
this
up tonight.
You can only do it once a stream.
Yeah, and now we know. So if anybody's
you
still watching, buy a
Yeah,
shot.
so
It's
that's
only 500 points now.
so here's the thing. I way cheaper because I realized that it makes a giant pay, quote unquote, not a money paywall. I would never do that, but it makes a paywall of like, if you haven't been watching this stream for like weeks on end, you'll never be able to request a drink, which seems silly. So it's like that. It kind of just like makes the old timers and the elite the only ones that can do that, and so that I was like
now almost anyone can make a stream.
So my original intention behind the high price point was like the fact that I thought everyone's like, oh, everyone has high price points, and like they're looking to spend their points. I'm like, oh, well, I want to make it cost them to like request streaks. But here's the thing: I also put the stipulation of like it can only be done 4 times per stream, once every half hour. But if those stipulations are in place, why does it matter what it costs?
That's
And
correct. Yeah.
Even people that are new to the stream should still be able to do that. So I was like, yeah, the high price point is stupid. So I dropped it down. I took it from 25,000 to 500. So
big difference.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference. And then I took the science thing down as well, down to like the same 500 or something like that. But it's like science once a stream, shots 4 times per stream. So that way, like, the audience can't get us schmammered, which it's like we can still get that way, but it's like I don't want us to sit there and like have to take a shot every
have a choice.
5 minutes because people are like spending their points. So it's like we
shots.
They can do it when it's there, and that's why I said like people on the panel, we don't have to use that point system because if you want to take a shot, just call a shot.
I just did. You didn't do it.
Maybe we just get schmammered ourselves.
Well, I'll do it.
We encourage it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, so
that's what he's saying though. You're not following the rules.
This whole function was meant to be for the chat that aren't here on the panel.
It's for the people.
For them to be like, hey, you guys take a shot.
That's kind of why he lowered him.
Which is why when you guys started doing it, I was like, no. If you guys want to take a shot for a specific reason, you just
that's
say,
understandable.
You guys just say, hey, let's do a shot for this reason. You could just call a shot verbally, and we'll do it.
So you had added.
This is a function for the chat to interact with us, to make us take shots on their behalf.
That's fair,
not for us to take their slots and make them wait for 30 minutes before they can do it again to do their thing. So it's
just
that's what
just for perspective though. You had added quite a few things, and I think a few of us were like, "Hey, maybe we should."
I know. Yeah. So it's like
that's at least how I felt. And then
people. And
then Skyhawk also did it because he was like, "I don't know if anybody."
It's a new thing. People didn't understand how it works, but I'm saying like from now on, if you guys, if any
You're
of
saying
us,
we should never do
if
it
any
again,
of us
and if we do,
on
we'll be
on the
punished.
if any of us on the panel want to do a shot, just say, hey, let's take a shot.
Hey, let's take a shot.
Because
are you saying that I can't buy shots via the channel?
Well, no, you don't need to.
Is that double dipping?
Yeah, it's double dipping.
What if I want to double dip?
It's like
it's kind of gross. It's not sanitary, and I get that.
It's like triple dip. It's like licking the dip.
Oh, what are you gonna dip in it after that? Are you gonna taste it?
Oh, is that how your
no
balls
one else
itch?
wants
That's
to.
how your balls itch.
No one else wants to. I'm just saying, it's like if you.
That's how your balls itch.
If anyone in the verbal panel wants to do a shot, just say, hey, let's do a shot for this.
That's like dip shaming. We'll
do a shot for that.
I think he's trying to shame us for dipping.
The point buy for the shots is meant for the people that aren't on the panel. They're like, hey, you guys have been talking too long. Let's do a shot. They can, if it's open, they can just make. I'm gonna spend 500 points. Like, let's do a shot. Boom, and we'll all do a shot. That is for them. That's for the chat. It's not for us.
I know. I've said it like 3 times now.
We don't need to use the chat's thing to do a shot. We can just say, hey, let's do a shot. So.
I feel like you're gatekeeping the chat from like the people on the panel.
No,
like maybe if you're on the panel, you can no longer interact with the chat.
You guys are gatekeeping.
Just funsies, I think. Oh no. There's Is there anything they can get from the channel points?
Well, there's
They
the
can
shot
make us
thing.
drink
Reach
excessively,
arounds.
There's the
perhaps,
shot thing, and then there's the science hour
if
thing.
we don't ruin it.
The
apparently.
science
Well,
hour
it's
thing,
just for funsies.
the science hour thing is once a stream.
Am
now-
I saying that name right? Otata?
It's not even once an hour. It's once a stream, which is obviously false
So here's the thing.
advertisement.
No, so here's the thing. I'm gonna do science stuff outside of that anyway. But the thing is, like, when they do the science.
Drayden Dip Shamer. That's
Don't
his
you
name.
pressure me into science.
No, so when they do the science channel point by, it's meant to interrupt, like, literally whatever we're talking about right now. Like, okay, someone just spent channel points for a science talk. Let's interrupt, like, cut short whatever we're talking about right now.
So what exactly is the powerhouse of the cell?
Well, no, here's the thing. It's to cut our whatever we're talking about. We might be like in the middle of an EVA discussion. Like, oh,
That's what I
nope,
was trying to
stop. Someone asked this science question. Time to answer. Go to science talk.
Science talk.
So the thing is,
I
like,
was
that-
trying to encourage that. I was just
It's
trying to
disruptive.
lead you to
It's
the
fun.
mitochondria.
Now here, it's disruptive. I love it. It's fun, but it's like it's disruptive. So that's the whole.
He
point.
wouldn't even take my hand off from the mitochondria. Like, what are we even doing here?
I know. But here's the thing. So these channel point things are meant to be derailers, right? They're meant to like stop us from whatever we're doing and like address the channel points. So, oh, hold on. We were talking about it. Let's do a shot.
Dysentery spear or
Like
dysentery? Which one?
someone called a shot. We have to stop what we're doing, do a shot, or someone called a science talk. All right, so let's put this Eve talk on hold. Let's go to science hour on their question that they just asked, and we do a science talk, and then we can come back to.
shit.
So that's the it's
I
a
heard somebody say
it's a
take a drink.
disruptive thing. That's why I put a limit on how many times it can happen. But it's a disruptive thing that the
I think
chat.
I might join dysentery.
No,
spear.
it's a fun thing because it lets the chat dictate the show a little bit. It lets them derail the show or dictate the show to move in this direction they want.
I don't want
Because
to be
I have
told
these
what to do.
points.
What are you talking
It's like, I have these points, and I want a science talk on this. You guys are talking about faction warfare, whatever. I don't give a shit about faction warfare. I want you to talk about why the fucking moon happens like this, or so, it's like
Why does the moon happen instead of faction warfare?
Why
Dom?
does the moon happen? That's a great question.
I might agree with you, Liz, in the fact that it should be probably once every hour. The one thing though is that I feel like I do science talk anyway
But
outside
the
of that.
2 hour cooldown would put the second one into the after show.
Well, no,
That's a good idea.
no. She's saying twice. So it's a 1 hour cooldown. So
2 down. Just make it
people
2
can
hours.
people can call it in the first hour and call it in the second hour. So 2 science talks per show.
Or 2 hour cooldown would put it in the after show.
I would say two. I would say a 1 hour. Like I would say, so generally I subtract a little bit off. That's why I did 25 minutes for the shot thing, because it's like if you do it every 30, if people aren't doing it on cooldown, they'll never get the 4th one unless we go overtime. So that's
Yeah,
why I
that
did
makes
25 minutes. So it's like 25 minutes. That
If
way it
people are
gives
watching it, you'll
gives
get
like a
4.
5-minute lay period of
Oh, okay, that
you
makes
know,
sense.
the way,
Werewolves.
and therefore
I would say 20 minutes.
So
to
I would
give
say
a little bit more
50
buffer
minutes
attention.
per 50 minute.
Praise Dave. Stratton.
But here's the thing: I could put
Praise Dave.
minute cooldowns and then also total number of uses per stream. So I could be like 50-minute cooldown, 2 uses per stream. That means that we could do
Anyone have
basically
Dave,
1 in the first hour, 1 in the second hour, and then
And then,
regardless
yeah,
of
do you have
thing,
the image
people
still?
can't squeeze it in the last minute for a third one.
Yeah. Do you have the Dave?
Who's
link?
Dave Stragek? So
Do you have the link still? I don't have it.
I don't. So it was so it's a joke. Stragek. Dave it's a meme. So it was a meme where like it was basically a building wall with a bunch of graffiti on it, and there's like graffiti, and then someone put over the graffiti like Jesus is Lord, no name is above his, and then someone went to the very top of that building and put above Jesus Dave. So it's like Dave is above Jesus. And so we were just joking around like, oh, praise Dave. And so we just like started a joke cult of praise Dave. So that's why we put 2,000 points to praise Dave. So you can praise Dave if you
There
want.
you go. The one name higher than Jesus.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, Here's the thing.
Somebody was a good smartass. Whoever did that graffiti. That was fun.
I set this up like
I
an
think
hour.
it was probably already there.
I set this
Yeah.
up an hour before the stream, so I will tweak with the numbers. I'll tweak with the times. I also need to get on to the.
Well, that means you're cheating. That's like insider trading.
Well, I also.
What
need to
about all
get-
the people who've been saving up towards this moment? And are
Well,
about to
they'll
change
still
the
have
metrics
their
on it?
they'll still have their points, but I also
You need to make things better for them.
I need to get
Think of the people.
into the Stream Elements bot and find out why it can't recognize how many channel points people have, because it's
Is it supposed to be channel points though, or is it supposed to be a
no,
different?
it's
set of
supposed to be
points? Is
channel
there-
points.
Okay.
So the bot is supposed to recognize how many channel
Because you have
points you
points and you have bits and you have all kinds of things.
no, the
What about like confidence
the
rating?
bot? The bot is supposed to know
That's
how many.
intangible.
The bot is supposed to know how many channel points you have, and it's recognized everyone is having 0, which means there's a problem with the bot. So
What's
all,
the
Which means it thinks I'm a bitch.
So I will have
And I don't
to-
agree with that.
I will have to look into what the hell is wrong with that. But
Why is he ranked 45th when he has 0 points? I'm like 271st. That's ridiculous.
Dom, I was like second to last.
I know, that was fucking funny.
That was awful, right?
I laughed. I thought it was funny.
It was pretty funny.
So we can talk about Eve for a second. The Imperium
What you got?
kicking ass in Imencia.
Where's the Mincy?
It's somewhere in the south part of the universe. No one really
Was it
lives
a
there.
Mincy?
No, Imensa. Mensa. I'm sorry.
Mincy.
Yeah, I said it wrong.
Yeah, like Mensa, like the IQ people who were like.
Kinda,
jacking
except
themselves
people
off
who live
about
there
that.
don't have high IQs. So it's like the anti-Mensa league.
Okay, yeah, anti-Mensa.
Right? Anti-Mensa.
I've heard of that
Is right?
region.
Yeah, it seems right.
I think there's a newsletter for that.
For the anti-Mensa?
Yeah,
I actually missed like 3 fleets tonight. Kind of disappointed, but that's okay.
why? Why'd you do that?
'Cause I wanted to be here with you. It's for you. All for you.
I think that's a
Sadist, that's correct.
Janet Jackson song. Yeah, that's a Janet Jackson song.
It's all for
and
you?
I like it. Yeah, it's all for you. All the boys in the party, look at that body, look at that thing, like you never do. You know, whatever.
We
Janet
use at the
Jackson,
rain.
that's a good
There's
song.
up in here.
There's no data there, Liz, whatever you linked.
That's real.
That's ridiculous. Made me look, and I fell for it. Made me look. We don't know, Shuffle. We all thought it was whatever. We all thought what we thought was wrong. We were proven wrong, but we don't know the absolute correct answer. Because there's no. We all thought it was IA, and we're not.
I'm bummed.
Am I CEO of my alliance? I am not. I am in TNT. That would be Wibla. I actually am just a line member.
I like the song. Everybody should dance, but
What
if
song
you
is
don't,
it?
that's okay. It's Janet Jackson, and it's called "All for You."
No. Can't do it.
That's fine. You're not forced to.
You don't know that. Maybe I am forced to. That's why I don't do it. Right? What we got here? Fucking Panic Gang. All right, I fell for that Tuesday. Just thanks a lot.
These things happen.
When did I yell at you? Oh, I did a little bit.
Did we
That isn't a good
discuss
way,
the
right?
new Horde B war earlier? Is there a new Horde B war?
There is kind of actually, because
thought it
today
was going out
Horde
in,
was,
like, 3
Horde was
weeks.
supposed to be bringing down a bunch of stuff today. That was their, and they're gonna stay
This
down.
war's
in
been
Detroit.
going on though.
It's been kind of more of a, just a skirmish.
More of a
I guess.
what?
I don't know, not really a war at this point.
For like 3 months now, though, right?
But doesn't
Like
the other side have to
in
fight
Fire
back?
Coast space.
Don't they have to fight back to make it a war?
Both sides have fought back.
I'm
Like, let's be
teasing, I
honest with
know.
ourselves. I'm not saying either side's winning because I'm not paying attention, and I'm sure that one side or the other is winning. But
You're
like,
fine,
this
that's
has been
out.
happening,
I used to
right?
be in Bastion. I'm in TNT now.
this has been happening as far as I know.
It's been fun. Yeah, I came back to Eve.
I
I
think
had
it's
basically taken a
trying to
4-month
amp up a little.
break from Eve, and I came back this month and I had lots of fleets. I had lots of fun. I like war. War's a lot more fun when you're in the attacking side. That's absolutely true, right? I mean, it just
Sure.
is. So it's kind of fun.
So as far as I know, in the South, Fire Coast space and or whatever, just the South in general, going back and forth a little bit. Yeah.
But rubbing is racing, Liz. Isn't that the way it is?
I think rubbing is racing. Yeah.
It's funny when you're on the defensive side. You got to do things differently when you're on the offensive side. The smack talk is funny because it's literally reversed from what it was this last dust up. So it's kind of funny.
How do they say it? Raise hell, praise Dale.
What?
Raise hell, praise Dale.
Raise hell, praise
It's
Vale. It's a thing.
No, it's a Dale Earnhardt thing. That's what we do.
Oh, I thought he died. Didn't he? He died, right?
He did.
Not his son though. Junior didn't die, right?
Not yet.
He doesn't race anymore, right?
He does.
Oh, he does.
On occasion. On occasion.
Can you, Spooky? I would appreciate that if you have a battle report. Is the fighting over for tonight, or are they still out there doing it? Alterari stopped in and said it was still going on, and then went back to killing. Oh, I hope those numbers are
Turn
correct.
left.
That's sad. Didn't they have more turn up? I could have sworn it was a closer fight. A bigger fight than that. That's too bad. It's like kind of kicking the kid in the shallow end of the pool, right? He's already in.
Oh, look at those blobbers.
Bad. I mean, I like being a blobber. It's fun.
This is the side that Dominic represents. Everybody.
You're damn right. Blobbers Incorporated. I like it. It's fun. Do you know what I like being on? Do you know what I like being on?
Fun police.
The winning side. That's usually the one with the more people.
That's what they call them. Fun police.
So we're making sure people have fun? Is that what we're doing?
I think you're regulating the fun to make sure nobody has enough.
That I get it all, or get some of it anyway?
Yeah, you have to. Obviously, you have to take your tax income off of it. Like, how are you going to make
seems fair,
your
right?
paychecks? The police are funded by the taxes. The fun police make sure that nobody's having too much fun. Otherwise, they wouldn't get their fair due.
That's fair, right? Yeah. Now, aren't blobbers the ones who actually, don't you have to jump in and do that? I mean, if we just gate in, we're not really blobbers. We're more like blabbers.
I think it works both ways.
Does it? No, that's too bad. All right. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. You know what? What do you do? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
I'm literally joking. Yeah, I don't think there's any concern of blobs here. And on that particular battle report, there's 10 pandemic hordes, so I don't think it was a legit.
I don't think so either. I'm pretty sure there was more of them than that, but maybe they're still going to move up, and we took advantage of it. Because you know what? When you have an advantage of somebody, you should take it.
And that's perfectly fine. I think that's fairly curated in the sense of like that's not a battle necessarily, but
It is something a blobber would say, because I'm a blobber.
But he's proud to be, so like
Yeah, I'm unapologetic about it.
you know, give him,
Sometimes you blob, sometimes you get blobbed. Man, fuck it, right?
that's right. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I miss the days
When the
before,
numbers work out in your favor, you will always use them, and that holds true for anybody.
You know, and here's the thing. I have no problem when we lose saying, hey, good fight. You guys blobbed the shit out of us, and we deserved it, because, there you go.
We should have blobbed harder. Exactly.
Should have blobbed harder. Yeah, I would have blobbed me more.
That's what every opposite of blobbing side says. We should have blobbed harder.
We should have blobbed harder, yeah. I think we're boring Drayden with Eve talk. What the fuck, Drayden?
No,
Drink up. Drink up.
I know that he hasn't played in many, many months.
Drink.
You know, that's
I haven't either.
weird,
I
but-
started back up this month, though, so I'm happy. I got the bug again.
I need to get back in. I've been so busy with work though.
One of these days, I'm going to try to lead a roam just to see how many of you guys don't show up. Because you're like, what, can I come as an alpha?
I've been exhausted the last like 3 weeks, honestly. Now this last week has been nice because
say this.
it's been a little bit of a breath of fresh air, but honestly, like not this week.
I believe Liz just called us.
No, this week
not normal
excluded. The
adults,
last
right?
3 weeks in a row, I've been working like 55-hour weeks.
A lot of driving or just working local?
Both. No, just.
Is
driving.
that you trying to convince people about their bad water, or like
No,
is this
it's
big water
because
at play?
it's the summer. It's hot, and
this is big water.
Has your shit burned more buildings down? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just that there's plants that are in hostile environments where like it's just hot and shit inside those places with a lot of grease
And
and
they need to
oil.
feed them
So
purified water.
okay, serious question, Drayden. Does that mean you have to do more maintenance on them, or are you just checking them more?
We have to go out there because here's the thing. So we have a cooler that's in a place. It generally works fine, but like when you get into a plant in the summer, it's like an average of 100 degrees inside there, and it gets used constantly because everyone that works in there is like, it's fucking hot and you drink water, and like they're using water. So it's like instead of going through 5 gallons a day, it's going through like 15 to 20 gallons a day. It's a machine. Machines break down in hot environments when they're used excessively. And so we have to go out there and either fix the machines, or so it's like, hey, people have been using so much water that filters went out early, and they're like, it's not tasting great. It's like, okay, we got to go out there, change the filters. So
Because people are using it more. Is that why?
yeah, because like the filters usually last a year, but like some of these plants, it's like it's a plant with like 200, 300, 400 employees constantly there 24/7. They have like morning shift, morning shift, evening shift, night shift, swing shift. They have 4 shifts with like 200 to 300 employees on each shift. They're massive production plants, and so you have these coolers where there's like 50 people using them probably every hour, every day. That's a lot of usage. That means the compressor's on all the time. That means that the filters are getting pushed through all the time. And so sometimes it's like those filters are good for a year for normal usage, but those are excessively high usage. So it's like we might have to change them early. So like, it's not tasting great. It's like, yeah, it probably needs a filter change because like it's like you guys have gone through. These filters are good for 1,500 gallons. Which most places won't go through in a year. We change them every year on average because most places go through about 500 to 1,000 gallons in a year, and they're good for 1,500 gallons. But like some of these places, like we've gone through 2,000 gallons in like 4 months. It's like, fuck. Okay, yeah, they're like, it's not tasting great. It's like, okay,
we check it up on you.
We have to go down and change those filters. And like,
do you charge them more for that shit?
Nope.
You fucking should. How are you gonna make?
You
money?
don't charge them
big
for their
fucking water. Make more
overconsumption?
money.
We charge a flat rental fee.
Tell them to moderate their health. You
No,
only need so
so-
much water.
no,
You-
we
you know,
charge
there's
a-
too much water. You
We charge
could-
a flat
you could
rental
die
fee,
from
and that flat
too much
rental
water.
fee covers
Is it
all.
Sea Shuffle? I believe it's dirty socks and soiled underwear is what they that's what they filter.
yeah,
through.
no. So we charge them a flat fee of like you pay this much per month, and that covers all service, maintenance, repairs, even replacement of the cooler if it needs to be. So like
He won't tell us what the filters are made of.
So these people are
He's
breaking
worried
your
about
business model.
what do you call that?
There's
industrial
5
espionage.
There's 5 filters. So there's a sediment filter, removes all sediment,
Bag shuffle.
pipe residue, just rust. It's like bigger shit, sand and dirt and stuff like that. So there's a sediment filter that removes that. Then there's the pre-carbon filter. It's an activated carbon filter that removes the lead.
I said
iron.
water related.
Well, hold on. So it removes lead, iron, cysts, heavy metals, chlorine. Chlorine's that's the big one it takes out. So that removes all that because it's activated carbon. And then it goes into a reverse osmosis filter, which removes the dissolved solids like
That one
nitrate,
with Bill Murray.
sulfate, salts,
Chris Rock.
stuff like that.
That's
and then
good.
it goes into a BioSure filter, which removes any. It basically It uses silver ion and a couple other things.
You started it, Shuffle. It's your fault. Don't
Hold on,
be bitching at
it
us.
uses silver ion, which removes. It basically kills bacterial and algae growth things. It basically kills any kind of like organic biological stuff that gets through the first few filters. So it's basically a sanitation filter, and then it goes through a post
Should
carbon.
we invest in silver?
Silver ion. Now silver.
Okay, invest in silver.
So
ion.
silver
Go ahead,
ion.
sorry. I
Well,
didn't mean to interrupt.
silver ion is one of the BioSure filter has like 10 things in it, so it does a bunch of different things. So it kills antibacterial stuff, but it also puts in various minerals that you do want in the water. Like you want a little bit of zinc, you want some stuff back in the water because there's some things in the water. Like if the RO will take it out, but those minerals actually help you retain hydration in your blood system. And so the RO takes that out. So it's like, yeah, you can drink pure water from an RO system, but it takes that stuff out. So this actually puts those back in. So it actually makes it to where like the RO water hydrates you better. So it puts those minerals back in, but it also takes out of biological contaminants like bacteria, algae, mold, stuff like that. So it destroys that stuff. And then it goes through a post-carbon block filter, which is very much like the activated carbon pre-carbon filter, but it's kind of like a final polish, and it also gets rid of like various tastes or anything that gets through the filters, and then it goes through that. So it's like a five filter. It's a 5 filter like high filtration system. Basically, what the water bottle companies do. The filtration, they put their water through and put it into the bottles. Our machines do it and just put it into the tank that you drink from, and it always fills itself up, so you don't have to worry about changing bottles. Now I'm a salesman. I'm talking about like what my job does now. I'm like,
Talk about microplastics.
It sounds like I'm trying to
How are you
sell
protecting
water,
me?
sell water coolers. I'm just saying, like, our water coolers are like really nice. It's like drinking bottled water permanently without having to ever change bottles ever. And it's always full and cold and hot for you to use. So
Both at the same time?
both. It has a hot tank and a cool tank.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
We've got
But
one
anyway,
from
it's
test.
like anyway. That's
They are pretty sweet.
How much for
If
a
your-
unit?
If your office doesn't have one, get it.
I mean, how much, we do rentals, so it depends on the size. Like we have different size units. Like there's one for 45. There's one for 55 per month. And again, that covers the rental of the unit, also with any kind of we take care of all filter changes, fixes. Even if we have to replace the unit because it fucks up and we can't fix it, we'll replace it and you won't pay any extra.
Even if it burns down your entire warehouse.
But we do
Then you're
sell.
fucked,
They're expensive units, so we do sell them. But like the smaller ones are like 1,000, and the slightly bigger ones are like 1,400.
Can your unit protect me from water that has brain-eating amoebas in it?
Yes,
That's right.
We have that down here.
Yeah, we actually have an amoeba filter.
That happened here.
Did it? Yeah, if you get your face in
Yeah.
the water, they'll swim up your
No,
nose
it
and
was
eat
in
your
the
fucking
Whitewater
brain.
Center.
That's ridiculous.
People died in the Whitewater Center. Like it was like the USA
Well, this is like a
training
fucking dirty ass pond
center.
people were in. It was like drinking water.
Well, I mean, this should have been better. It's where people train.
Say this, Drayden likes his
United States
unit
team.
I say unit a lot because
because he likes his unit.
They're-
There's nothing wrong
Suck
with that, Drayden.
my unit.
Here's
Suck
the
his
reason I
unit.
say unit, because like there's a lot of times we're all going there, and I usually say like I'm here to service the water cooler. They're like, oh, the cooler,
I'm just here to service
and
your
they'll like
unit.
take me down. It's because
Literally the water cooler.
my brother does the installs, so there's a lot of places I go to. Like, I've never been here before. I was like,
Spooky.
I'm here to fix. I'm here to like check on your water cooler, but I don't know where it is because I've never been here. They're like, oh yeah, and they'll take me like around the back of the building outside, and they'll point me to like the air conditioning unit. I'm like, no, not that. it's probably in your. It's like in your break room.
Show me your real unit.
Like
Show me your unit, motherfucker.
So like after that, I'm like,
Is that how you have to have that conversation?
the drinking water machine.
Like, this is the unit I'm looking for.
Yeah, after that, I'm like,
And then it gets real awkward for a second, and then they click to it.
well, I'm like the drinking water machine. They're like, oh,
One
I'm like,
that liquid comes out of.
Yeah.
Oh, you
that
know what unit I'm
unit.
talking
yeah.
about.
Well, it's funny because
But after they did like some like golden shower kind
well,
of shit,
it's
weird,
like, I'm
real
like,
weird.
I'm here to
It
service
got
the
weird.
water cooler. They're like, they look at me like we're like the water cooler in the break room. They're like, oh, and then they said they give me the O face. I'm like, well, not that O face, but you know,
Oh no, you said it right. They
The-
give you the O face, baby.
the other O face. And
After you touch their unit, it's
Then-
the O face.
then they show me. I'm like, no, like I told you
Dirty.
I told
It
you
is
the
dirty.
It's like I told you the break room. This is the outside of the building. Like
A lot of places do
This
dirty
is
things in their
behind-
break rooms.
You took me out behind the alley. That's not where we play
and
with your
there's
unit.
also times where I'm like, I'm here to service the water cooler, and then they take me into a closet. They show me the water heater. I'm like, not the same thing. Opposite.
The opposite, exactly. I didn't do
Well,
that.
our coolers do heat water. They have hot water tanks, but
Oh, so not
So it's not the opposite.
well,
So
You
don't knock
lied
those
to
people.
us. Quit lying.
Those people are perfectly nice people. They're just misinformed.
They have the taste for like that. You know,
Is that one of the code words for swingers? Hey, let me see
yeah,
your water
you want
cooler,
hot or
baby.
cold, dude? I'll soften your soup and frigid your
Stay away from my soup. Fucking sex club water. Hey, baby. Do you got a water cooler?
I'll show you a B-bed.
Let me see that unit. Do you want to see my unit? I brought an example. I love
mitochondria.
you, Drayden. You're my favorite person.
It's the powerhouse of the cell. Is that untrue?
The powerhouse of the cell?
I'll show you.
Yeah, the mitochondria.
I may not be long,
no, well,
but I'm skinny
they
too.
plug into an outlet. They just use like regular power.
What? Why don't you have some kind of solar fucking panel on it? What the hell?
No, we're not that green.
So cells no longer deal with the mitochondria. They actually just plug into a unit.
No,
like
they go through the
outlet.
Well, so we have two things. So they go through the bio.
So it's the mitochondria, not the powerhouse of the cell.
They go
That's
through the
what I'm trying to clear
BioSure
up.
filter, which clears out any bacteria, mitochondria, any mitochondria is part of a cell. That's
What about
That's
the
the
midi?
powerhouse
What
of
about the
the cell.
midichlorians? We'll take the midichlorians out.
it will no. It does not stop the force.
Pwah. Are you sure? Have you tested it?
Yeah, Anakin can manipulate our water.
That son of a bitch.
We made sure
I'll
that
tell
was
you what. That motherfucker does that shit all the time too. You know he does.
the
He was a
Empire.
moisture farmer. And
He was
I think
a
he's
moisture
biased.
farmer. You're right. He knows
He's
all about
biased.
that shit.
Yeah,
He's
no.
an asshole.
The Empire made sure we didn't fuck with their moisture manipulation.
Or is that you sure?
Yeah,
Are you a moisture farmer?
I think
Maybe.
they're manipulating them like it themselves.
we don't make the laws. We just follow the.
We just follow the law.
We just follow the Sith.
The Galactic Center.
Jesus. That's weird.
It's getting dark.
That's weird. That's okay. I like weird.
Oh, I'm Luke Skywalker's cousin's brother's sister's
Water representative.
husband's former roommate.
So I when naming children, I got the first one. I got Luke because I wanted to be able to say, Luke, I am your father. Because I'm a nerd, right? So the twins came along. I tried to get Sky and Walker, but I was vetoed. But how fun would that have been to go outside to yell at the kids, go, Luke, Sky, Walker, get in here.
That'd be
That'd
pretty
been
good.
fantastic.
I'd name my kid Cool, like Kule, so it's like Luke but rearranged. He's cool.
You know, how do you spell Luke?
Luke.
How do you get cool out of that?
Kule.
Okay, I accept that. I was wrong.
Yeah, it's cool Skywalker. He probably
I also did the I call him Cool Hand Luke sometimes. He didn't know the reference
Cool
because
Hand Luke.
it's an old
Cool
movie and
Hand
people haven't seen it.
Luke?
Say,
Oh,
my boy
'cause
said he could eat 50 eggs.
Paul
He
Newman?
ate 50 eggs.
Cool Hand Luke because it's like cold cybernetic hand.
No, you've never seen the movie Cool Hand Luke?
Just made him dress it.
No.
Oh my God!
Oh shit.
It's
Cool Hand Luke. It's a
it's
famous
great.
movie.
It's
I thought it
Paul
was because
Newman.
hand
it's
got
great.
chopped off.
Have
and
you heard the
got
song
replaced
"Civil
by-
War" by Guns N' Roses? In the beginning, there's that side. What we have
No.
here is a failure to communicate. Right, the beginning of the
Failure
song.
to communicate.
I've
starts
not
like
heard
that?
that. No.
That's the beginning of that song. You've heard it. I
You've
guess.
never heard of that?
Should we listen to it?
No.
No.
So anyway, that's,
know I haven't heard
that
it.
little snippet is from Cool Hand Luke. Listen to it.
It's
on
a
your
very
own.
famous
It's
movie
Guns N'
and
Roses.
song.
They're awful. Do not play that song.
Do not.
They have
That's a
they have a
terrible
couple
band.
good songs.
Do not
Their
let
first
them
album was great,
compromise our
But
youth.
they're an awful band.
Welcome to the jungle.
That was good. That was
No,
a good album.
they're-
I saw them
they're trying
live
to
twice. And
ruin
they
our
sucked
youth.
both times.
So
Both
here's the
were
thing.
awful.
I would agree. There's about I know
Good I
because
say this?
Guns N' Roses
Thanks for saying
has like
Can't say that.
dozens, like multiple dozens of songs. I think I like about four.
What, like
Guns N'
four?
Roses. Four.
I'll admit,
they've got
their
like four
first
songs.
album,
I
liked
like
almost the
four
whole
Guns.
album,
Like,
but
Welcome to the
There's
Jungle.
4 songs
Even
that were
Mis-
hits.
Even Mr. Brownstone is like man.
The entire
Brownstone, yeah, hell yeah. I like
Brownstone's
they
meh
were
to me.
understood to be
Paradise
terrible.
City.
Everybody understood that man was terrible.
Okay, Paradise City. Welcome to the Jungle. I think Mr. Brownstone is like meh, but it's not
Shuffle, yeah, that's it.
bad. And then there's another one.
Night Train, I like that one.
Eh.
Lots of
Looking
them.
for a
what's-
night train.
Night Train is like,
Yeah.
eh.
It was something like Night Moves, right?
No.
I mean, it was
Night
basically
Train
the
is
same
about
song.
wine. It's not basically
No,
the
I think it was the same song.
Yeah, maybe. Basically,
Two
It probably-
young
They might
kids
have been.
just
They may have been sued over it because it was so.
just
close.
waiting for the night train so that they can make their noise like while it was passing by and it would
Oh,
dampen out like,
okay.
whatever
So
they were doing.
okay. I know over the top. Obviously, a lot of people love Mr. Brownstone. I don't hate it. I just think it's but I do respect
Sounds
the
like
fact
a pattern like Houndstooth.
No. I respect the fact that a lot of people love Mr. Brownstone. It is one of their biggest singles. So I'm not
I love
shitting
it,
on.
but I like
I'm
it,
not
yeah.
shitting on it. I just think I personally don't like it much. It's not bad. I don't think it's good. It's like one of those like it's okay. Welcome to Jungle, fucking great. Love that song. What's the other one? I said another one.
The Scientist. You were talking about that song, which was Coldplay, which was really weird, but you made like a weird segue.
I'm on the Wikipedia now, so I can see all their discography. Just so I don't miss something. Oh, it just lists the albums. Fuck it. I can't.
Like
just
I'm
lists
telling
the
you, you were doing
albums.
Coldplay. You fucked it all up.
I would say every rose has its thorn, but that's not Guns N' Roses. That's
That's Poison.
That's Poison. Yeah, Poison.
Has its
Yeah, that's
thorn.
pretty good. That's same
Just
same
like
same
it.
time frame. Oh, Sweet Child of Mine. Oh, Sweet Child of Mine.
I think I said that like 4 times.
Okay,
You said
yeah.
it at 8 times.
8 times. Okay, that is Sweet Child of Mine, Paradise City, probably the 2 best songs they have.
Crazy's good or whatever. Something about crazy. I don't remember the whole title.
Knocking on Heaven's Door is okay.
Awful. Awful.
That's a garbage song.
I think it's
That
okay.
Who's
the fuck
who's really knocking on
off.
heaven's door?
No,
Everybody
that's
who's
the worst
dying.
song ever.
They're gonna try to
Anybody who
talk
plays
to
it is
God right when they're trying to die.
November.
Like, come on.
What about
Too
November?
little, too late.
November Rain's same
It's garbage.
same sound, right?
November Rain's okay. It's
How
that
do you
came
say
out later.
November Rain and Knocking on Heaven's Door is the same fucking sound.
It is not.
It
Can
is.
we identify a more overrated band? I don't think so.
Oh, praise Dave. Praise Dave over the top.
Oh, let's praise Dave.
Praise Dave.
More overrated band. Yes, you too.
Rocket Queen?
That's
Rocket Queen. I like that song. Yeah.
What about Rocket from
Rocket Man.
Def Leppard.
Yeah, like Rocket, yeah. Rocket,
I don't know the
yeah. I like Rocket from
I like
Def Leppard.
Pyromania. That was a way better album. But
Yeah, like I mean, like
Hysteria was okay.
I mean, like Def Leppard. It's popular. They're popular. There's a lot of people who don't like Def Leppard.
There's
like,
a movie out there called the Fall of the Western Civilization Part 2, the heavy metal years. They're talking about just heavy metal bands and
Life
stuff.
of Brian?
And there's an interview with the lead singer of Def Leppard. Can't think of his name now off the top of my head. And he basically accused almost every 80s hair band lead vocalist of copying him. It was fucking
Wow.
No.
It was, and then they played that for all
No
these other
way.
all these other lead singers, and they all laughed when they heard it. It was fucking hilarious.
It's like no, no.
No, I don't
okay,
think
he's
so,
full
yeah,
of shit.
yeah.
Like Def Leppard had a sound to them.
They did, and a few bands did try to copy it, but
The
not
thing is-
every lead singer.
Okay, but the thing is, like Def Leppard.
Greta
was-
Van what?
If Def Leppard
Who?
sounded like everyone else, they would not have been popular like they were. Def Leppard had a following. They were a sound of the 80s. And it's because they had a sound. And like yes, people copied them, but there's a lot of people that like the sound, it's like when you take the sound of a generation, there's multiple bands that will have that similar style to them. That doesn't mean they're all copying each other.
Here's how
So-
stupid I am about Greta Van. Is it Van Wert? Van Wert?
Van
Was it-
Fleet.
Greta
Van Fleet.
Van.
I thought it was a person.
Greta Van
I
Fleet.
I did not know it was a
was
band.
do you-
I just,
do you-
I
Intentionally
thought,
ripping out the sound.
Are you talking
I
about
honestly
the
thought
Led
it
environmentalist?
was
Zeppelin.
a female. I thought it was a female country singer. I had no idea.
Are you talking about
That makes
the
total sense.
environmentalist?
Yeah, the environmentalist.
Greta Van
Greta
Sutton.
Van Fleet.
Sutton.
That's
or
her name too?
I believe so.
I think it's Greta Van Sutton or something like that, like the Swedish environmentalist that told Trump, "How dare you?"
How
I think that was
dare
Greta
he.
Van Fleet.
Oh,
She was the angry
I thought it
young
was-
lady.
Bitch. Greta
that
Van
was-
Fleet's a
I don't
bitch.
know.
She was an angry young lady, Greta Van Fleet.
But anyway, I love Guns N' Roses. I also
It's-
loved.
She's from like Amsterdam or like Holland.
So with Def Leppard, like
Denmark. Who knows?
it's weird because like Def Leppard got famous. It's weird because Def Leppard got famous before their drummer got in a bus wreck, but after
You think?
they did.
They
But
were a monster band before that happened.
That's what I'm saying.
Actually, that was the first. Like Dolly Parton. Oh shit.
That's
that was the
what I'm-
first rock concert I ever went to. I was like,
That's what I'm saying. They were
We got
big
to-
before that, but even after that, he's like, I'm not going to quit playing drums. It just might not be quite as involved as it was before because I'm
I
missing.
saw him
a-
live when he lost
I'm-
his arm. He was still pretty fucking impressive.
No, he was amazing. He was,
I saw it on the Muppets.
Like
I mean,
it's
they
like,
didn't. It was very, very processed after that, but it still was
right.
good.
But here's the thing: it's like he can't do what he did with two arms, but he did a fucking hell of a job as like doing as close as he could,
Yeah.
and progressing
I agree.
on past that with one arm. It's like for a one-arm drummer, the dude fucking nailed it. Like it's
you know, he used
better
his
than
feet,
impressive.
right? He cheated. He used his feet.
He did use speed.
Of course he's gonna use
He's
his
a dirty
feet.
cheater. It's
He's-
ridiculous.
Like,
So what do you
There
mean
was
I'm lying
pedals
about Dolly
involved.
Parton?
it's what he's got.
What did I say about her? I didn't say anything.
But I like Rocket is probably my favorite Def Leppard song. Like Rocket, yeah.
I don't know if it's fooling or I'm not sure what
Is
it's
that a
Oh,
song?
most people know Pour Some Sugar on Me, right? Like that's like the
Shook
go.
Up Ramen?
No, Pour Some Sugar on Me. That's like the go-to
Oh, some Shook
Def
Up
Leppard.
I would say Rock of Ages is probably my favorite.
Although I always joke around when I do like karaoke with that song because it was like pour some sugar on me from my head, or I'm sweet, I'm hot, sticky, sweet from my head down to my feet. I always be like I'm hot, sticky, sweet from my belt between my feet.
You're tricky.
And
You're a
and,
renegade.
And I put my hands like between my feet and
No,
or,
I didn't say I didn't know anything.
below my belt and between my feet, yeah.
Was
And everyone's like,
she wasn't.
wait, what? Like I've done
Drain,
that.
you have a weird foot kink, and that's not
No,
abnormal.
it's funny because like I do it at like country. There's like bars like around here. Like there's a lot of country bars because people are like it's like redneck country.
People
so it's
have feet kinks.
well, no. So people are doing like
They're very conservative.
no. The people they do like a lot of, like people doing karaoke like do a lot of country stuff, but also they're okay with like classic.
They
rock.
respect the feet.
They're okay with classic. They don't want like screaming
Crushed
metal
up in them
or
boots?
pop. They don't want screaming metal or pop. You go to these like country bands, like country is good, and like old classic rock is fine. And so I'll
Liz
do
just
old
mentioned
classic
this.
rock, not to
Shania
piss them
Twain-
off. But like I will do that. I'll be like, I'm hot, sticky sweet, below my belt and between my feet, yeah. And I like push my hands like that, and like everyone's just like. The first time they hear it, they're like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, they're all about those feet, dude. You think I'm
like,
joking?
So it's funny because like I feel like most
Real.
of the dudes are like, "Wait, what?" And like most of the women are like, "Yeah." It's like
I hope so.
I've shoved their consciousness to my dick, and they're like, "Yes." I'm like, "Yeah." All you boyfriends, take note.
I'm coming for your women.
I'm not because
coming for
I'm
you.
not a
How
good.
much? How much for
I'm
the
not
girls?
because I'm not a
Give
good
me them feet.
fighter.
How
But,
much for the girls?
Num 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 num. Is that
but it's
what you make
funny
it
because
sound
like all the women are like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, attention to a penis," and they love it. And then like the guys are like, "My girlfriend."
If you were to make a sound for it, what would you use?
It's probably like a MIDI sound, like the Zelda dungeon unlock sound, like do 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 do. That's probably what I'd go with. Yeah. No, that's a
Chris
treasure.
Final
That's a
Fantasy.
treasure find. Dungeon unlock, do 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 do. Like the unlocked find, not
What the fuck are you two talking about?
the sounds.
I love your face just now, Dom.
Like he's talking about treasure. When you find a treasure, like the map's like do 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 do. Although that's actually like
That was
Final-
I'm still asking the question. What the fuck are you talking
that's
about?
Final Fantasy Battle.
Talking
Final
about your
Fantasy.
noise
Okay,
that
there you
you
go.
would
I
play
did not
when you-
recognize
It's
the
Final
song.
Fantasy Battle. No, I'm talking
You
like the.
stumbled upon a great time.
I'm talking about the Zelda. Like you found a secret, like like that.
Hey, listen.
like you found a key or you found a
Some shit.
fucking
You got like a little
gem.
fairy yelling at you.
Yeah, like, well, fucking Navi don't know
I,
how to.
I don't
hold
know.
her-
I never played that game.
Dude, Navi don't.
I
know
just
how
heard
to
it was
hold her
like, hey,
brakes.
listen, or
What
like,
the
hey, wake up.
fuck?
Navi,
It's Mario. You're wrong anyway.
Navi
Stovetop says
needs
it's
to
Mario.
chill. I wish
Here
that
we go.
if there was a yo,
This I'm lost to. I have no idea. So
If there
apparently, when they do weird shit in public, they hear weird noises in their head.
I
hear
do.
video game
I
noises, that's
didn't.
right.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine with that. I just
I've been
No,
excusing this for years, but nobody's ever called me on it.
Yeah,
so,
no,
like,
no, you
why would
don't.
I hold myself accountable?
Maybe other people are hearing it too, and they just oh, makes sense.
I
He found-
assume they
he
are.
found
That's
treasure.
why I've never.
He must
That's
have
why
found
I've never
treasure.
held myself
I'm
accountable.
just saying, like when you hear the sounds from Zelda, it's like you know you found
Who's
something.
right and who's wrong? How could we even say?
How do you say exactly? Yeah.
How could we say?
I'm sad that I couldn't find the
As
Air
he
Force
pours his
video. I looked for hours. I couldn't find this Air Force video. It don't exist.
I don't know if
Is
it
it
was
a real
hours, but
video?
Okay.
Is it a real video
No,
though?
yeah,
Like it sounds like you're faking
My
it.
dad had it on VHS because he was in the Air Force at the time.
Why don't you just play it off that?
Well, because I don't have a VHS player, and I don't know
He's not
if
at
he
home.
even has that
Oh
anymore.
wow!
I have a VHS.
And
player.
you're producing this show.
This is back like he got the
No
video.
shit,
like,
Ackroth.
the
I asked
c-
myself.
Cold
same
the
question.
Cold War was still going on with this when I watched this video. It was in the 80s. Like,
It's probably out there somewhere. You just got to find the title.
like
of it.
he was
Put some actual effort into
When-
it, Drayden. Come on.
when I first saw this
30
video.
minutes of fucking
It's just some,
kinda
like-
shit. Yeah, that's not right.
It's just some Top Gun like be real shit
No,
that they
no.
like.
When I first saw this
left on
video,
the-
it was
the floor.
80. It was 87, 88, Anchorage, Alaska. He was at a SAC base, Strategic Air Command. He was at Elmendorf, Alaska Air Force Base, which was like the SAC base against the main SAC base against
They're
Russia.
using like puddle jumpers.
What is the Breath of the Wild? Is that the news?
But so it's like, and he was working on AWACS, which was like, he was like an AWACS guy.
he used to
at-
wax the planes.
No, well, no.
Yeah.
The
That way they go smoother.
the radar intelligence planes. He didn't go. He didn't go on the planes themselves.
If you
but
don't wax them,
He
they're
was
not
just
gonna miss
waxing them. I
radars.
get it. I mean, somebody's got to do it.
He
That's
worked
the job.
at the base.
Like if you have unwaxed planes, every radar is gonna.
He
pick that
worked
up.
at the base on AWACS intel that the AWACS planes brought back from the. It's during the Cold War. Like AWACS was like our radar intel planes spying on Russia and stuff. So he was at the base in Anchorage, Alaska, Elmendorf, SAC base, Strategic Air Command base, where he basically like. He didn't work on the AWACS intel, but he was like basically a security officer for the intel rooms, and they had a bunch of different drills. There's several times where they had people infiltrate the base, and he had to apprehend them forcefully, like with gun in hand type of thing, like. And and they eventually be like, oh no, I'm like internal
No,
affairs.
straight gut. He waxed airplanes.
Basically,
Fucking
I'm
waxed
internal affairs, making sure that they had to reprove identities and go through all the way down to NORAD, affirm commands and stuff, like the fact that this was a drill, a confirmed drill, and this person was not a Soviet spy. And
Look, I saw Independence Day, and I know that a crop duster was pretty pivotal. So, let's be honest. You guys were just letting anybody fly and just
but
do
yeah,
their
so
thing.
but he had
If
military
just-
experience,
or
right?
period,
He was,
living
and he
that
was
life.
abducted by an alien. That gave me.
But this video is
edge,
not
right?
up there because this video is before that was before the Gulf War. This
Well,
was a
sure, we
video
don't
he-
want to shine a light on it.
This is a video he got in. I lived in Tucson. We were in Davis Monthan Air Force Base down there. That's where he worked on A-10s. Because in
Right.
California,
That's
did,
why he hates them. That's why he hates them.
No, he loves them.
You hate
but
them.
no,
He said Dad was never there because he was always working.
No,
with
so
me.
he worked-
because he loved them. Now that's why I hate
he
him.
worked
I get it.
But he
in.
doesn't love me.
He worked
doesn't
in.
love me
He
like
worked
the
in
A-10.
Travis. Travis Air Force Base was by Sacramento, and he worked there.
But you know
for
what?
a
Those
while.
A-10s were taking out tanks, Trade. What were you even doing with yourself?
He worked in Travis.
Were you taking out tanks?
I don't know what he did, Travis, but then we moved to Anchorage, and that's where he did AWACS stuff.
That's where he was doing the waxing. Yeah.
He did AWACS stuff, and then after that, he had done several trips to NORAD, and they were wanting to move him to Langley, not to be a spy, but like to move to Langley for like CIA work.
Because the floor needs wax. I get it.
And he didn't like it because apparently up in he's said now like up in Anchorage, they had surveillance on him because he was in the know of various AWACS information. So he's like, he didn't like the fact that the people he was working for were like surveillancing him.
Was he doing something wrong?
Secretly, not that he was doing anything wrong, to make sure he wasn't doing
maybe
to make sure he wasn't doing anything wrong. So it's like
oversight.
So it's basically like
he didn't like the man looking over his shoulder.
It's like, here's your job. Your job is dealing with intelligence, like in Cold War intelligence versus the Soviets. And part of your job is that we're going to spy on you to make sure that you're not spying on us. And he didn't like the excessive surveillance. He's like, I don't want to like have to like, I'm not doing anything wrong, so it's not like he's like, I don't have to look over my shoulder, but he's like,
that's what they all say though.
Like he's like, I didn't like the fact that there was always people watching me to make sure I wasn't doing anything wrong. Like, he didn't like that, so he's like, because he did engine mechanic work in California. They went up there to do like strategic command. And then he's like, I didn't like that. So he went back down he transferred to Tucson, Arizona. Davis-Monthan worked on A-10 engines. He went back to engine mechanics, worked on A-10 engines. And then that's why we moved up here.
You hate body cams because of A-10 engines, Ackroth? What?
No, he went up to here.
No, that's why the cops hate them.
It's
because it made sense.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Up here at Fairchild. Fairchild's in Spokane. It's it's the biggest refueling tanker base in the U.S. It's like it's still a SAC base, but it's not like it doesn't have a bunch of fighters. It is the main tanker base in the U.S. So like all of the refueling tankers that we've run around the world, most of them are based here in Spokane, and he was working on those engines. He's basically working on those engines for. He wasn't working on the tankers. He was working on the engines for the tankers. So.
Cool.
I mean, as long as he kept them in the air, like, this sounds good.
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
Do you use magic wax? What do you got?
Sex wax?
He got deployed once, but it's funny because like his deployment was not to.
Have you tried the scrumosas again? Those were fucking.
No, I'm doing screwdrivers at this point. Just vodka. And
but you could have scrumosa.
I can't because I don't have champagne.
But if you did, you could.
I don't have the Schlitz malt liquor.
What? You had no.
But anyway, so
you created the drink. You don't remember what was in it?
No,
it didn't have fucking malt liquor in it. What the hell?
No, it's vodka.
No malt liquor.
It's vodka, champagne, and orange juice. It's a screwdriver slash.
It's a scrumosa.
Mimosa. It's a scrumosa.
Did he not say the word malt liquor?
I was joking though. I was.
You were fucking.
You should not put malt liquor in that.
I was like, I can't make this.
If you do, it's fine.
I don't have the Schlitz malt liquor, but it's a joke.
Here's the fun thing about it though, Dom, is that when you have scrumosas, you're going to be prone to fight about it. So like if somebody's like, it's got this, and this in it, and you're like, no, it's got this and this and this, you're going to fight about it. You're going to fight on the street because you've been drinking scrumosas all night.
Yeah, so Otop,
that's what you're prone to do.
He never deployed in combat, so yes, he was never a combat vet. And also, he worked for the Air Force. And
still a vet.
Like I said, so here's the thing. He was an engine guy, and then he went to intelligence, and then he went to engine work, and then he came up here and then he still did engine work. So he went from A-10 engine work to C-130 engine. Fairchild is a big tanker base. We worked on tanker engines, but also it's a big C-130 like cargo plane base up here. So he worked on a bunch of C-130 engines up here. So he was mostly an engine mechanic, but he did go to very soon after he deployed up here, the Bosnian stuff started going on. And then the UN deployed down there. And so he was deployed not into Bosnia itself, but he was deployed to Rome, where
to support it. So yeah, he was deployed.
Well, so he was deployed to Rome, where he worked on refueling tanker engines and C-130 engines over there, which were supporting the stuff going on. So he was never in a battlefield.
But he was deployed, so
Yeah. Well, yeah, he was never in a battlefield, but he did deploy
It wasn't his
for
job. His job was to fix shit.
active. It was an active deployment for work on stuff going to. And the thing is, like, it's tankers and C-130s. So like those tankers and C-130s were not seeing action themselves. They were C-130s.
Refueling the ship, the planes that were seeing action.
C-130s are cargo planes. So he was basically working on the engines for the planes that delivered the logistics that were needed on the front lines, and then also working on the engines of the planes that were refueling the planes in the refueling the F-16s and the shit that we had going out there in the air that needed to be refueled without coming back to base for refueling. So he was not in a combat role. He was never in any danger, but he had to be deployed overseas to Rome, and so that's that.
Like the Pope.
Yeah, he was over there, like the Pope.
He was basically the Pope.
He was the Pope in Rome. Yeah,
that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Well, behind the scenes, right? He was just pretty much leading.
Matt. He was a staff sergeant. By that time he was Master Sergeant Pope.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, my dad he retired as a Master Sergeant, so like he was non-commissioned officer, but he was like about as high as you can get as a non-commissioned officer, I think.
While also being the Pope, which makes sense.
I could be wrong, but I don't think
Master Sergeant. Well, I don't know about the Air Force. Master Sergeant in the Army is an 8, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about as far as the Air Force.
Getting those fat paychecks as a Pope, though.
I think Master Sergeant is high. I think Master Sergeant is as high as you can go, non-commissioned officer. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but
he was. I mean, he had to wax the Pope's fucking little car.
Yeah, so he was kind of like he was like in charge of his hangar, essentially.
Like, what if his brakes squeaked? Like, you got to make sure they don't do that.
Somebody's got to be taking care of that shit.
Yeah, like
maintain the Pope-mobile.
Yeah, he wasn't a high-ranking guy, but I mean, like as far as non-coms go, I think he was like the
was like
guy.
Somebody in Motor T from the Marines.
Yeah, he was like the guy to answer to by the end. So
it happens.
Sergeant Major? Well, he said Master Sergeant. I don't know.
So that's an E8, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear the word major. Like that might be an Army thing, but he was Air Force, so whatever Master Sergeant in the Air Force. Because I know that's what he retired as a Master Sergeant. So
very cool.
There's a whole different level of like commissioned officers, non-commissioned officers. I don't know the whole ranking scheme, but Air Force, Master Sergeant, whatever that is, that's where he stopped. Definitely wasn't Sergeant Major, because I feel like Major is, I don't know if they have a Sergeant Major in the Air Force. That might be an Army thing, because I think
I'll be right back.
I feel like Major is an Army.
I'm gonna stay here just because Dom told me.
Chief? I like he's told me his thing. But I've never heard Chief Master Sergeant. It's just Master Sergeant. That's like all I've heard. So I don't know. Like I've never been in the military. I don't know the rankings, but all I've heard is that he was a Master Sergeant as his retiring rank. So
Liz says she knows a bunch of people who talk shit.
I don't know. I'm curious now. I want to Google.
Here's the importance of it. You know, if you did all those things, you need to make sure that your family members know exactly what you did. That way they can brag about it later. Because if not, you just wasted your time, right? Like, if nobody brags about it on your behalf, like, what did you even do it for?
Well, no, I'm not trying to brag. I'm just like, that's what he was. So it's like, I just want to say.
Dom knows, though. Dom knows.
A little bit of stumbling.
Look at him come back with a force. I knew you would be there to support me.
What happened? What'd you do?
That's what I said. If nobody's there to sing your praises, what was the point of doing any of those notable things?
Okay, so I just Googled it. So
I don't know.
Now
people have to brag about your name or your rank, otherwise you shouldn't have done any of those things.
So Okay,
That's right.
so what Google says is Master Sergeant is the third non-commissioned officer rank in the United States Air Force. It is just above Technical Sergeant and below Senior Master Sergeant. He was not a Senior Master Sergeant, so
Technical Sergeant sounds like a Radio Shack.
so
You
it
know what?
sounds like he was.
Well, he was right because technically right is the best kind of right.
So it sounds like he was third in rank. Senior Master Sergeant would be above him, and it doesn't mention the two ranks that would be above that. So I don't know.
I don't know.
But
Oh,
yeah,
no.
so
It's not you, is it, Liz? You're not. Are you okay? As long as it's not Liz, we're okay.
Goodness.
That's all. Yeah, we don't want that.
if an Amber Alert was just issued and she was able to type to our show, I guarantee it's not her.
Are you
that's
sure though?
missing.
How do you know?
Yeah, I guarantee it's
You
not
can't
her.
guarantee that. I don't think you can.
Because I bet she'd be like, I'm that Amber Alert.
I'm in a trunk.
I'm that Amber Alert. Come help me. Like, that would be the method. Or she would just be like calling 911 if she had an internet
Here's the
connection.
thing, she's just realizing, like, now that I'm in this trunk for this amount of time, like, it's not looking good. Like, initially I thought this was a ride, but it's not
Oh,
looking good.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Vegas is a pretty crazy town.
It is.
So
Yeah.
sometimes you just take a ride, like, I'm saving on cab fare, and you just ride in the trunk. You know what I mean?
I do. That makes sense to me.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it works in that town.
Damn. That's ridiculous.
I feel like a few weeks
Okay.
ago, Liz was telling me like 3/4 of the rides I'd take home are just in a trunk. Like, that's just how this town works. I think that's what she said.
Okay, so Seeds of Plenty is right. So I just looked it up. Master Sergeant is the 7th rank in the U.S. Air Force, ranking above Technical Sergeant and directly below Senior Master Sergeant. A Master Sergeant is a non-commissioned officer at DoD pay grade E7. So yeah, Seeds of Plenty is right.
NCOs.
Master Sergeant is E7, so my dad was E7.
Get your
Awesome.
paycheck.
That's very cool.
Yeah, is the lower the number the better? I don't know.
Nope. Higher the number the better.
I don't think so.
High,
no.
okay, higher the number the better. Okay.
Liz, I don't know what you mean by not being a little kid. Like, I'm just talking about how you told me, most of the rides home in Vegas happen in trunk. So I think that's got to be common knowledge at this point, right? They drop you off where you're trying to go.
So I'm curious, like, Seeds of Plenty, what's entry level?
E1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
I
it
think that's
starts 1 and goes. So the higher the number, the better.
Yeah,
E1 through 9.
exactly.
Okay. So like, what's like officer level then? Like E10. Oh. Okay. So E non-commissioned, O is commissioned.
Unless they're a warrant officer.
Okay. So what's warrant officer then?
That's the Army weird shit. I don't know.
They like W1. Or how do they designate it then?
Yeah, W1.
Oh, so W. Oh, that's fucking weird. Is it like in between?
It's different. No, it's usually they're either. Well, it used to be pilots. It may not be the same now. They might have changed. It used to be helicopter pilots and like technical or like not technically, like very technical maintenance. They would be in charge of maintenance, like I don't know, radios and shit like that. But that may have changed. So it was a long time ago. Yes, see, warrant officer is confusing. That's what it is.
All right, that's fucking weird. Why can't they make it simple?
Because it's the military.
Yeah,
Because it's the military, of course.
then they'd have to like pay
That's
you
the answer to
correctly.
everything.
Absolutely simple. Not only is it going to be confusing, you got to stand in line to find out.
Ask your superior.
Why
it's
can't they
not
just make
simple.
rank 1 to 100 and put everything in according?
Just level up?
Yeah, like non-commissioned, commissioned. Like there's certain ranks that are above others. It's like if you're technically above this one, then you're number-wise above or below that one. Whatever it is.
Might as well be.
Maybe they did and they just don't tell you. Maybe it's just,
That sounds believable. We've been doing this all along. What have you been doing? And
What have you
then
been
they
doing?
shame
Exactly,
you
yeah.
as like a a lower level.
That sounds
enlisted
dumb.
person.
What were you doing?
We made this clear that that's what you were supposed to be doing. You're like, really? Like, goddamn.
I don't know.
I'll be back.
Yeah, no, that is correct. That was that.
I'll be back.
Because then the E3 and the Marines is what is
Don't do it.
it's a Lance.
Drayden,
Corporal,
don't do
right?
it.
Yeah. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you
I'll
going?
be
Where are you
back.
I gave him doubt though. He stopped.
Don't you ask where I'm going.
going? I'm asking. I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
Inquiring
Going
minds
to-
want to know.
Vacate my tanks.
Oh, you gotta get some. Work on your.
Oh, you got to aim for the tank.
Yeah.
Just bring the stream.
I have to purge.
We've already seen your penis last week.
No, you didn't.
You
We
don't
did.
know that.
No.
Okay,
Tell you
good.
anything
Oh my god, that's why.
I'm pretty sure we
That's
did.
why.
Like it was shady.
That's
It was dark
why
in
I
your
deleted the
apartment.
VOD because I was like, oh shit, I think I was.
You
naked
deleted the VOD preeminent.
I was
Like
After you spit up the fucking vodka, you kind of
Did I
just
spit up
disappeared.
vodka?
I do
Oh,
remember that
You
though.
spit it out.
I
Yes,
do.
you did.
Oh god.
Yeah.
It was funny.
But you didn't
Dude.
show your dick, which is fine.
That's good. I,
Which
dude,
disappointed everybody.
I'm like, the more I
There was
hear,
a
the
lot
more
of people
I'm
who were
embarrassed. I don't want to hear any more about last week.
No, come
I don't
on.
blame you.
Go
No,
pee.
I get
Go
it.
pee.
I'm fine. I do have to be though. I'll be back.
That's funny. So how is everybody else doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing just pink as
I've-
peaches.
I was coming back to what is the thing called, the death. I was definitely stumbling around.
What does that mean?
I was stumbling. What do you mean? What's that mean?
What are you bumping into things?
I didn't bump into anything, but I got like, wow. I liked it.
As long as you don't bump into anything, you're fine, right?
What do you know?
I mean, stumbling only works if you bump into something. Otherwise, you were just walking straight.
That didn't sound right. I didn't trip.
Well, how could you
but I
stumble
stumbled.
if you don't bump into anything?
Maybe it's fucking invisible, or different fucking on a different plane of existence. It just.
If it's invisible, you didn't bump into it.
Oh, I didn't say it was incorporeal. I just said it was invisible. I may have bumped into something.
Pretty
but didn't
sure-
know it.
I'm pretty sure you didn't bump into it at all.
I don't think I did either. I think I just fucking lost my balance a little bit.
I think you're trying to keep yourself down at this point.
I think I need to drink more.
You're
Make
trying to
sure
be
I-
humble,
Yeah,
which is respectable.
I think if I drink more, I'll balance things out.
That's right. Let's do that.
So we should watch Heavy Metal. Have you never seen it, or has Drayden never seen it, or both?
I've
Or
never
maybe
seen
neither
it
one of
either.
you. Oh my god, it's a great movie.
I don't think either of us have.
What?
He tried to show me Terminator 2 last week, maybe, and I watched about half
weeks.
and I fell asleep. So it might have been 2 weeks ago.
Oh, you never know.
I fell asleep halfway through. I just remember that. It was late.
No way.
Look at Drayden. Look like he comes back into his apartment from his bathroom.
He does, doesn't he? Let's watch him. Is
It's
he
like a
stumbling?
whole different
No,
room.
he looks too damn sober. Drink up, mister.
Oh, look at that guy.
Who guy?
That guy.
Oh, look at him.
What guy?
You owe us 2 drinks.
The guy walking
Two.
in the room.
Oh, two.
2.
You
We're
missed
way
actually
too
2
sober
shots.
there.
They were bought in
Dose.
the
Dos.
chat.
Dos Drinkos.
Those drinkers. Let me have the
Here we
two
go,
shots, just 2 drinks. Give us.
Yeah, that's right.
There's vodka in this, so.
Vodka, sure.
Alright.
Hopefully they find him, Liz, because that's shitty.
But you're at least getting your vitamins, so that's pretty good, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, and orange juice, vitamin C. What are you talking about?
Absolutely, you
That's
are.
like fucking drinking breakfast right there.
Dude, you're
Yes.
building up your immune system as we
I
speak.
did eat an entire package of pepperoni tonight.
So you are having cheese pizza tomorrow.
He said,
No.
so my heart hates me.
No,
And
so-
levels
so
are
I-
off the chart. But I got some vitamin C.
I made some good French chips tonight, so I'm gonna eat leftover French chips tomorrow.
Ooh, French
And then
tips.
for dinner, yeah, no pizza.
No beef
Pizza
broth?
was the plan for dinner, but maybe I just buy some more pepperoni and make some pizza. But
You'd be fine. Either
Or-
that or make
or-
just a cheese pizza.
or-
It's easy.
I could do I got this really nice Caribbean jerk spice marinade.
Caribbean. There's a word for
jerk spice for chicken.
Why are they
And
jerks?
I could do a. I got some skewers, so I could do like a grilled jerk Caribbean chicken skewer.
I agree with that.
Sounds good. And I have some salad. I can make it for the side, and then
Caribbean jerk, anything. Phenomenal.
yeah. Oh, I've had it once. I bought the marinade as
awesome.
a test, and I made it a few days ago for just a chicken side. It's fucking delicious. So it's like, oh man, it's so
amazing.
So I'm thinking about tomorrow, maybe not for dinner, probably for dinner Sunday. I'm going to go to the store tomorrow because I don't have a chicken in the fridge. I do have chicken in the freezer. I'll probably pull that out, or I have beef in the freezer. I'll probably pull that out for dinner tomorrow.
Yum.
But I will probably go to the store tomorrow for chicken to make skewers on Sunday because the jerk skewers are fucking delicious. And I can just do a salad and then maybe some rice or something on the side, like a pasta thing.
That sounds good. I wish I was having.
Yeah, dude, that's my weekend. Here's the thing. So I'm not trying to brag, and I don't know for sure. But the thing is, like, since I've moved into this place, I think I've been doing much more healthier eating. Because one, I've been packing lunches. So instead of like going out in the morning, getting gas in the morning, and then eating, getting Crispitos or breakfast burritos or, just like pizza pockets and stuff at the gas station for food with an energy drink. And then at lunch going to like, Jack in the Box or Taco Bell or Arby's or something like that. And then getting home and eating a dinner. But the thing is that before, I used to make dinner. Well, I used to make dinner and I'd like have a big, large helping, first helping, and then a slightly smaller second helping. So I'd have a big
second breakfast. Sure.
I would have a big dinner. So, but since I've moved into my own place, I've been trying to cut down on diet. So it's like I'm not going on a special diet. I'm not dieting like what I eat. I'm trying to cut back. Well, I am. It's a mix.
Why are you ashamed of the big strong man that you are?
No. It's a mix of both. So it's like I'm trying to cut back on what I eat fast food wise, and I'm trying to cut back on how much I eat when I do eat here for dinner.
Sure.
So the thing is, like, instead of going out to eat like instead of eating gas station food in the morning, and then fast food for lunch, and then a large dinner, like, the thing is, like, I'd come home and like my dinner might not be that unhealthy, except for the fact that I have a large portion, and then have seconds. Like, that's more than I need. I don't need that much. So I've been working on the fact where it's like now that I live by myself and I can, prepare the stuff that I want. I've been packing lunches, like just some sandwiches and like a yogurt, for a snack instead of like, greasy chips or, Crispitos at the gas stations, like something like that. So it's like
Crispitos.
Yeah, dude. Like,
yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing. I get it.
Well, there's deep fried. Instead of deep fried shit, I'm having like, like a yogurt in the morning, and then having a sandwich at like 11, and then I get another small sandwich at like 2, and then I get home and I make some dinner that's like homemade dinner. Hopefully like broadband across various things, like got the protein and starch, and you got your fruits or vegetables or whatever, and I try to like manage to where like this is what I would normally get, and then I get seconds, and I'm like, let's go a little down scale from that and not have seconds. So it's like I scale back my first portion and don't have a second portion. So I've been doing that for like about a month, and I don't know if I've lost weight, but I feel like I have, because like the thing is like I don't. Well, I didn't make a starting point. So it's like I don't have anything to compare to, but I have noticed that my belt, the setting I usually keep it at, I feel like my pants are like coming loose all the time. So it's like
That's a good indication you made lots.
It's like
I like it.
I don't
And let's
know.
talk about
Is it, I don't know if
whole
I've lost.
positivity.
I don't know if I've lost weight, but it's like I definitely haven't gained weight, and I've been gaining weight over the last few years because I've been the situation. My living situation has been like finish work, go to work, eat gas station food, lunchtime, eat fast food. So it's like I was eating fast food like 5 times a week, eating gas station food 5 times a week, and then dinner I would have a big portion and then a second portion. And now
But
I'm like,
Drayden, is it not normal for like the VP to like develop like a belly to like show people what success means?
Oh, good point.
So
I think that's how it works. Like, look at this executive build, right? I think it's how
it's
like how you
it's-
show people what they need to aspire to.
it's kind of one of those things where I look at my gut and it's like,
And you say this is success. This is what
no,
you
no,
need to aspire to.
it's not success. So here's the thing: it's like it's not like
Is that not
drastically.
how that works?
It's not drastically visible that I'm way thinner than before, but it's like that's why I kind of want to get a scale to like start weighing myself because like I don't know, but it's like
Scales are bullshit, dude.
I definitely haven't.
They're
Been,
just, all they do is shame you.
I definitely haven't been gaining weight, but I don't know if I've been losing weight. But it's like because I've been gaining weight over the last 2 years, like steadily, like slowly but steadily. And over the last like few months, like 2 to 3 months that I've lived on my own here in this apartment, where I can like cook my own shit and like
It's barely been like a month, like maybe 2.
it's been a month and a half, but this is like
Yeah,
like,
one and a
can-
half.
I can make my own schedule of shit, make my own schedule for meals, and cook my own shit.
And you can eat a lot more broccoli, and you should.
Well, no, it's like
Damn it.
I've been.
I
I
like
think I've just been doing better at just not overeating, and it's like I'm not gonna say like I've lost a shitload of weight, but it's like I definitely have not gained weight, and I may have lost
that's
some
good.
weight. So it's like it may not be a strong reversal, but it is a slow reversal. I think in direction to where instead of like gaining weight, it's like I'm slowly going back the other way. So it's like I'm cool with that. I've
Drayden,
been
your face looks skinnier, and so I'm gonna give it to you.
good. I'm just saying, like I think
I agree.
I
You look good.
think I'm like have been a bit healthier lately, and also the big thing is like sugar. So here's the drinks.
So if you eat a whole bag of pepperoni, here's the thing: sodium hates your heart.
Friday
and
night's
it
my
does.
cheat night.
I believe that.
It actually is a proven fact that alcohol helps you.
Yeah,
lose weight.
Friday night's my cheat night. Friday
Right?
night I do some dumb eating
Yeah, I
habits.
think that's right,
But
I think you drink to that.
but he's like Sunday or like whatever, like Saturday through Thursday night, I behave myself, and then Friday night I kind of cut loose. So like Friday is like my quote unquote cheat night, I guess, where it's like
So that's how
Like-
you rationalize like that
Well,
1,300
sure,
calories of
it's
pepperoni.
it's a rationalization of like
I'm
you
kidding.
know
I'm totally kidding.
no it's no
I was eating a bunch of Pringles earlier. It's filled
no
with
it's
sodium.
fine. It's a rationalization of like where like you know. Oh shit! I'm hungry. I gotta eat something before I go to bed because I'm drunk. And I was like, go to the fridge and just like raid it and just eat whatever that's in there.
And that's meat. And you own that meat.
Yeah.
So
you
I'm
do.
saying it's like
You owned it, Drayden.
I'm not saying I'm like going
Fuck
on
you,
a
pepperoni.
super healthy diet. I'm not saying I'm going on a super healthy diet. I'm just saying
Shoulda
that
who's boss.
my eating habits now are way better than they were before, and therefore it's like I'm not going on to some like I'm not losing like 20 pounds a week or some shit like that. But it's like I feel like
Drayden,
it's
I'll
a
have you know that if you
slow
lose 20 pounds a
reversal.
week, that's unhealthy.
I feel like it's a slow reversal instead of a slow increasing like it has been for a long time. Because I've been slowly gaining weight for like 3 years, and I feel like this is like the first time where I think I might actually be losing some weight, which is good. So the fact that I can like now I'm living by myself and I can cook what I want to eat and like be
Would you not allowed to cook what you wanted at the other place?
Because the thing is, like, if it was
Did they
time
lock
to,
you in the closet or something?
A little bit.
no, because if it was time for me to cook dinner, my roommates were like, it's like
That's
I had
what
to-
he's drinking tonight.
I had to cook for them
That's what he's
too,
drinking
and then he's
tonight.
like,
I'm drinking rum.
if I'm cooking for them, like they're very picky.
Sounds super oppressive.
So it's like I had a very, 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 very limited palette of stuff I could cook from.
Lots of cheese, lots of grease.
I like
And
both
so
those things.
now
They're basically all your problems, Drayden. You were stronger
no,
without
no,
them.
no. Like these are
That's
my
what I
good-
hear you saying.
These are my good friends. I would. No, they're my good friends. I don't put that on them. I'm saying like, it makes it easier.
They pushed you towards your obesity.
No. It makes it easier for me
They're
to where
enablers,
I
aren't
can
they?
be like, you know what?
Fucking enablers all day.
No, it's more along the lines of like, I have this
They
in
were
the
like,
fridge.
"What are you cooking? You better throw a bunch of cheese in it."
I have this in the fridge. I can make that.
Fucking pussy.
Instead of trying to
And
make
you were
it
like,
super-
"Yeah, totally." I'll throw
Well, hold on.
cheese in it."
Instead of
Like, I'm
trying to
sorry,
make it
so-
super
so
flavorful,
sorry, guys.
I could be like, I'm gonna have some like chicken with a little spice on it. And
Of course.
I'm gonna have a little bit of rice and then
That
some
way they think it's healthy.
and then some broccoli. I'm gonna have that.
Chicken based.
And it's like, my roommates didn't like broccoli. They didn't like a lot of vegetables. So it's like, and they didn't allow, so it's like, it was more of like, I was trying to like cater to like what they like as opposed to just what was available. And now that I'm living by myself, and it's like, I don't like to waste food. And that was the other thing. They don't like leftovers at all. So it was bad where it's like, I'd make some food and there'd be tons of leftovers because like my mentality is like, make food one night, eat leftovers for the next night or two.
Rock on it for a few days.
So you don't have to like work and cook dinner every single fucking night, right? It's like you cook dinner every 2 or 3 nights. And then you just
But then
eat-
the weird thing
eat
was,
leftovers.
when you showed your dick on stream, you didn't have to eat the same food every
But
night.
they don't like
could've,
leftovers. They don't
but-
like leftovers. They don't like eating stuff up and eating it. So it's like, okay, so if I make food, there's gonna be leftovers because I like to make extra. But the thing is, like, there's a lot of times where I come back from work late, and they'd be like, "Oh, we made dinner." It's like, well, I was gonna eat my leftovers from last night because you guys won't eat them, and they'll go bad if I don't eat them. But it's like, but you spent the time to make dinner, so I'll eat that instead. So I eat that, and then the next night it's like, oh, I got home late, and they're like, oh, we made dinner. It's like, and then eventually it's like, the leftovers I made 3-4 days ago went bad, and it's like I have to throw them away. So it's like, that's a waste of food. I don't like wasting food. It's like, I would rather eat stuff that's already like ready to go than make new shit. So like, now that I'm in my own place, it's like I can make dinner, eat leftovers. Leftovers are gone. Okay, now make a new dinner. Eat leftovers. So it's like I can kind of just do this whole. It actually like, because man, in my previous place, there was so much food waste. Like, we threw so much food away every week because
What's a hornito? Hornitos?
just because like they wouldn't eat leftovers, period. They wanted fresh meals every night, but it's like I wouldn't get a chance to eat leftovers very often, so I couldn't eat them before they went to bed. And it was just like, holy shit, you guys, like, we're throwing so much food away. It's so wasteful. But now it's like I can make food one night, and it's like, this is dinner for the next 2 nights, and I'm fine with it. I'm fine eating the same thing multiple times over because it makes it easy. It's like I cook 3 times a week, and I eat 7 days a week because I can eat leftovers on and off.
You every day of the week?
Jesus,
Well,
you must be one of those rich people.
Don't look, Drayden. Cut down on that a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, but the thing is,
Pace
like,
yourself.
But I've done a lot better at portioning. That's my biggest thing with dinners. Is like,
I believe that. You fucking giant.
I used to eat so much food. I used to be like giant portions.
I gotta stay large.
Well, I used to eat giant first portions and then go back for seconds at medium portions. Now I'm like having normal first portions and no seconds.
First breakfast, no second.
So
breakfast.
it, and
Oh,
it's
there
like,
should be second breakfast.
there's
What about Levinsies?
Well, exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like that's a big guy.
there's definitely times
I don't know
where-
if he needs it or
there's
if he
definitely
wants it.
times where I'm like, I finish and I'm like, that was so good. I want some more, but it's like,
It's good.
but do you need more? And it's an internal fight where I have to like force myself, like, oh, I really, really want to have
You're
seconds,
cramming,
but
like,
don't
McMuffins
do it.
down
Don't do
your
it. You don't
gullet.
need it. You don't have it tomorrow. You know, have it for lunch or something like that. So it's like I've been getting better at that. It's like I think because that. So it's like the fact that I'm not eating fast food 5 times a week, on top of gas station food 5 times a week, on top of that,
I've
and
tried
then
that,
on
not
top of
eating
like
fast food.
double portions at night. I think the fact that I'm like having a light like it's like breakfast, I'll have a thing of yogurt or something like that, and then I'll go to lunch and I'll pack myself a sandwich or two. I'll have a sandwich with some chips or something like that. And then I'll get home for dinner and I'll have 1 portion of food instead of 2. So it's like I've been working on like I'm not getting like, you know, super like, oh, gotta cut this out of my diet. I'm just working on like portion control. Like, don't eat greasy shit and don't have double dips on dinner. That's like my thing. So it's like I'm not losing weight super fast, but at the same time I think I am losing some weight. I don't know. So it's I feel better lately. So I'm hoping that continues, and maybe we'll see where it goes. So it's weird because like in the last 5 years I've been doing nothing but like slowly gaining weight. I think now maybe I'm slowly losing weight. So fingers crossed.
Drayden, you're looking
How much do you
super
think you
hot.
need to lose? What are you going? I mean,
So I think now I don't have a scale. That's the one thing. I wish I kind of had a scale to like judge.
it does help to find out whether you.
Yeah, but like the thing is like I haven't measured myself in like 3 years, but I was 230, but I know I'm way more than that. So I think that I was like about a year ago or 6 months ago, probably close to like 250, 255. But I think now I'm probably 245, 250. So I don't think I've lost a lot, but maybe like 5 to 10 pounds.
Drayden,
And I think a healthy weight for me is 200. So I think I have about 30 to 40 pounds to go to be at a good weight for my height and build. But you know, hey, progress is progress. So
you're looking submissive and breedable, and I want you to know that.
yeah, because I'm 6'6", so
very much, baby.
Yeah, I'm over. I'm 6'6", so I think 6'6", 200 pounds is pretty. Like, if I'm 200 pounds with average muscle mass, that's solid. That's a solid weight, and give or take 5 to 10 pounds, like 210, 190, depending on my fat weight. Like, that should be fine. But I think right now I'm about 240, which is heavy. Not like grossly obese, but like, heavy, could definitely use some weight loss. But
I think you look good.
Well, 240 wouldn't be bad if I had a lot more muscle. Here's the thing, I don't have much muscle mass. I think like I might be 240 with mostly fat weight. That's the thing over the top. Well, 190 would be very skinny, but that's what I'm saying. Like 200 to 210 would be decent. But I know that my muscle mass is like very low, so I'm like 240, 250 higher fat mass. So I have a gut. It's like very visible. Like I know I'm not like grossly.
I bet you don't.
Like I said, I'm not like overly obese, but I got some fucking.
I bet you're trim as hell.
I have a pudge. No, I have a pudge. I have some gut weight that could definitely go, but
I think we all do. The older you get, the more you get. Right?
yeah. But anyway, that's a side topic. I was just saying, like,
ladies say they love this.
I was just saying, like, I
have more.
I've noticed that I
more
feel
to
like
offer. That's what they told me.
I just feel like I don't know if I've lost weight, but I feel like I have. It's like I said, I don't have anything to prove it by, but just kind of like, what I'm used to, like looking down and seeing how much of my dick I can see.
It's impressive.
Like I'm using that.
Okay, that caught me off guard. I wasn't ready for that.
I'm using I'm using that as like kind of like a measure, like, oh, I can just a little bit more of it. Like that must mean that my gut's a little smaller, right? I don't know.
Looking
but-
good. That's exactly right.
Very funny. That's very funny. Fucking.
Yo, Mike.
Fucking
Oh, welcome to the
Major
chat, Mike.
Mike.
Like
Hey,
you jumped into a
chat.
weird time.
very weird time. Yeah. We apologize now, and you probably won't ever come back. We get it.
But anyway, that's funny. Like, so my goal is like, hopefully I want to buy Vegas. I'm not going to be like, a bronze god at Vegas, but at the same time, I would like to. It's about 2 months away. I would like to see myself lose maybe another 10 to 15 pounds by Vegas if I can. So I might actually buy a scale and see like how I'm working, and like because maybe by the decrease or increase, I can like get a little bit more fire under my step. Like, oh, it's not going down as fast as I'd like. Maybe I do a little bit better on my diet. Maybe there's a gym. I don't use it, but there's an open gym in my apartment complex, 24/7. Maybe I should just start using it. I don't know, but we'll see.
There's a gym where?
In my apartment, in the clubhouse of the apartment.
So you have no excuse not to use it.
Well, I mean, it's a quote unquote gym. It has one treadmill, one bike, and like a couple stretchy arm things. Like
Ekrot, do you have a bike and stretchy
it's
arm
not
things in your
really
house?
it's not really much of a gym. Like honestly, jogging around the entire
yeah.
complex would probably do more for you than going to that gym. But whatever.
I got a bicycling machine from a coworker recently from his
I have
parents'
bicycles.
basement, which it's an ancient machine, but it's very like the very reliable sense of just this is a machine you sit on and you bike, and it's perfectly adequate for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, although that's one of the few things that I started thinking about it with Strega, because so originally when I first moved into here, it wasn't necessarily, it was kind of like one of those things like, oh well, I'll probably eat better here when I'm living here. It wasn't a goal, but about 3 weeks to a month in, I started noticing like, man, my pants keep falling down. And it's like, wait,
Have you been buttoning them?
no, it's I have my pants. I have a belt, but I put my belt in the same loop every time, and it's like my pants keep falling down. Like,
Well, if you put it on the next loop, will that work? Or
it does. But that's
well,
the
then
thing. It's
you've
like
lost weight.
right. So that was kind of like my first thing. It's like it wasn't even really like an intention, but like, am I losing weight just by eating a little bit better? Which honestly, the thing is like most diets are like, yeah, do this exercise and stuff like. About 60% of most weight loss diets is the diet itself, and then 40% is the activity aside from it. So I haven't done any kind of like workout or excessive activity outside of it, but like
But it's a proven fact.
but
Eat
changing
less,
your,
exercise more, you will lose
changing
weight.
your diet and eating healthier is the best way to lose weight, honestly. It's more effective. Now, working out does help, and doing it in combination with a diet is a double whammy. But the thing is, like, diet is the majority of it. So if you have a better diet, eat better, portion control, things like that, is better than working out, honestly. So it was weird.
combined,
But it's
is
weird that I
what-
kind of came across it like surprisingly, because it's like, oh shit, like I thought my belt stretched out. Honestly, I was like, dude, I keep putting my belt.
That does
I
happen.
keep having to pull my pants up all the time. It's like, wait a second, is my belt stretching or am I getting a little thinner? I don't know.
I don't think your belt's stretching, unless it's made of stretchy
That
material.
does happen though.
It
Belts
might.
do
It
stretch.
might.
Leather is valid.
But the thing is, like, it's been the same setting for. It's an old belt. It's been in the same setting for 2 years, and now it's starting to like. I have to cinch it up.
Just starting to show results.
I have to. Yeah. So I don't know. Like my thing is like I'm not saying.
Nah,
I'm
you're
just
probably doing great.
I'm just saying.
Don't eat a full bag of pepperoni, but I'm not judging.
Well, I
Yes,
did, but
I ate a whole thing of Pringles.
like I said,
so
Friday is my cheat day.
I believe.
Friday night's my cheat day because I can't control myself. But
You're
after
Giants, you'd be fine.
Sunday or Saturday through Thursday, I'm good. Friday, it holds barred. So
That's fair. That's fair. Right?
it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, totally understandable. Who could hold that against you?
I don't.
Those assholes. I know who could, but they're
Yeah,
assholes.
they're assholes. They're just dicks. I tell you what, I ride a lot of miles on my bicycle, but I drink more miles than I fucking ride. So
That's right.
I don't lose weight from that. But I have been doing the
Exactly.
same thing. I don't go to fast food as much anymore. And
I haven't been to fast food in like a month and a half. That's the thing. Like, so this is my schedule. It's like wake up for work, wake up too late, don't have time to eat breakfast here. Go to work, show up to work, get in the van, gas up while I'm at the gas station, get some like, you know, Crispitos or pizza pockets or corn dogs or greasy ass gas station food. Eat that. Go out to work, do that stuff till about noon, and then get some fast food like usually Taco Bell or Arby's or something like that. And then finish work, come home. If it's like earlier than 4, I wouldn't get something. If it's like after 4, I would usually stop again at fast food. Same day, get some more shit. And then I'd get home, maybe not. Now, if I didn't stop at fast food, I would get home, maybe eat something. But if I did, I wouldn't eat something till later. But then usually around like 10 or 11, make some food, eat again. And here's the thing, also soda. That's my biggest thing, is soda or sugary drinks. So
yeah, that's a big one for me.
in the morning, I would just get like an energy drink that, and then drink another soda at my lunch at the fast food place. And then when I got home, I would drink so much soda. Here's the thing, like, aside from the multiple sodas and energy drinks I'd have from work, I would usually finish a 12-pack of soda every 2 to 3 days by myself. So the sugar was from that was massive.
Oh, yeah, no, it's awful for you.
And so
I have the same
now-
problem though. So
Yeah, and so now it's like, since I moved into this apartment a month and 3 weeks ago, I've finished one 12-pack since I've been here. And like, I have juice on Friday nights when I'm drinking as a mixer. And aside from that, I actually drink mostly water now. Because I've been trying to like replace juice and sugar with water. So like, that's probably a big help as well, is the fact that I'm, you know, drinking a glass of juice a day instead of, because before it's like I was drinking about, you know, an energy drink, a large soda from a fast food place, and then about 5 to 6 cans of soda every day,
that's a lot of pop. Yeah.
like every single day. And now it's like I'm drinking, I have a big like double insulated water bottle that I fill with water at my shop every day, and I generally drink that most of the days. So it's like I generally have no energy drinks, a bunch of water, and then usually when I get home and I have dinner, I have a glass of juice or some kind of sugary thing, and then water the rest of the night. So it's like, with the exception of Friday, because I mix my drinks with
Special juice.
sugary stuff. So it's like
Sure.
Friday. Like I
Special
said,
juice.
Friday evening is like the one time where I'm like, no holds barred, just have fun Friday. But outside of that, it's like it's like mostly water and like a sugary drink per day instead of like, you know, 6 to 8 sodas every day. So,
There's nothing wrong with special juice.
I got
well, sugar is the bad thing. Like the things like soda, people are like, oh, soda's worse than juice. Soda's only worse than juice because it has carbonic acid, which is worse for your teeth. It degrades your teeth and it eats the enamel away. But like, carbonic acid has no effect on your actual health because it's just carbon monoxide infused in water, and that breaks down and comes out in your blood, and then
Carbon
it comes into your
monoxide?
lung. It comes, yeah, carbonic acid, which is carbonation. You know, CO2.
carbon dioxide.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Carbon dioxide. Sorry. Anyway,
I
very
hope I'm
important
not drinking
distinction.
liquefied carbon monoxide.
no.
That might not be
no,
good.
no, you're right. Carbon dioxide,
Important distinction.
dioxide. You're right. But so carbon dioxide, like carbonation, it's carbonic acid, it's carbon dioxide infused in water, and in your system that breaks down and comes out into CO2, and your lungs are like, oh, breathe that out, poof, so it goes away. So it's like carbon dioxide, the carbonation in soda has no adverse or whatever effect on your health, aside from the fact that it is an acid and it does break down your enamel in your tooth. It leads to tooth decay. It's bad for your teeth. But as far as like once it passes your teeth, it's not harmful to you. The sugar's bad because sugar also causes tooth decay, but also causes fat deposits, and like sugar is bad. Sugar is necessary for your bodily function. Sugar is very important for oxidation reactions in your bloodstream.
A touch of radon.
Well, I'm not a touch of radon. Like oxidation, it's important. Sugar is a energy source for your body. Like your body needs it, but carbohydrates provide that as well. They're actually like the more common provision for that, aside from sugar. But also sugar, the fact that it does provide it quickly, but your body doesn't need it, and therefore it will store it away in like fat cells. So it's like sugar is good in moderation, in short supply when you're short on sugar, but like sugar in large supplies is really, really bad for you. It does build up fat. So that's the thing where like soda and juice and all that stuff, like sugary drinks, the sugar is the bad part, not the carbonation. So yeah, it's very calorie dense, but it's also, if your body doesn't need the calories, it's like, oh, we'll tuck these away for later, and it might not get those later. It just tucks them away into a fatty, greasy fucking fat cell and sticks away for a long time.
Sounds awful.
It's kind of crazy.
It does sound awful, doesn't
No,
it?
It sounds awful.
And here's the thing.
Why would anybody want that?
It is
Oh, it tastes
awful.
good.
And here's
It
the thing.
tastes
Like,
good.
I
That's why it
watched a
tastes good.
video. Funny thing, I was watching Markiplier play. So he's a YouTube guy. He was playing
And he's
Mortuary.
got that.
There's a game called Mortuary Assistant. And you're basically a mortuary guy. You prepare dead bodies for funeral. Morbid, but it's a horror game, so it is. And it's actually pretty accurate, and it has some demonic possession stuff that goes in the game. But I was like, oh man, like how? Like, I started watching the process, like, hey, wait, man, is that really what goes on? And like me being me, like I don't know how funeral homes prepare bodies for funerals. I'm like, is that how it goes? And I started looking up on YouTube and all these things, like, how does stuff work? And it's actually, it's surprisingly hard to find videos that will cover this, because most of them, it's YouTube. So it's like they don't want to cover the gruesome surgical details, because it's very, it's like gutting humans essentially. And then there's also other videos that are like trying to gloss over, like, oh, they do this, and then there's all this. There's a lot of them from India, which apparently are very poorly performed, because over there they're not. They're basically just like crudely meant to preserve the bodies in a certain way, and they are very underfunded also, so they don't have the equipment they need. I've seen videos over there where I was trying to watch this. The guy was like, we have to get the carotid artery, and they like couldn't cut through the skin because their scalpel was so dull that like they couldn't even they couldn't even cut through the skin with a scalpel. It's like they took like 30 strokes at this thing, and they barely cut through like the top layer of skin, and they literally took the forceps and dug it in past the skin and just started tearing the neck open. I'm like, oh my god, that can't be right. But then I found an actual video the other night. I was watching, and it's like, holy shit, it was super educational. not just on the process of how they embalm bodies, but it was specifically on obese bodies, and this is actually kind of an eye-opening thing. Like 2 weeks ago, I watched this, and I've been like focusing on like doing way better, dude. It's like one of those scared straight type of videos, like where you watch, you're like, holy shit, I need to change my whole perspective on life because of this. This is one of those things, and I'm not even kidding. I'm not. I might have even play it, well, or at least link it. I'll probably link it because it's a bit. It's not for the squeamish of heart. Like they do a full not an autopsy, but like a full embalming of this woman. Like they pull out everything, heart, lung. They show like them opening her up, ripping her whole rib cage open, cutting the whole sternum plate out, like taking the heart and lung block out, and then taking the stomach, intestine, like liver block out, and then taking the bladder. Like they basically empty her whole torso of all organs, aside from like the reproductive organs aren't part of like why she died, so they didn't take them out and examine them. And it's like, it's a very eye-opening thing. Like again, it's not for the squeamish, but like I'm not a squeamish person, so I'm like one of those people that can watch like intestinal surgery while eating spaghetti, and I'm fine. Like I don't get grossed out by that kind of thing. I'm very interested in that stuff. Like I love science, which includes biology and anatomy, and like I'm not grossed out by guts and
So we need more squeamish links. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, like, so I'm not grossed out by that, but there's a lot of people out there that, based on the video I watched, I know that they would be grossed out by it. But I'm saying, like, I watched this video and it was like, it's an excellent video on the fact that not just like how they show the embalming process, not the embalming process really, but more of like I would say more of a autopsy process, I would think, because it's more like them taking the organs out and expecting the organs for damage and like what caused the damage, like the lifestyle of the person which caused these damages with fat and like things infused in them.
It sounds awful.
It does, but at the same time it's super interesting because it's like,
is it?
It is, because you see no, it is because you see the effects.
It sounds awful.
It is awful, but here's the thing. You see the effects of, like, here's her lifestyle and the fat intake that she took, and here's the fat where it builds up, and here's the effects that this fat has on these organs and this. And it's like, I never knew most of this stuff. It's like, you think your heart's just sitting there? Your heart is in a bag. It's in a bag of skin.
My heart is in a Coach bag, though. It's a very nice
it's
bag.
in a bag of skin, and inside that bag of skin, there's a bunch of fat in there, and some of that fat is supposed. Some of that fat is supposed to be there, but then they open up others, and
I paid extra for that.
They're like, the fat in these spots is normal. So you see this fat here, that's normal. That's actually like everyone has this. But then they cut the heart open. They're like, because of the heart disease and the hypertension in the system, the heart had to expand in size to accommodate the extra pump it had to accommodate, but also the fact that it had to accommodate in size, it actually shrunk inside because it needed more volume. So then you have these thinner walls. Normally the heart has a thick, like 1.5 inch thick walls, and like her walls were like 1/2 inch thick. So her heart was way bigger. Her heart was way bigger than most people, but way thinner than most people, because it had to pump extra volume throughout her whole body. But at the same time, that caused a weakening of the heart, and eventually it got to a point where like the heart couldn't pump any harder, but it couldn't get any thinner, and it just failed and died. And so she died of a heart attack. And so, but then they're also looking at other things. Like they looked at her liver, and her liver is like infatuated with a bunch of fat cells. Like it's like normally that. I kind of want to.
I feel like you're judging me and my Pringles, though, right?
No,
now.
I'm just saying. It's
like,
membrane.
What's wrong
membrane
with me
sac.
and my fat cell?
And it's like there's all kinds of other things with the organs where like I didn't like it's one of those like fascinating. It's gross, but at the same time it's very fascinating. Like with the whole human body dissection that they do, and it's like they show that it's like what you see in a mannequin or a diagram, that's not what your body looks like inside. There's a bunch of different sacs and membranes and like just things.
Can we use it as like lamp
that
fuel?
you don't see in those models that are enclosing your intestines, enclosing your stomach, enclosing your heart, enclosing your kidneys are actually like enclosed in a giant protective sac of fat, which is normal, and the internal insides of your kidneys have fat, which is normal. But the thing is, like the fat can grow too much to like squeeze on your kidneys and not be very effective in your liver. Like, dude, I'm gonna go find this because I actually watched it the other day, and it was like it was
You're making me feel like a piece of shit, Drayden. Thank you.
No,
for that.
I'm just saying, like
I feel awful about myself.
It's well, right.
I was already pretty rough, but now I'm feeling awful.
Watched this thing and I was like, I was kind of one of those people like, you know what, fuck it. Like I'm fine with how I am. Like, I watched this and
Hey,
I was like,
Dom, can you make me feel good about myself?
I think you're a beautiful motherfucker. You have an awesome
I
beard.
appreciate that.
I watched this and I was like,
Drayden's making me feel like a piece of shit.
I
no,
know.
I
Quit fat
watched
shaming
this
us.
and I was like, after watching this, I was like, one, I'm glad I watched this because
the
now
point
I
of
know so much more about human anatomy than I ever did. Two, I know about the effects of obesity on the body more than I ever did. And four,
Drayden, did you
like,
not know
it's actually
where the
like, very
anatomy was
eye-opening.
before?
I did, but not like this.
It was exactly where you thought it was.
It was-
like it was on a diagram.
Yeah, it
for
was
many
just
years.
kind of like one of those things where I was like, holy shit, this is I didn't know it like this, and it's like it actually made me.
And now that I'm a
see-
piece of shit,
It made me
Now he's
see.
gonna show it
me.
to you and figure it out.
It
Yeah.
made me see the effects
Shamed
of
straight.
what I was doing
Oh,
with.
could
I
be.
feel awful.
No, I'm saying it made me see the effects of what I was doing with my body, and I was like, maybe I don't want to do that. So, dude, it's not meant to shame people. Like, Hiram,
It's too late for all that.
it's
Look, the
not-
chat's jumping in on it.
It's not meant to
We're being
shame, but it
shamed.
was super interesting.
Drayden, you didn't want that, but that's what we're living in.
I
right
kind of
now.
want to
We're
play
living in
it.
an era of shame.
I kind of want to play it.
Probably shouldn't play it online though.
You don't think so?
I don't know. Maybe.
What if we do a
Well,
set?
we can go to the Discord and do it. You
What
shouldn't
if-
play it on Twitch.
Okay, do you guys want to watch this on Discord?
Sure.
Because we're gonna watch a movie, but Manic Let.
Oh, I don't want to watch. I don't watch most things, but what are you talking about?
Just this.
Is this a video about how bad I am as a person?
I'm not even kidding. Like it's
autopsy video,
here's the thing. It's a video.
It feels
that-
like it is.
It is not a shaming video on fatness. It is a video that is eye opening on what's going on in possibly in.
This sounds
your-
like you're trying to dampen the blow.
No, it's an eye opening video.
Damn it.
It's an eye-opening video on what is possibly going on in your body, and it is very inspirational to like change it. Like honestly, I'm not even kidding. Like, in the last few weeks, I've changed
Could
stuff.
we
But in the
maybe
last
watch a video on like, hey, you're beautiful, and like
in the
maybe
last
just live your
1
best
week,
life,
in the last 1
you
week
look good, and
since
then it
I've
winks
seen
at
this,
you at the end.
in the last 1 week since I've seen this, I've been way better. Like this honestly is one of those videos where like it makes you want to change yourself if you
I
relate
mean, I
to
already
this
want to
person.
change myself all the time. But let's not talk
'Cause-
about that right now.
Well, I know, but here's the
It's
thing:
awful.
people are like, "Oh, you're getting overweight. Just eat less." Like it's said, but
Yeah,
no one
you could be huge.
follows it. This is
Why
one of
do that?
those. This is a video that when you watch it, it hits home. It hits home, and it makes you actually
So
interested
if you
in
want to watch
changing
Drayden's
yourself.
crazy shit,
Drayden,
go to the
Drayden,
Discord.
I already hated
To the
myself
channel.
before this video, so like,
You don't
why would
have to
even
watch it.
Suggest that.
You don't have to watch it. I'm not saying you have to hate yourself. I'm saying this is a video. This is a video that will inspire you, if anything. I think it inspired me. Like,
Am I a hero? Because I'm
You
big?
are a hero. Yes.
because I'm
Everyone
saying,
here's a hero. Remember we talked.
I'm saying like
I
myself
do.
was one of those ones where it's like I'm gonna have fun, and you know if I die early, fuck it, whatever. And like after
Well,
watching this, I'm like,
Why would it matter at that point?
but here's the thing. after watching this, I'm like, I still hold to that, but I could maybe do a little bit better on the side of living a little longer and like being a little healthier.
So maybe
And,
I live a little bit
it's
longer, but I'm also
like
doing really
Stray-
well, so that I'm also like, fuck
But-
you and I die.
But like Stray said, both are
Maybe.
important. Both, it's important to have fun and be like, you know what, fuck it a little bit of times. But it's also important to be like, but I don't have to die at 50, you know.
52 maybe.
So
No, that
it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, have fun, but within
Dream, if
some
you had the
limits.
most fun, you would definitely die by 50.
So I don't know. I like, dude, I was blown away. I started this video just curious about embalming, and I finished the video.
Which is weird, but it's okay.
Formaldehyde.
No, it's weird, but like I said, I'd never seen a video of like, you know, a post-mortem examination, and I was like, I'm curious about this, and I started watching it. And it's like, so I watched it with the initial interest of like how the embalming process goes, but they actually don't go over the embalming process at all. They go over like the almost essentially post-mortem investigation of like, you know, how they died. But at the same time, the video is like super interesting if you're okay with the stomach of watching a person get dissected. It's super interesting of like just what they do with the body, like how they figure out like the interest or like, you know, the how they died, what caused them to die, and like the risks and damage that they had to their body and what it does. So it's like, I'm gonna play this. So I'm gonna do it.
Moving over
So
to Discord then?
yeah, it'll be on Discord. I'm not gonna do it here, but yeah. So I'm gonna do
Are
it
we
on
all
Discord.
moving to Discord?
Yeah, so we're gonna do a Discord. Go to the movie channel. I'll play it
Do a
there.
movie night?
Yeah.
Well,
we can do that.
we're-
Then we can
we're
do heavy
doing-
metal after that.
We're doing movie of.
We do that movie, then we'll watch heavy metal, which you need to see.
I'm down for that.
Won't
So
happen tonight.
we're gonna watch a dissection.
I'm watching it, so I don't
We're gonna watch a dissection
I
and
believe
then
you.
the movie. But I'm saying, I'm not trying to scare people. I'm like, if you are curious about
We're
this,
saying goodnight.
or if
What
you're
an
curious,
open heart
if you're,
surgery.
if you're, because here's the thing, it's this whole video is focused on the effects of obesity on your health. It does involve a human dissection, so be ready for that. But at the same time, because I'm obese, not like, you know, massively over the top
Stream
obese,
sponsored
but
by
like I am.
Coca-Cola.
And so I was interested in this. And so if this is an interest of yours for your own health reasons or just out of curiosity, I would strongly recommend watching this. It's actually interesting. So I'm going to do this because I'm into education and all this stuff. So we're going to do this on this channel. You may not be into it, but if you are, we're going to the movie channel. Right below the stream, there is a link to the Discord.
I've linked it several times.
Okay, yeah, Dom
Every
linked the
night,
Discord,
Amber.
so we're gonna watch this YouTube video. It's something else, and then we'll watch some heavy metal after that. All right, we're off for the night. Goodbye.